Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Well, good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Durham and Northamptonshire. A top of the table clash, which has ebbed and flowed all the way through the first 2 days. Durham resuming here on 302 for 7 in reply to Northamptonshire's 450 with myself, Ash Thorpe, and George Gompertz. Good morning, George.
Yeah, morning, Ash. You're right, it has ebbed and flowed. That first day dominated by the visitors. That 191 run opening stand between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor, and then yesterday we had almost an equally as big stand between Will Rhodes and Ben Stokes. As he said, the deficit now 148, Durham 7 down. It'll be Calvin Harrison to get things going from the Lumley end.
Big news of the day is that the ECB, in their wisdom, have decided to remove Ben Stokes from the rest of the game, which is a huge shame. We saw the crowds had definitely increased and come in, and they're probably even expecting to see him today. So for our members, it's hugely disappointing. It's disappointing for us as well. We thoroughly enjoyed watching him back yesterday afternoon. Colin Ackerman has come into the team to replace him. And we're hearing rumours, but nothing confirmed yet, that Luke Proctor has been withdrawn from the game with a broken finger.
Spin to start and a single. Well, they're going to come back for 2 to get Ollie Robinson off the mark for the day, and it's good running. Yeah, we spent a fair bit of time before the day's play today trying to work out the reasoning behind that decision to withdraw Stokes, and it must be mentioned as well, Atkinson from the Surrey side. Lots of flight driven down the ground. It's a beautiful start to the day for Ollie Robinson. It will just be cut off by James Sales, and he comes back for another 2.
Might have thrown the wrong end there. Ben Rain might have been expecting that to go for 4.
That seemed baffling halfway through a county championship fixture for both Durham and Surrey to have 2 of their talisman taken out of the team. Slightly aerial, and Ollie Robinson has started the day in fine form. The 3rd ball in a row will pick up 2 runs.
It's a positive start to the morning, isn't it? 3 2s to get going. And that's what this pair offer. Ben Rain definitely hit the ground running last night.
It's giving it plenty of flight, Harrison, giving it a chance to do a little bit off the surface. And I like where he's pitching it as well. Just on leg stump, bringing that short leg into play. It's George Bartlett who was under the helmet for a fair period of yesterday. Justin Broaden at first slip also on your screen. That will bring an end to the first over. Productive one for Durham, 6 from it. They're 308 for 7.
I tell you what, it's 11:01. Probably just about to flick to 11:02, and we've got through an over already. I'm loving that.
It was slow going at times yesterday. The ball started to reverse about 50 overs in, and from there on in, they took good care of it.
I've got McSweeney on now as well. Buff, I love it. Thank you.
Going to rattle through the first few overs. But with the reversing ball meant they took absolutely ages shining it.
I did notice I wandered a couple of laps this morning, and on the scoreboard they are -2 on the over rate. So that might be why the spinners are on, and also 6 overs away from the second new ball. It's Ben Rain, first ball. Drives it down to long on. Will pick up his first run of the day. Handy little partnership this already, up to 39. and was needed. The story of the day yesterday was a couple of partnerships, one big one. You mentioned Stokes and Rhodes, but then wickets fell in clusters. A little bit of drift there for McSweeney, but nicely driven down the ground. A positive start from Robinson. He's moved on to 39. Rain sweeps. He gets it on the full. Doesn't time it perfectly, and he'll pick up a couple down to deep square. As Saif Zaib, who fielded quite a lot out there yesterday, hasn't yet been introduced into the attack.
Swept nicely yesterday, Ben Rain. Went early against Calvin Harrison.
This is a nice punch off the back foot. So we have confirmation now that Luke Proctor has been substituted out of the game after suffering a finger injury off trying to field that ball off his own bowling, a Ben Stokes straight drive. And Gus Miller is into the side as an injury replacement.
Just in front of us here at long on, with the tubey grip on his left arm.
Very blue spikes there. I'm not sure about that.
Well, if we're going to talk about the
Come
colour
on,
of shoes,
man.
Ash.
Yeah, I had to wear mine yesterday after Bunny.
I had to put my sunglasses on when I saw you walk
Yeah,
around the
that's
field.
why I'm hiding them under the table. Oh, a little bit of bounce there. Maybe just caught the edge of the rough. But yeah, we're going to have to get the camera on the old Gus Miller here out in front of us. Maybe he wasn't expecting to play, but he's... Is that allowed? There they are. Look at them going across the screen there. Blue spikes. Outrageous.
For me,
you were complaining yesterday about an untucked shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What are your thoughts?
That's far less of a crime than an
Oh
untucked
my
shirt.
goodness! Wow.
I don't mind though. I think
Come on, mate.
the pink stripe's probably a bit too much.
They've got to be white. Come on, man. Where's the tradition in our game gone?
They're quite.
I mean, I like them. I think
Sunglasses as
they're a strong shoe.
Look at the size of those visors. Strong look for Gus Miller.
Gus, come on, man.
Calvin Harrison to continue. First time today he's got a go at the left hand of Ben Rain. Just pitching it outside off stump, looking to bring it back in. Brings short leg into play. Ben Rain advances. And George Bartlett did his best to preempt where that ball was going to land. I thought Will Rhodes spoke nicely to you last night.
Mate, very level-headed. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. You know, sometimes when you interview people, you're like, oh, here we go. You might not get much out of them, but yeah, Will speaks very nicely.
Speaking, of course, about his partnership with Ben Stokes and what it's like to have the England captain at the other end, described it as very chilled.
Yeah.
Not too much communication, just both going about their business.
Just do your job. In the words of Roy Keane.
Punch off the back foot. Going to look for two. They are going to come back, and it's really good running. They've started the day really well between the wickets.
I like this from Ollie Robinson. This is what we've seen over the time he's been with us since his move from Kent a couple of years ago. Very busy at the crease.
As a bowler, it's that busy batting which really frustrates you. Goes back to a straight one. Turns it away, but there's no run. There's a boundary ball, fair enough, that goes to the ropes. But when you bowl a good ball, and it still gets turned into one or two, that's when you start to get a little bit frustrated.
Especially when they're trying to keep it tight, really, and not leak any before that second new ball, which is just 4 overs away now. I'm sure the big bird, Harry Conway, see if he was wearing those blue spikes, I'd expect that from him. But you're going to have to work to it. Your old mate Gus Miller.
Everyone else sort of sauntered to their fielding positions at the change of the over. Harry Conway first in position, as expected. He actually tried to go to long off. He was told he's in the wrong position.
got across his stumps and worked it into the leg side for a comfortable single. And the real threat yesterday was from that new ball pair, wasn't it? It was Harry Conway and Ben Sanderson. Oh, I think they've picked up all the wickets, haven't they, between them? I think there's a 4 and a 3 there. Staying around the wicket. Harry Conway, what a piece of fielding that is. Saved 3 runs.
Big hand from the big man.
He's loving it as well. Running back into position there. A bit of adrenaline and a thumbs up.
Yeah, you're right. It was Ben Sanderson who got the 2 early wickets of Lees and McKinney, and then it was Conway who broke that big partnership. Stokes and Rhodes. He got both of them. So between the pair, got some very important wickets at important times in this game.
Yeah, well bowled. Just a little bit slower, that from McSweeney. No real turn, but just trying to find the footmarks, which will of course have been smoothed over, I think, with the light roller this morning rather than the heavy one. But this pitch should be very nice for batting today. Ben Rain just opens a face and takes the single available to him, so another 3 off that over. So Durham just ticking that scoreboard over nicely this morning. Finish that 319 for 7. Looking to get to 350 for that next batting point. Still plenty of time to do it as well. 77 overs done. Still trailing by 131. Northampton will be itching to get that new Dukes in their hand and try and take these final 3 wickets this morning. Durham will be wanting to keep them out in the field on a beautiful Sunday morning for as long as possible.
Still 3 overs to go before that new ball is available, and I imagine, given what we've seen in the first few overs, that they'll take it immediately. There's not been a whole lot on offer for the spinners. Rain sweeps and sweeps well behind square for 4.
Yeah, Harry's not stopping that one.
He's taken it from a long way outside off stump. That brings up the 50 partnership as well. Just a touch over 60 balls. They've gone at a good lick.
Yeah, they have.
Good mix of boundary scoring and really good running between the wickets. He's gone for the paddle scoop type thing there, and Rain is absolutely furious. His off stump's pegged back, and Durham are 323 for 8.
I'm struggling for words there. Ben Rain was batting absolutely beautifully there, and a little brain fade sees him bowled for 35. And that's a big wicket there just before the second new ball, and that is exactly what Northampton have wanted this morning. Pick up a wicket and then get that new ball and knock Durham over as quickly as possible. You can see Ben Rain is absolutely filthy with himself as he walks off. Useful 35 from 40. Durham 323 for 8.
It's a really strange shot. Just as we were saying, they've batted really nicely. Good mix of hitting balls to the boundary when they're on offer, trying to get quick singles when they're not, but that was the first sign of some more inventive batting, to put it one way. Just one ball after hitting a glorious sweep shot. Already got 4 for the over.
Umpire Treadwell had to walk all the way and pick the ball up from the boundary as well.
He was absolutely furious with himself as well. As you said, Ash, just before the new ball's available, it's a freebie for Northants. Spinners weren't offering a lot of threat.
They'd already put on 21 this morning in very quick time.
Brings Matthew Potts to the middle.
Good season with the bat so far, Matthew Potts.
Yeah, just 3 runs shy of 200 for the year. High score of 66. that game against Lancashire before he was trapped LBW. Where do you think Potts ranges on the scale of can hold a bat? Pretty useful, more than useful?
Yeah, I mentioned it a couple of times yesterday. He was a batter before he was a bowler. He used to open the batting, you know, age 13, 14. He's always going to be tall. His dad's massive. His dad must be 6'9", Steve. But his bowling literally clicked in a day. All of a sudden, bowling medium pace pies.
Flicks away and he's off the mark. And they come back for 2. They've just pushed long off and long on back to give him the single, keep the strike. But he's managed to scramble back for 2. That'll be Robinson on strike for the new over. Durham 325 for 8.
Yeah, like I was saying there, literally, there's a couple of them. Paul Coughlin was the same. He used to bowl very friendly medium pace, and then all of a sudden turned into put 15, 20 mile an hour on within a couple of weeks. I don't know, obviously body development or something, but Ben Sanderson's going to have a little loosener over before he gets his hands on the new ball. But yeah, it was more like opening the batting at Premier League level at the age of 13 and 14 years old, so he's more than capable. I think high score of 149, I think he got against Warwickshire a couple of years ago.
149 not out.
Sorry, I forgot the not out bit. He'll probably kill me for that as well.
That was in 2024.
No ball from Sanderson to start off with. Umpire Treadwell at this end. Umpire Michael Goff standing for this innings at the Lumley end.
How old was Potts when it clicked and he put on that extra
I reckon
pace?
about 15. Just had a burst.
Just his mind catching up with his body.
Yeah, and now, I mean, incredible athlete as well. Pick up a couple, Ollie Robinson, as he clips this away. They've run well this morning so far.
So we're seeing what we saw quite a lot yesterday, and that's Ricardo Vasconcelos standing up to the stumps to Sanderson, keeping Robinson pegged back in his crease.
It's an interesting one because I don't see Ollie as a man that's going to advance down the pitch, but I might be wrong. It's a beautiful, almost a late cut from Ollie Robinson. Picks up another single, brings Matthew Potts onto strike.
It's normally been a reactive move, having seen the batters come down a couple of times, although he is now going to go back to Potts. I wonder if it's just something he's realised he's quite comfortable with over the course of yesterday's play.
Yeah, I think Potts is the one more likely to use his feet, if I'm honest.
Maybe early in his innings, he's also the one who's more likely to feather a catch behind.
Very, very specific in this field placement. Got a man catching right on the edge of the pitch, short mid-wicket. Saw this field quite a lot yesterday. Sanderson will target the stumps. Get to see Gus Miller's blue boots again.
Yeah, well, he's the one fielding very straight. I hope the boots aren't off-putting Matthew Potts as much as they are you.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about them all day. So I'm hearing rumours as well that Ackerman isn't allowed to bowl. He's only allowed to bat in this game, which again I find absolutely crazy. Oh my God, how was that, Mr. Stumps?
Is that official word you've got? That
It's a rumour. It's a strong rumour.
that would be absolutely ridiculous.
It was rushed through to me this morning.
Well, if that were to be true, to take out
You literally take how many
a bowler who bowled
How many overs?
20
20
plus
odd overs?
overs.
Yeah. First innings. We both scramble. 25, yeah.
overs.
And a seamer, replaced by a little bit of tail in again, and Potts sets off.
Good run.
That is incredibly good running.
So that one decision The ECB are taking away 25 overs and 95 runs. That's a strange decision. So what's he going to be doing for the next 2 days? I mean, we saw him at the ground.
He's gone straight into coach mode, didn't he? He was throwing catches for the... Mate, knowing Ben, no doubt he'll be in the nets today. He'll be having a hit. Might have a bowl during lunch. And we've seen that tail in more from Conway yesterday and a little bit from Sales. Sanderson was definitely getting some shape and was unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Potts in that over. 331 for 8. Just 1 over now till the second new ball. Harrison is going to bowl that 80th over. Sorry, the 79th over.
No, you're right.
No, it is, yeah. 79 done, isn't it? That 80th over, yeah.
Stop doubting yourself, Ash.
Oh, it's Sunday. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there as well. For those that are still here and those that have gone. But yeah, very happy Father's Day and a beautiful Sunday to celebrate that as well.
Well, I wondered whether Conway would have a loosener before the new ball from the Lumley end. But Harrison will continue. He mostly bowled from the Finkel end yesterday. Seems to be the preferred end for both of those bowlers. Saw James Sales bowl from this top end, the Lumley end.
See Alex Lees, David Bedingham, Dale Benkenstein and Graham Onions bringing up the rear. Coming back from the nets. Having a hit this morning in preparation for that 4th innings.
Taking the short leg out for Ollie Robinson. George Bartlett's been pushed out to fine leg.
Good call.
Potts very keen to set off
Yeah.
to the other end, but he was sent back by Robinson. Wisely, I'd suggest.
So Sam Blacklock, our media guru upstairs, has confirmed in capital letters that Colin Ackerman cannot bowl.
Absolutely bewildering.
And that is not his ability, that is part of the match play conditions. Insane. Absolutely insane. You take a man out of your team who's bowled 25 overs, is a genuine all-rounder, you replace him with an all-rounder, albeit not like for like.
Turned away. And a big shout of weight. Goes straight to George Bartlett.
This game kills itself at times, doesn't it? Absolutely incredible. I'd love to understand the rationale behind it.
And having Ben Stokes, perhaps the biggest name in English cricket, playing here at the Banks Homes Riverside, such a great incentive for people to come down and watch some county cricket or even tune in on the stream. And just taking that away shows such a lack of thought for the county game.
I had a look at the comments basically, and that was the thread was the lack of respect that almost the ECB has for the county championship in making that decision.
It just seems like they're treating these county games as a run out, as a fitness test. And as soon as they show they're capable of playing, just whip them out mid-game.
England's 7 down now as well in the test match.
But what I don't understand is it's not like there's a test starting tomorrow or 2 days and he's gone to join up with the England team to prepare. He's still here in Durham, training with the Durham coaches. What does he gain? What did the ECB gain by him not playing in this match?
So even if they turned around and said, listen, we don't want him to bowl in the second innings, I could have copped that as long as he was still part of the game. Or restricting him maybe.
That's certainly something to consider as his presence on the field, his cricketing IQ, his leadership. As Will Rhodes was saying last night, just when he was batting and seeing Stokes at the other end, it just gives you a slight comfort and reassurance. Someone to learn off as well, how he goes about his day job.
A little inside edge there. New ball has been taken, by the way.
Yeah, we certainly saw a little bit of movement there.
I'm assuming it has anyway. Unless they've still got the old one reversing. I'm going to try and get a close look.
Seemed to zip along nicely.
No, it's still the old one. Still the old one. My apologies.
Still getting
New ball is available. Whipped away. Nice and fine by Potts. It'll just be the single.
So do you think they're still happy with this ball? And
I think the fact that they've got movement and they feel that Harrison's probably a threat as well. But I'm very surprised I haven't taken it, if I'm honest. Beautiful blue skies here in Chesley Street. Just like that.
Ball's definitely doing something.
A little bit of tail in, isn't it?
What a lovely day to come down and watch some cricket with your dad.
Yeah.
Or anyone who will join you.
It was brilliant being here a little bit early today and watching the members pile into their usual spots and just expecting a full day of good cricket. Top of the table clash. And again on the money from Sanderson ends the over. Just a single from that over. 3 for 8.
Talking of watching cricket with your dad, Cameron Steele was in the media box down south last week, and his dad came along, and he's forced into an early retirement through ankle injuries, unfortunately. Cam Steele, familiar around these parts. Anyway, he was in the members' pavilion watching the day's play, and he said for the first time in his life he had had a beer at the cricket with his dad.
Yeah, I saw that.
I thought it was a phenomenal little fact. Of course, he's always been playing or always had to keep an eye on what he's putting into his body.
That was nice. McSweeney's going to have a switch of ends.
Swept hard. To safe out at deep square. Again, he's taken it from a long way outside the off stump. Hitting with the spin. Yeah, it must have been a very special moment for Cam to be able to sit and watch the game without any skin in the game.
Yeah, and I guess from his point of view, a lot of the cricket he'll have played would have been overseas from his family as well.
Flicked away for a single. And he's another one who, on all accounts, is English, but still speaks with this slight Aussie twang.
And born in California as well.
American citizen.
Yeah.
I think he's played cricket for the US, hasn't he?
I think there's a stat. I think at one stage he was Durham's youngest double centurion and the first one born in the US to score a double century. So there's a few quirky stats around Cam. But he's a fantastic fella. Loved his time in the Northeast. Spent some time playing club cricket up at Ashington as well.
Floated up by McSweeney and driven by Potts, but no run. That ends the run of 4 singles in a row.
And ruined the picket fence. Got a little gate now.
Floated up and wide, this time driven for the single. Northampton's perfectly happy to let Potts keep the strike. It's 5 from the over. You do come up with some good little sayings.
Thanks, mate. I find this really weird from Northants, actually. Like, what are they gaining by bowling McSweeney? I know that Sanderson's getting a bit of tail in here. But surely you'd be better off having Conway with that new ball. I mean, he's stretching and trying to... Oh, some kind of stretch anyway, as you can see there. But maybe they're just happy with the tail that Sanderson's getting with this old ball.
So they'll give Sanderson a few, then bring Conway on with the new ball from the Finkel end.
Even bowl him with the old ball. He got it to reverse yesterday as well. He was the one who started it off, wasn't he? That spell to Stokes and Rowe, that two excellent deliveries actually that picked up wickets to the two batters that had prospered most for Durham yesterday. Getting through the defence of Stokes straight after tea and then nicking Rhodes off with an absolute beauty. Blue shoes.
There'll be 1 point at this match, I reckon, when Liam Guthrie and Gus Miller are in the same frame on the camera. Then we can both be equally angry at the same time. Not sure.
I think they are next to each other there as well. I'm sure Guthrie's just pulled his... or is it McSweeney at short mid-wicket? Nicely played by Potts, finding safe Zabe, who's grazed beautifully for the best part of a full day out there.
Played that right at the top of the bounce as well.
Right.
Yeah, we've got Liam Guthrie at short mid-wicket.
With his long untucked shirt.
Very long shirt. Gus Miller just to his left today. Straight, short, silly mid-on.
Definite movement.
I always enjoy a fielding position, which means you just have to chuck as many adjectives in front of it as possible
to try and describe it. Yeah, I like it.
We had a few of those yesterday.
Yeah, there was some good randomness, wasn't there?
Some funky fields.
And you have to get creative on these pitches that are good for batting. Robinson up tall and hitting that on the top of the bounce through the covers. That is a glorious shot from Ollie Robinson away for 4. And it brings up 50 for the little wicket keeper. Very important innings in the context of this game and hopefully the context of his season.
We've seen some fantastic cricket shots throughout the last 2 days. That is right up there.
Yeah, that's trademark Ollie Robinson, that.
First time he's got to 50 so far this year. Previously topping out 48. And Darren will be hoping Matthew Potts can stick with him as he piles on a few more. And I will mention it, Ash, because that sounded absolutely glorious.
I didn't do it.
Oh.
I didn't do it. I forgot. I knew. Nicely played by Ollie Robinson. Dot to finish the over, 5 from it. Ollie Robinson's 50 came up in that over. Durham 343 for 8, just 7 away from another batting point.
Here we go. Harry Conway takes off his hat. There's a little chat with umpire Goff. Readies himself to join the party with what looks to be the old ball. I haven't seen a new ball come onto the field.
The 12th man came on. I don't know if he ran the ball on.
The ball's normally in the umpire's pocket, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and you normally see them throw it off.
So we'll have a little look and see if we can snipe a shot at the ball.
I haven't seen. They normally signal as well that the new ball has been taken, but
The theory there, going back to that Robinson shot, being that you can watch cricket blindfolded and have a pretty good idea of what's going on, judging by the sound alone. And that sounded absolutely phenomenal. He's generated so much power off the back foot.
he really does. He's You know, the old adage, the pocket dynamo or the pocket rocket, but that trademark, that ball still looks like the old ball as well in his hand.
Just the one slip in, Justin Broad next to Vasconcelos. Not bad first down.
Just love his follow through. Like, he could have stopped about 6 steps before, but just keeps going on.
Well, talking about his follow through, I think we've counted 5 times both Goff and Treadwell have talked to him. I think Goff talked to him 4 times.
Yeah, he did.
About him following through down the middle of the pitch with those size 26s he's got on his feet.
Well, there was one, wasn't there, where he bowled around the wicket and he followed through off the wrong side of the pitch, and then almost apologetically turned around.
Oh, there's a big play and a miss from Potts, who looks to emulate his partner off that back foot drive. Slightly away from his body, slightly wide.
Goff just giving Conway a little warning, telling him to just come back a little bit away from that front line.
It's a repeating pattern. He runs down the middle of the pitch, the umpire tells him off, and then he gives him a quick tap on the shoulder and laughs about it and goes back to his mark. I don't think we've had any official warnings as of yet. Slightly shorter, allowing Potts to drift onto the back foot. He's got most success when he's been a bit braver, pitched it up. Got people coming forward. Calvin Harrison, after 2 hard overs in the dirt, already getting his stretch on. There we go, that's the length, and we've seen a lot of movement tailing in.
So, injury replacement for Northants. Tell us a little bit about Gus Miller. Somebody you're familiar with, is that right?
Yeah, back in my heyday, back in my pomp of under-10s cricket in Oxfordshire. I was telling you just before the day's play that there was one rule of our training sessions, our one unwritten rule, is that if you're doing any sort of throwing practice, position yourself so that you're not backing up his throw. So it had some venom behind it. He was a big boy when he was 10. Could throw the ball significantly harder than anyone else and hit it harder as well. Not a bad little squad we had back in the day. Few of the boys now earning a living playing the game, and a few of us earning a living talking about it. Yeah, still a bit of movement on offer for Conway. His first over of the day is a maiden. His score remains 343 for 8. Weird where life takes you. Some people playing the game, some people watching the game.
Yeah, but we all love it, right? That's why we're here.
We're all the same. Looks like it's James Sales. So Sanderson had 3, was it? At the beginning of the day?
He bowled the one before. They could have took the new ball, didn't he? So yeah, what was that spell? 3 overs? Yeah, 3 overs, none for 12.
Was Luke Proctor off the field? Do you know who's skippering this side?
Oh, mate, what a question that is.
So I was just going to say that the Northants skipper is giving us some headaches of what he's doing with the bowling changes, and then I thought,
I wonder if it's Vasconcelos behind the stumps. I haven't seen anybody else really waving arms. I know McSweeney's done a bit of captaincy work in Australia. Sales, that slingy action, definitely got some reverse swing yesterday. I thought he bowled quite nicely without reward.
11 overs of work, none for 40. I think this is the first time we've seen him from the Finkel end.
Getting some nice shape back into the right-hander there.
I'm just having a look at his whites here. There's definitely some marks on them. Now we've played 6 overs of cricket, maybe?
Yeah. Come on then. Wait, where are we going?
Is that from today, do you think, or are those unwashed whites?
Oh. Yeah, maybe from yesterday. Oh, sharp movement back into Robinson.
What's the standard? Fresh pair per day?
Oh,
What were you?
I just used to stand at slip, mate. Didn't really get dirty.
You'd hope they'd at least be changing their shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, you normally get a pretty reasonable haul of stash at the start of the year. Get you through championship games. We didn't have trousers provided for us back in the day. It used to be our bat sponsors who used to...
Yeah, it was a great look.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed that.
You had the mix of creams and whites that didn't quite match up with the shirts. And
I saw yesterday that Stokes' shirt and whites trousers didn't quite match up. He had a very white shirt and quite creamy trousers.
I know they printed some Stoke shirts before the start of the game. Oh, that's a little bit aerial, but had Northants interested for just the fraction. Robinson picks up another single as Durham inch towards, that's what, that third, fourth batting point. Third, 250, 300, 350, 400, 450 are the batting points available. That's a beautiful shot from Matthew Potts. Whipped away. There's not much of a gap there at mid-wicket. He'll pick up 3. McSweeney does the work out in the deep, just down in front of us. Nearly 4, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Lovely 3 for Matthew Potts. 3:47 now for 8.
Lovely timing on it.
Maybe a little hand from Miller there, just took a touch of pace off it.
Well, there was a big old dive. Looked like it went underneath, but maybe flicked a little bit of skin or cloth on the way through. Harry Conway was also in pursuit, so he's had to walk all the way from the boundary just in front of us to the Lumley end. And Michael Goff's met him halfway to take his hat.
Yeah.
Try and speed up proceedings a little bit.
Good game management, Michael.
It's never particularly fast through the overs when Conway's bowling.
Yeah, not quite as quick as the first one, was it? It was about 90 seconds, I think, Harrison's first over. I was loving life right there.
I reckon that's a clean set of whites for Conway.
Oh, he's lost his run up there. 100%.
But he still, even then, proceeds to follow
And then
through
runs
all
back. Mate, what a guy.
box office.
What a guy.
Oh, he's going to move his mark now.
Oh, that'll be why. Blame the keeper. That's Gonzalez hands on hips. Got the old double teapot on. He's probably thinking, yeah, my bad.
On the way to start again for a second over of the day. Whipped airily and straight to safe Sabe. Right out the middle of Matt Potts' bat. But straight to the man. A well made 12, but he has to go. Durham 347 for 9.
Yeah, disappointing that. It's a couple of soft ones for Durham this morning. Ben Rain almost ramping one onto his own stumps. Matthew Potts whipping that one away. But in the air, safe Sabe taking a comfortable catch. He goes for 12. Durham 347 now for 9, so that's full bowling points for Northamptonshire. And that lead is still over the 100 mark, 103.
We saw Emilio Gay get out in similar fashion yesterday. Some Parkinson strides out at some whites, which are definitely unwashed. And it's just a leg stump half volley, and his eyes would have lit up a bit. He's connected with it really well, but just couldn't keep it down. I doubt he was trying to go over the top. I suggest he's probably played it a little early.
Yeah, just not in control. England 9 down now. Jordan Cox and Sonny Baker. Matt Henry's run through them today. That's 5 for... Picking up Root, Archer, Fisher and Tongue. He got 5 in the first innings as well, didn't he? I think.
Yep.
Yeah, he did, yeah. 10 for the match.
Conway to Parkinson. Takes his guard on about middle of leg maybe and triggers all the way over to off stump.
Worked so hard on his batting over the winter, Callum Parkinson, and been a real solid citizen so far.
High score so far this year of 54 not out, which is part of a mammoth 158 run 10th wicket partnership with Ben Rain. Oh, Conway's gone for the keepy up and he's completely missed it. And that 158 run 10th wicket partnership with Ben Rain is now the largest 10th wicket stand for Durham in first class cricket. That was against Kent. Tough day for Kent all round. 2 slips, Broad and Harrison, and a gully. Parkinson forward and defending. I think it's a pretty good day when you've got Parkinson coming in at 11.
Yeah, he's done well so far this year with the bat being a real nuisance factor at the tail. Know for a fact he would have been eyeing the last game and thinking, I can slide up the order here. I'm definitely not batting 11. Takes real pride in his batting. As you can see, they're getting across and in behind that one.
We saw some really handy lower order runs from Northants. The 9th wicket falling at 417. They managed to get themselves to 450. All out. Liam Guthrie out for 22. Ben Sanderson not out on 19. Both playing some really good looking cricket shots. George Bartlett
Lid on.
back under the helmet, and he's going to come into a shortish leg. He's further back than he has been.
He's going to hang a little bit behind square as well. Gully in place also.
Short.
That's a wide.
Too short.
Yeah, it is a wide. 100%.
Conway in disbelief about that decision.
It's had a metre over his head.
Vasconcelos has actually done quite well to catch that.
Another tap on the back for the umpire. Yes, sir. Good decision.
That was a good moment yesterday when he went up for a big LBW shout. Was turned down and then gave a thumbs up to the umpire.
Yeah. Pad? Yeah. Good decision.
Forward again comes Parkinson, which brings the end of the over, which saw the dismissal of Matthew Potts after a well-made 12. Means Durham on their last wicket, 348 for 9.
I'm sure we'll see Northants put all the scouts out here, giving Ollie Robinson a single and try and bowl as much of Callum Parkinson as possible. Robinson just got to his 50. Seeing him 52 not out. Durham still 2 runs away from a further bonus point.
It looks like every point's going to matter come the end of the season. With just 8 points separating these 2 before the match started.
Robinson happy to give Callum Parkinson the strike. Pushes into the offside and sets off immediately.
So before this innings, it was 4-3 to Northants on bonus points. And it looks like they're going to collect maximum bowling points.
Yeah, they've done it already, yeah. They've got 3.
So
they'll be on 7. Durham on 5 at the moment.
1 run away from making that 6 points. George Bartlett's going to go back into that same position. He's almost just at an orthodox leg gully. No, he's moving now to an orthodox short leg. One slip in, Justin Broad. Calvin Harrison at gully. Just a little bit more tinkering. I think you're right, Ash. It looks like Nathan McSweeney's doing most of the pointing.
Yeah. Definitely got some pedigree back in Australia. Oh, that tickles the pads and goes down the leg side for 4 leg byes. And Durham pick up that extra bonus point. 353 for 9.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie that one from James Sales.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's wanting to really try and blow the shins off Callum Parkinson. Trap him in front. You mentioned his trigger. He gets back and across right in front of the stumps. Starts off on leg. Ends off on about middle and off.
You'd think as a seamer your eyes are lighting up as you're running into bowl. You can see all 3 pegs.
That might be a bit deliberate as well with the ball tailing in. He might want to be trying to keep his pads out of the way. So he noticed on that one he didn't trigger quite as much.
Seen throughout the game on both sides, batters preferring to bat almost outside off stump.
Parkinson pushes and thinks about a run, but Sweeney's operating in the covers.
That seems to often be the way in red ball cricket, though, that players will take a guard on off stump.
It's really evolved probably the last couple of years. A lot of the left-handers as well have probably started that with the right armers coming around the wicket. So that's been more. So it's how do they counteract that? And it swings and roundabouts, doesn't it? Parkinson clips this nice into the leg side, but there's plenty of protection there.
I quite like it as a setup. You're very sure on where your off stump is, and anything outside that you're happy to leave. Then a bit straight, you just back yourself to play it off your pads.
I'm the opposite. Use your bat. Just trust. I like what Parkinson's doing here, making sure that he keeps his pads out of the way and trust himself to hit it. It might not work the whole time, but that ends the over. So 5 off it, 353 for 9. Durham pick up their 6th point of the game. Northamptonshire so far have 7. And New Zealand have won the 2nd test at the Oval by 253 runs. Matt Henry finishing with a magnificent 6 for 29. Taking all 5 wickets to fall today. Jordan Cox, the last man out, bowled by Matt Henry for 25. Do you think the decision with Stokes is almost, I don't know, PR move? Like,
it's been terrible PR.
Well, it's taken away from the fact that England have been hammered in the second test, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So all the focus is now on Ben rather than the performance at the Oval.
Yeah, throughout that test there's been a lot of press about Stokes. Understandably, I guess. Oh, there's a swish. A lot of people getting a bit sorry, but he's followed through almost into the popping crease of Robinson. A lot of people getting a bit frustrated about the journalism coming out of this test match, constantly mentioning Ben Stokes and how he scored 95 runs for Durham and how England are missing him, and how that's not, how he's performed for Durham not entirely being relevant to how the England team have performed. But yeah, now him being taken out of this match only further increases the spotlight on that situation. Punched for a single. Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Only because of Joe Root that England didn't lose that inside 4 days.
Yeah. He and Brooke put
Was
on
he
a partnership
not
yesterday.
out at the end?
No, he was. I think he was first out today.
Ah, right.
77. Let's have a look. I think. Yeah, LBW to Henry 77, and then Archer, Fisher, Tongue, and then Cox last man.
He's a phenomenal bowler, Matt Henry, and I had the joy of seeing him here last year when Somerset visited the North East. And I think when you're watching county cricket, even as a casual cricket fan, you should be able to have a little glance at the action and see who the international players are. And on that day, Matt Henry was just levels above anyone else on the field.
Yeah, great bowler.
Shouts of catch. Rather wishful as that's gone straight into the ground. And
Yeah.
Parkinson comes back for 2. It's a good
Bit of
run
glove.
again.
Yeah.
And we saw that yesterday when Stokes was batting. You could take one glance at that game and see that he's clearly playing at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saw the same with Jamie Smith in the first few rounds of the county championships. Looked like he was just making a mockery of the county game. Pushed away for a single. Although it's not quite happened for him. He had a really good summer last year against India. And just had a tough time down under. And of course missed this test for the birth of his child. Which gave James Rue a chance. I imagine he'll be back for Trent Bridge. I was hoping at the start of the season, when he was absolutely piling them on in the county championships, that he'd come into Test cricket in red hot form. Still plenty of international cricket to be played this summer.
Was he keeping for Surrey?
Punched off the back foot through the diving Nathan McSweeney. It trickles along all the way to the ropes for 4. It's the end of the over, and it's 8 from it. Well, he started the season not keeping. He was batting at 3, and Ben Folkes had the gloves, as is to be expected. And then would have been maybe round 3 or 4, as the game was just going towards a ball draw, and they were going to shake hands at 5 o'clock on the final day. Surrey decided to have a bit of fun with it, as they had a bowling trio of Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, and Ben Folkes, who took the pads off.
Goodness.
So see the new ball get taken. It's going to be Ben Sanderson coming back on. So it's just a 1-over spell from James Sales. Yeah, so Folkes took the pads off. Jordan Clark stuck them on, which looked quite comical in his short sleeves.
Well, did you see Graham Clark's dismissal down at Kent? Poor young Dawkins got, I think, 180 in the first innings, and then Clarkey nicked him off with Ben Rain keeping. Short sleeves, floppy hat. Oh, mate, you have to find it. It was a huge ick moment for cricket purists.
What was worse, that or Save's dismissal to Ben McKinney?
Oh, that just made me feel sick. But yeah, the Clark, the Clark wicket was it was a genuinely good ball. He absolutely nicked him off.
But the floppy hat.
But to see Ben Rain and the celebration was, Ben Rain says it was the I'll quote him, the funnest thing I've done in a cricket field. The funnest.
Just going back to Ben Folkes. So in that game when he was bowling, he was dribbling them up at about 70 miles an hour off 4 or 5 paces, but putting in enough effort that he injured himself. So Ben Folkes has been out of action since then, and since then Jamie Smith has taken the gloves. So he has been batting at number 3 and keeping. And then when he was out of action during the Lord's Test, Ollie Pope took the gloves. And Alex Stewart did an interview with Michael Atherton during the Essex game in round 2, where Atherton asked him if the ECB asked you to play Smith with the gloves and bat him at 3, what would you say? And he said, absolutely not. We've got the best glovesman in the country. Some
I
say
agree
the
as
world,
well.
and we're going to play him behind the sticks whether you like it or not.
Nicely tucked into the leg side. Pick up a single. No real movement from that second new ball as of yet.
Alex Stewart pretty keen to retain control over his team. And the ECB not having full control over the county game, no matter what we have seen today. Nice to see the coaches and management still having some say over what goes on. So in answer to your question, yes, Jamie Smith has been keeping a little bit,
We got there.
but only as a result of folks being out injured.
Robinson flies into a drive, but won't beat McSweeney.
What was the context behind Rain taking the gloves?
I think it was similar match heading towards shaking hands.
Well, I sympathise with Ben Rain, because last summer in our inter-club six-a-side charity day, I took the gloves for a few overs, and it was such a lot of fun. But I would not want to do it for a whole day. I was already feeling the effects after a few overs. It's like when I was playing under sevens football. We used to have 2 games and a third friendly game. And in that third friendly game, all the outfield players wanted to go in goal.
Yeah, knackered.
But no one wants to go in goal for a full game. Were you looking for that dismissal?
Yeah, I will find it for you.
Some readjustments out in the middle. Ronnie Robinson looks like he might have a loose spike. Or maybe just doing some cleaning, but we might see the 12th man come on here. I don't know what's going on. He's sitting on the ground like a school child. Just taking his spike out, I think. Giving it to umpire Goff. You're deep in NV play cricket.
Yeah, I need to find it. I don't want to watch it myself, but I need to show you.
Oh, Conway with the new ball. Getting some movement away from the right-hander. 3 slips in place now. Same 3 we've seen all game. Justin Broad at first. Calvin Harrison at second. George Bartlett at third. Harry Conway looking to pick up this final wicket. It's a race between him and Ben Sanderson, who can pick up the 5-wicket haul. Both currently on 4. Again, lovely movement, just angling in towards Callum Parkinson, just holding its line, then starting to drift away. Oh, here we are, we've got it. So this is Graham Clark.
That's Bedingham opened the bowling as well, by the way.
Bowling with Ben Rain. Oh, it is a good nut. Ben Rain absolutely ecstatic. His
Hat
floppy
off.
hat flying off. Keeping in the short sleeve.
Look at the reaction.
The
My
floppy hat.
God.
I'll tell you what, that reaction's bigger than Ben McKinney's wicket. So there's your answer. No ball. Overstepping is Harry Conway, no doubt. I'll have a little chat with umpire Goff as he passes him. No,
No, pat on the back this time.
maybe the first time he hasn't stopped for a chat. tunnel vision to just come and get this last wicket.
We've got confirmation that McSweeney is the Northamptonshire acting captain at the moment. Reminder that Luke Proctor has been substituted out of the game for Gus Miller.
Edged and short of Calvin Harrison.
Does well.
He's bowling well is the big man. 4 for 56 from his 20 and a few.
Nearly a shin breaker there for Harrison in the slips.
5 maidens in that lot as well. Shows that he's not given a lot away.
Fighting over a 5-wicket haul, these two at the moment. Both have 4 to their name.
Full. Punch for a very quick single. It's well run and almost some buzzers, but really good work from George Bartlett to back up Vasconcelos and prevent what could have been 5. Which is always a fun sight. None more so than when Sir Alistair Cook ticked over for his ton on his last ever outing against India at the Oval.
Incredible that.
Prodded one for a single and got 4 overthrows.
Peach.
Big shout, but no bat involved. Harry Conway is bowling beautifully with this new ball.
He was keen and having a look at his slips there. Said, "Why are you not backing me up here, boys?"
Sporting a very Australian haircut.
Yeah.
It's back in fashion and it's back big time, the mullet.
Loads of my kids at school have that. Just behind the ears, shaved off.
It's getting back for, I'd say, the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I wonder how much longer it's got left. Did you ever play around with what you had back on top back in the day?
No. I reckon I got to about the age of 18, 19 and thought my hair was going, so I just started shaving it off. I grew it back for my wedding, yeah, and then as soon as I was married, I shaved it back again.
So for your wedding day,
yeah,
you looked
different.
Presumably to your wife unlike any other period of your life.
Yep. Yeah,
So
strange decision.
Does that mean that you thought you looked better?
I've no
with it grown
idea.
out?
I don't know. I was young and stupid. Sanderson to continue, just strengthening the leg side, taking out cover. A bit of swing there, probably for the first time from Sanderson. Saw one just shape away from Robinson in the previous over. Three slips in place.
Looked pretty solid there, Parkinson. Right forward. Playing it right under his eyes.
85, the deficit at the moment for Durham. That's a beautiful shot by Parkinson. Hasn't tried to overhit it. Can get at least 2. Sales has raced after that and fires it in, but they'll pick up 3. Really nice batting from Callum Parkinson.
Excellent running as well. They set off for their third. Yeah. Just as maybe the fielder picked up the ball, started to slide, but the throw didn't have much power on it. So James Sales out there. Come back for 3. Really, really good running. Brings Robinson back on strike.
Moves on to 8, Callum Parkinson. That's timed beautifully, but won't beat Sales at mid-wicket. That sounded good.
You walked a few laps this morning, Ash. And
I
you
did.
Stopped and had a little chat with the ground staff. Are they in good spirits?
Yeah, absolutely. These are the days they enjoy. They set everything up, get here early, kind of sit back and relax, look at the sun. There's plenty of days where that just isn't the case, where there's covers off and on, and yeah, they're a happy group at the moment. Nicely bowled, and just Robinson allows that to run off the face of the bat. Out to safe Sabe, picks up a single. Just chipping away now. 81, that Northamptonshire lead. 369 for 9. Thumps into the pad, but never in danger of hitting the stumps. As you can tell from Vasconcelos's position where he appealed from, which was just about off the pitch. And a leave to finish the over. 4 from that over. 369 for 9. Robinson 59, Parkinson 8. And that Northamptonshire lead is 81.
Oh, whilst the England men have been struggling in the most recent test against New Zealand, the England women have started well in the T20 World Cup, beating Scotland yesterday by 38 runs. No game time for Durham's Lauren Filer.
I tell you what, I watched Catherine Fraser open the batting and she hit 2 brilliant sixes. One off Lauren Bell and one off Lindsay Smith. One off Bell, she just hammered it over mid-wicket. Durham women in action today down at Nottingham, taking on the Blaze in the first round of that T20 Knockout Cup.
And they're back here in 2 days' time in the Metro Bank One Day. They'll take on Surrey. Driven away for a single. Robinson and Durham very happy for Parkinson to have the strike. I think Parkinson's probably very happy for Parkinson to have the strike. Retakes his guard on
Maybe 2.
middle and leg.
Yeah.
It's looked really good so far. Lovely shot through mid-wicket not so long ago. He's looked pretty solid in defence. He's faced 27 deliveries now. Hasn't looked like giving up any chances facing the two opening bowlers with the new ball.
This is what I enjoy, like somebody like Callum Parkinson, he's batting 11. But just have a look how his tactics have changed from that ball really swinging in and reversing at him, and he was kind of staying leg side of the ball. Now he's batting on a different guard and he's triggering back and across, trying to get closer to the ball.
I love the value he's putting on his wicket as well. I think that's maybe one of my biggest gripes of in red ball cricket is when tailenders come in and just have a swish and a slash and maybe score a quick 5-10 and then knock one up in the air. Because when you do dig in, there can be really, really annoying runs.
Yeah, what's this partnership already at? Where are we? 23?
Flicked away, well stopped. Nice safe save, no run. It's the extra runs and also just the extra time out in the field. We mentioned this yesterday, or 2 days, no, it would have been yesterday when the Northants tail were hanging around, but for Vasconcelos and, well, whoever it will be opening the batting, now Proctor's out, this is the time they're thinking about batting. But the longer they're out in the middle, the longer they're mentally thinking about that innings.
Yeah, and it's another longer spell in their main bowlers' legs as well. Harry Conway and Ben Sanderson done a lot of the work for their team. 24 overs for Sanderson. This is the 22nd for Harry Conway. Far and away the most used.
There'll be a slight change of field for the last ball of the over. George Bartlett sticking the helmet back on, and loads of singles on offer for Callum Parkinson.
James Sales with 13 overs is the most of the other seamers.
And he does take that single. So drop and run means that he'll keep the strike. It's 2 from the over, and the deficit is now down to 79.
It's good work, and we talked about just the frustration, and that you're absolutely right. The mental fatigue of the batters now have kind of switched into batting mode. The Northamptonshire captain is off the field. I believe McSweeney is the man in charge, so decisions to be made for them, as well as obviously Durham, how they approach their second innings. They've lost 25 overs from Ben Stokes, so that'll be more work for Casey Aldridge, you would think. Will Rhodes might get more of the ball, along with Matthew Potts and Ben Rain.
Of course, the fact that those 25 overs can't be replaced by Ackerman.
Yeah, that's
if that is true, is baffling.
Sam Blacklock in capital letters said cannot bowl. I believe Sam.
He
scored at the World Cup, you know. I mean, if it was Harry upstairs, I might have doubted it, but Sam, I'm backing Sam. Keeper up to the stumps. Sanderson right on line. Umpire Treadwell just having a look at that front line again. Rolled a couple of no balls already. Ben Sanderson.
He's right in behind that, Callum Parkinson. Not going to give his wicket away lightly.
He'll want to get more runs than Potts and then tell Potsy he's batting 11. That's exactly what do you want? You talk about a competition. He is a competitor. He squeezes this one away off the inside edge, and he'll pick up a single and move into double figures. That'll be his first target. And he's got Potts in his sights on 12.
I saw those two playing a bit of keepy-uppies with the football before the rest of the team came out. So
yeah.
looks like they're good mates.
Probably not of the greatest standard, I would have thought.
No, it wasn't actually.
There are a couple of very talented footballers in that group. I wouldn't class either of those in that.
They're very enthusiastic.
Yeah, I think Parky would be an energetic CDM. Charging around, putting a few tackles in. Ollie Rum's up nicely on his toes and crunches that through the offside. He'll pick up a couple. As our resident 12th man, George Scrimshaw's back on the field.
Means we've got a game to play. Who is the man who's off? I can see the floppy hat of Conway. I can see the floppy hat of Harrison. There used to be one more floppy hat.
Sanderson, but he's bowling.
And that accounts for the floppies.
I wonder if it's Sales that's gone. That Sales is at mid-wicket. Oh, this one moves in from Sanderson. Ollie Robinson jams down on it. Got Elvis down at fine leg in his blue suede shoes by the look of it. Oh, Gus.
Could be Liam Guthrie. Unless he's out at...
Is that him at deep
Deep.
square?
Yeah, Liam Guthrie at deep square, okay. George Bartlett, who's sweeping on the offside? Is that Bartlett? tell from here.
I think it is Bartlett because he had some tape on his hand at the start of today. It looks like he has some there. Safe Zabe?
Yes.
We got there in the end.
Great shout.
Brings the sweeper in, and Arlie Robinson crunches that through the offside for 4. Mentioned a few times, it's a real strong area for him. Hits the ball hard, really hard, square of the wicket on the offside.
He's just ridden the bounce really nicely, hit it at the top of its arc. Yeah, right on top of it.
Almost serenely moved on into 66 now. Kind of gone unnoticed a little bit, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. It's his 6th boundary. And again, I mentioned in the context of the season and what's to come for Durham, this is an important innings for Ollie Robinson.
Will be a change of bowling. If Harry Conway is to get his fifer, he's going to have to wait because he's been taken off and out of the attack. And it's Liam Guthrie in his long shirt to take over duties from the Lumley end. It's just a hint of in-dip.
There's been a little bit of swing this morning, hasn't there? Not massive, but...
The new ball definitely doing a little bit. This is a lovely angle for Guthrie coming over the wicket, just starting it across Parkinson and trying to bring it back in. And maybe there'll be one that doesn't tail in so much and it just goes across on the angle. That's what he'll be looking for. That one does come back in. It's turned away.
Nice little breeze, hasn't he? Just blowing probably just from the bottom left of your screen all the way up to that Daffa News logo. So it should get a little bit of shape in.
It's been a pretty consistent wind throughout the game. It's never been completely still.
Yeah, it's always a breeze here, mate.
Day 1 was pretty blustery.
What a
Driven down
shot.
the ground. Not quite timed. And Harry Conway will manage to catch up with it. It's a good looking shot.
It's a stiff pursuit from Harry Conway.
It was there to be driven. And he obliged. But I'm liking the shape that Guthrie's getting. It's been a good start.
It's what you want from your left armour, isn't it? Swing that ball back to the stumps and then just the odd one angling across, bringing all modes of dismissal into play.
There's another mode of dismissal. Although, oh no, there is. Just peeking around to the left, there is somebody at fine leg.
It's a long way down there, isn't it?
Ready
Sanderson, I
waiting
think.
for a top edge.
Looks like he's contemplating life down there, just staring at the grass, hands on hips.
Yeah, deep thought. Got to occupy yourself somehow.
Well, there was that moment yesterday. He was talking to the lads, wasn't he? And he was having a drink, and he didn't take the drinks bottle out of his hand when the ball was bowled.
Clipped away. This time does just about find a gap.
Well, there's another little target. He's outscored Matthew Potts. Probably coming down to tell Ollie, yeah, mate, it's just swinging in a little bit. He's bowled me a bouncer. The old one might just slide across. Just.
And that was something that Will Rhodes said, as I mentioned earlier, between him and Stokes during their partnership of 153. Very little communication between them. Just playing their own game, getting on with it. Parkinson, very keen to give any intel. Bit shorter and clipped off the hips. It's another single to end the over. It's 4 from it.
Vasconcelos has run about 20 metres to take that throw from Scrimshaw. I don't know if he's had shoulder issues in the past. But Scrimshaw now departs. And Safe Sabe returns to the field after detective work. It's almost like a game of Guess Who, wasn't it? Who wears a floppy? Who's got long sleeves? Who's got tape on their hands?
I played a game of Guess Who a couple of weeks ago for the first time, and I'd say 15 years. And it had 2 options. There was like, I don't know what it was, but there was a normal one, then some sort of characterised version of it.
Is this electronic Guess Who?
No, proper manual stuff.
Proper flip. Flip and slop them down.
I don't know what chemical it is, but every time I get a flip, it feels great. It's like pressing a button. We don't get much of that nowadays.
Sails into the attack. This is driven nicely out to every scout. And old man Ben Sanderson doing the fielding down there. The kids have got one at school. They play one. But there's been a sports college. It's a football themed one. So there's like modern footballer. So is he European? Does he play for Arsenal?
Nice.
Does he have blonde hair? Or has he won the Champions League? Blah, 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 etc., etc. So that's pretty cool. Good, nice little twist on it.
By the end of my game, my partner guessed. Is your character John, or wherever it was? And I looked through the board, and at the end of our game, which had maybe taken 10 minutes, realised that she was playing on one board and I was playing on the other. I didn't have a John.
No, it's not.
John wasn't an option.
Do I win?
Another variation of Guess Who that's been played.
Nicely played by Parkinson. Just riding the bounce.
We have done it with footballers, but more of a theoretical Guess Who. So, would your player be a Jubal or a Madri? Or any theoretical question which is completely unanswerable. And it worked. We both got it.
Short, wide, cut away by Parkinson. Doesn't quite have the timing to go to the fence. Safe Sabe rapidly gets after that one. And again, another thing that freaks me out in cricket, the left arm spinner throws it in right-handed. Parkinson picks up a couple. Durham just eating into this lead now. And just one run away. Where are we at? Why have I lied? I'm looking at minutes here. That's not one run away at all. The electronic scoreboard's got a big black rectangle over the score, and it's a quick single. And Parkinson's like, yeah, we can have this. Keeping the scoreboard moving.
Did your player get sent to detention a lot when they were at school? Meant that I guessed Pickford correctly. Yeah, really good running. That's been the theme of the day. Big shout of yes, and Parkinson set off immediately, as did Robinson. And I reckon he was home pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, great running. Oh, I missed an opportunity there. Robinson will have been thinking boundary off the last ball. 386 for 9. Robinson's on 68. Parkinson's on 16. His partnership on 39. Valuable runs.
Really handy lower order runs.
64 now, the deficit.
It's now outscored the 10th wicket partnership of Northants, which is 33. These will be really frustrating runs to concede, because with the deficit at 200, even at 250, it looks a long, long way away. 64. It's much closer to parity than at times yesterday it looked like we were going to get. I see what you mean, Ash. The scoreboard has now got that black bar, and Durham men 3 is all the information we get. What's going on? They have scored more than that.
Come on, Sam Blacklock.
Scored many more than that.
Media guru. 386 for 9.
Liam Guthrie continuing from the Lumley end. Just a couple of overs for Conway. Short. Didn't quite get up.
Yeah, he just took his eye off that one, Callum Parkinson.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. It didn't bounce as much as anybody thought. Look at him wiping the sweat away. Love and life.
It's hot out there.
Yeah, he's got a jumper on, probably the rib guard on. Arm guard. Needs to call for new gloves soon, I reckon. Pair number 5, please.
That must be a great feeling as a number 11 calling for new gloves. Another good single.
That's really good batting. Got into an excellent position.
He probably didn't contribute the way he would have liked with the ball. But he's more than playing his part here with the bat. Partnership creeps into the 40s.
And that is the thing, isn't it? How can you impact the game? And it might be a freakish catch or a run out, or actually I'm a spin bowler, but look at me, I'm going to get 20 or 30 and put on a partnership with my batter. That's in.
Can we? It's a shout from Parky. He wants 2.
I think Parky was keen. Ollie Robinson on the back foot, probably not as keen to get down the other end. And has full faith in his partner right now as that partnership moves. Where are we at? 41.
And why not? He's batted really nicely so far for his 17. Looked very strong off his pads, off his hips. Very happy to leave it alone, going across him. Slightly too wide from Guthrie to tempt Parkinson into a shot. Field spread slightly. George Bartlett going out to deep backward square.
I hope he gets through this ball, because I think, and we'll have to get the camera to follow Parky here, I'm sure he's called for a towel.
He did his best to wipe the sweat away a couple of balls ago. And he does get through it. Looks for a single, but it's gone straight to Conway and wisely turned down. It's the end
Please
of
be
the
gloves
over.
and a towel and a drink.
Two
Yeah, it
from
is.
it.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Get this on camera, you can keep this.
Here we go.
Oh, Parky, you're welcome. All-rounder Callum Parkinson drying that beautiful dome. Change your gloves. Drying the lid as well. What a guy.
James Minto running on the drinks and the towel. Little fist bump. And on your way. That must feel amazing.
Yeah. Cheers, boys. He is stacking McSweeney as well. I love that. I love that. That's good etiquette, though, to be fair.
I reckon if that was in his head, it's always the case when I'm batting with drinks coming up. Just don't get out before drinks.
Ollie Robinson with a glorious straight drive. Sanderson thinks about trying to cut that off and has absolutely no chance as that rockets to the boundary.
Well, I said
Talked
if-
earlier of a punch off the back foot about shot of the day, George. I think I've just totally stole your thunder. Go on.
No, the thunder's yours, Ash. We're just
That for me is shot of the day. On the rise, straight back past the bowler.
2 in sync. Barely hit it. It's raced away.
Oh, it's a bit more off the toe. But hammered away. Conway's not going to... Oh, it's
Oh,
a brilliant effort
yes.
from the big man. And a Channel 9 roll to go with it. I hope he's okay.
Stay down.
I hope he hasn't hurt his shoulder. Well, that was supreme effort. And that's what you want to see from any cricketer out in the park. He's just giving everything. And yeah, rightly so, the Durham fans. Mate, I love this guy. I'm going to see if I can interview him after the day's play. I'm not bothered about the Durham lads now. Mate, that was superb.
Phenomenal. Really, really good cricket.
Great camera work again from the boys too. Pulled well in front of square. It'll be at least 2. McSweeney does the fielding. And Ollie Robinson moves into what? Where is he at? 75. Really eating into this lead. It's been a positive over for Durham. 4-2-2. They'll pick up a single. That brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Familiar territory for Callum Parkinson. There's excellent batting between him and Ollie Robinson.
Really, really important partnership. You can hear a really loud round of applause going around the ground.
397. And 3 runs away from another bonus point, which would put the teams level. Is that right? They're both 7-6 at the moment. That would take them both to 7 bonus points, I believe. Oh, Parkinson whips this one away as well, out into the leg side. .398 for 9.
Well, it's been a run off every ball of the over so far. Very busy batting. Really good batting, this partnership. Coming when the 9th wicket fell at 347 after Potts was looking really nice with the bat in hand. Managed to drag their team just shy now of 400.
Hammered away and dropped. And they come back for 2, and that will be the 400. Really good awareness. And will they get an overthrow? Callum Parkinson says no. You can hear the round of applause. Sale's unlucky there not to pick up the wicket, but that brings up the 400. 400 for 9.
There were times during this innings that 400 looked unassailable.
That lead down to 50.
This funny old game, if you just stick around, runs do accumulate. And Robinson stuck around for 116 deliveries and Parkinson stuck around for 48. These two put on over 50. There was a strange moment where Sanderson dropped it and was so annoyed at that he just stood there, hands on hips, and they stole another single. Came back for 2.
Really good awareness, wasn't it, from Parkinson?
Really, really on top of it.
80 now, Ollie Robinson. Oh, well played.
Ducked inside it. Very athletic.
Just got the love handle out of the way.
There's a good moment in that last over as well, after Conway, with a fantastic diving stop, just doffed his cap to the crowd. It reminded me of a moment in the first week of the championships. And Chris Wokes was playing for Warwickshire. He ran to the boundary and cut it off with his foot, as is often seen in village cricket all around the country, and then doffed his cap to the crowd. A touching moment.
He's probably a bit scared to dive these days, I would have thought, after popping his shoulder.
Well, he's started his life in the media world. He was in the Sky Com box for day 1 of the Oval Test.
Yeah, Woody's been in there as well. I've heard a little bit of him.
Yeah, he's very good, Woody. Very, very good.
He's a natural, isn't he? Definitely got some media life in him after his career is done. Hopefully that career isn't over.
Well, do you think we'll see him back at the Banks Homes Riverside?
I would hope so, but I don't know. Is my honest answer. He's putting the work in, I know that. He wants to get back out there playing.
Short. Pulled away.
hammered.
hard and for 4. It didn't sound the cleanest strike. There's a lot of bat speed behind it. And Robinson is going really nicely. He moves on to 84.
And this is why Durham have had success this year, is that the depth of quality that they have. They bat all the way down. They've got some real quality operators with the ball.
Yeah, these haven't been lucky tail end runs off the edge. Pulled again, and it's a phenomenal catch.
That is a great catch. Bartlett, I think it is.
George Bartlett's been under the lid all day, nothing's come his way, and that was just creeping over his head, I thought. He stuck a couple of hands up, and it's right in the midst. So that ends the Durham innings. After some handy lower order runs, it's 405. All out, Robinson falls for 84. A really well made knock. Callum Parkinson unmoved on 19. And Durham, all things considered, will be pretty happy with the morning's play.
Yeah, I think Northampton will be disappointed they haven't wrapped up that innings a little bit quicker. They've probably been ahead in the game all the way through from the moment they lost the toss and were put into bat. But Ollie Robinson goes for a brilliant 84 there. Disappointed, is probably about a couple of metres away from that, going for 6. And then moving into the 90s, but Northamptonshire lead by 45. Going in to innings number 3 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. You can hear the heavy roller. You can see Barry is about to give that a little working over. And there'll be a tricky, good synergy in the days, there'll be a tricky, 10-minute period here for Northants to have to survive. And can Durham pick up a wicket before lunch? Well, George and I will be back with you in roughly 10 minutes with the Northants' second innings.
welcome back the Durham team, led by Captain Alex Lee. To open the batting for Northamptonshire in their second innings, we have Gus Miller and Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside. A tricky little 12 minutes before lunch for Ricardo Vasconcelos, fresh on the back of wicket keeping and scoring 187 in the first innings, so there's definitely some weary legs there. And Gus Miller opening the batting as an injury replacement for Luke Proctor, if you hadn't heard, has broke his little finger and is out of the game. Ben Rain with the new ball in hand.
From the Lumley end to open proceedings. Forward and defending. Ricardo Vasconcelos, 187 in the first innings, spearheaded and anchored that to a total of 450. Looks absolutely glorious for it.
Spent some time out in the middle, hasn't he? There'll be some weary legs. It definitely looked weary when he was taking some of those balls down the leg side.
It's a career high score for him. It took us a minute to work out who his batting partner was, in part because it's the injury replacement Gus Miller, and in part because he's got a fresh set of batting spikes on.
Yeah, no Elvis anymore, no blue suede shoes.
Incidentally, in his 10 first-class innings so far in his short career, he's hit 185 runs at an average of just a touch over 18. So it's going to be a big challenge for him opening the batting against the new ball, but also a great opportunity. Of course, Ben Stokes has been taken out of the game by the ECB. So Durham losing 25 overs, which they're going to have to make up elsewhere because his replacement, Colin Ackerman, unable to bowl.
Really interesting now to see where this game goes from here. Both teams 1-4-50, 1-4-05, so there's a 45-run lead for Northamptonshire. Are they thinking now, do we set this game up to try and knock Durham over tomorrow? Or are both of these sides more than happy to walk away with the draw with sitting top of the table? So there's a lot of, lots of intrigue here as to how this game moves forward.
The draw here makes no change to the table, but a loss is effectively a loss and a half. Oh, and just a bit of movement after the bat away from Robinson. Really good knock with the bat from Ollie Robinson. Went about his work fairly quietly on his way to 84. Looked glorious for it. A lovely punch off the back foot, a lovely front foot drive down the ground, and looked pretty good off the back foot until it was his undoing. He holed out to a really, really good catch.
Yeah, I mean, he hit that pretty well as well, didn't he? Just managed to pick out the fielder on the rope. Was it Bartlett, wasn't it? Took a overhead hang.
Quick single, something we saw Durham do really well at the end of their innings. And Northampton started off with two from that first over, one off the pads and one off the bat.
Yeah, probably get another 2 or 3 overs in here before lunch. Roast pork for us today,
Ooh.
which I'm thoroughly looking forward to.
You know what? I had the veggie curry yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was delightful. Really, really good. Spicy, slightly spicy.
Nice little kick. Yeah, the catering here at the Banks Homes Riverside is absolutely superb. It's been very good all year. Compliments from every visitor so far. Matthew Potts had a very good morning yesterday with the ball. A little bit of swing there for Potts first up. We've got umpire Goff here at the Finkel end. He's just marking his guard.
Is he just taking a bail off?
Yeah, he'll be marking centre.
Oh, I see, right.
Where he stands, just for his reference. Umpire Treadwell is now officiating from the Lumley end. Switch ends at the when both teams have gone through their first innings. Oh my goodness, that is unplayable. In fact, I think that's the best ball I've seen in the 2 days that I've been here in the commentary box.
It's moved an absolute mile. That was heading way down the leg side.
As was Ollie Robinson.
Quite, yeah. And it's hooped away and past the outside edge of Gus Miller, who had no option apart from to square himself up.
Yeah, you just hope and pray as an opening batter you miss that. That is a peach. Gets this one down to third for a couple. Graham Clark in pursuit.
Miller hasn't faced many balls in his first class career so far. I dare say he hasn't faced many better than that.
Yeah, it was a beauty, wasn't it? Like you say, as an opening batter, it just, you know you're going to get good balls. It's still a good time to bat on a good pitch as well. Ball will be coming on, the ball's hard. It's good scoring opportunities, 3 slips in place. This is a battle for Potts sometimes. When he does get it to swing, it can be a little bit floaty, but when he hits the pitch and gets it to move, his natural length is that probably top of the stumps, but at the moment he's trying to probably force it a little bit fuller. What you don't want to do as a bowler is just put it there. You still want the same energy on the ball, and that is the challengers bowling with the new ball.
We toiled hard on day one for no reward. As you mentioned, Ash came back yesterday morning and picked up 3 quick wickets.
That is driven nicely through square leg. A little bit of flick at the end and we'll pick up 4. Miller's first boundary.
He eventually got the big wicket of Vasconcelos with a well-directed bouncer, which was gloved down the leg side.
Yeah, it was the height of the bouncer, wasn't it? We saw a couple of short balls to him that, despite him being a short man, they weren't high enough, and that one he wasn't in control and gloved it through to Ollie Robinson.
Then picked up Harry Conway with a really well-bowled Yorker.
That's your length, Matthew.
And you've got Justin Broad with the old leave drag on.
Yeah, a little bit extra bounce.
Here comes Nathan McSweeney back from his net.
Yeah, just a couple of throwdowns before lunch.
Carded to come in at 4, Calvin Harrison 3.
Second over done, 8 without loss. 4 minutes to lunch. Will they squeeze 2 in here on a beautiful Father's Day here at the Banks Homes Riverside?
Quite an exciting 10 minutes, quite an exciting period with the new ball, but there is one gentleman just in front of us here. And I'll speak quietly as to not wake him up. He's just drifted off for a bit of shut-eye. Good areas from Ben Rain. Full and straight.
Should I throw something at him?
He's got his
head's bowed, isn't
his
it?
white cap on backwards and he's
Protecting his neck from the sun. Well, almost.
he's looking down at the ground for too long to not be asleep, I reckon.
He might need a neck brace after this.
Just getting himself ready for a big middle session.
Or a big lunch.
By the looks of it, I reckon he might have already
he might
had a big lunch.
And a couple of beers to go with
Sleeping
it.
that one off. Well, this is exactly what Sundays are for. Seen some people around the ground tucking into their lunch already. Oh, I see some good picnics at the cricket. Looks like there's a couple in front of us who've got a few bags. One of those food cooler bags. No doubt we've got sandwiches and snacks and all sorts in there. Now Ben Rain's being nice and brave here, and he is just pitching it up, and he's getting Vasconcelos forward, who in the first innings was very happy to leave anything outside off stump. But when it was full, he did offer up the drive. And Ben Rain will probably quite like the look of Vasconcelos coming forward and driving, yet to really middle one. And no doubt there will be times when he does drive it to the boundary, but as long as he's playing, then Ben Rain's in with a chance, and that one's off a thick edge, and it's well stopped by the long arms of Ben McKinney. Maybe a bit of double team with Graham Clark.
I guess another positive sign is that Kent were in a really good position yesterday against Middlesex, but Middlesex have actually gone into the lead here on day 3 of 440 for 9 in reply to Kent's 416 all out.
Must have been a couple of big partnerships
Holden
in there.
was definitely in. So Holden's got 182. Zafagoa 95, so that was the big partnership. Yeah, put on what? 240 nearly between them.
Vasconcelos yet to get off the mark. Ben Rain, change of angle, is coming over the wicket. Just trying to push it across the body of the left-hander. That's 5 dots in a row. Ben Rain running back to his mark as they try and just squeeze one more over in. 12:59 on the clock. Maybe asking slightly too much.
From a Durham point of view, I want them to get another over in. Personally, I want that clock to strike 1300.
Well, here we go. It's still 12:59. It's fended into the offside and a quick single. And it's still 12:59. So it looks like we're going to get round and just squeeze in one more over before
Slow
lunch.
down, Michael. Slow down.
Matthew Potts already walking back to his mark.
Yeah.
Ben Rain hands his cap.
Yeah, we've got another one. Keep it warm up there, guys.
And I'll tell you what, that's woken someone up.
Has it? He's alive. Maybe that's got the round of applause for him waking up. This is what you look at as a batter as well. You look around, you see, oh, it's 1 o'clock now. We shouldn't be out here. We should have gone off. Can Durham sneak a wicket for lunch? Not sure what that's all about from the Durham fielders. Colin Ackerman out there. Much publicised this morning. Ben Stokes being withdrawn by the ECB. Colin Ackerman in as his replacement, but again, incredibly, not allowed to bowl.
Potts coming over the wicket, which I'm enjoying at the minute. He's getting it down a good lick as well. And he's pitching it up.
Oh, he's probably not allowed to bowl because Stokes doesn't bowl, does he? Oh no, it was just 25 overs in the first innings he bowled, wasn't it? Anyway.
We could talk about that decision all day.
Anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, a little tempter there, a little bit of shape back in, and a nod of approval from Vasconcelos.
Really
If
good
anybody's
start.
seen the ball well, it's a man that spent how many balls out there? About 300?
295 with the bat.
Yeah, and then kept for the best part of 100 overs.
Yeah, really fiery start from Potts. got Vasconcelos' number in the first innings.
Nicely tucked away off his hip to get down to the non-striker's end, where he'll probably hope he stays for the last couple of deliveries. Let the youngster deal with that. 2 balls left in the session. Northants 10 without loss, leading by 55.
Just going to have a look at the Surrey game and see how the decision to take Atkinson out has affected them as well.
I wonder if their sub's not allowed to bat. Nicely bowled. Sorry, facetious.
So Atkinson bowled 22 overs and took 4 wickets in that first innings. But he's no longer part of that game.
Who's replaced him?
Well, yet to find that one out. Tom Laws has come in.
Okay, good cricketer, Tom Laws. I like him a lot. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be lunch. Nicely left by Gus Miller. Northamptonshire go to lunch on 10 without loss, leading by 55. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for Session 2, Day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship match between Durham and Northamptonshire. Top of the table clash, which sees us go into this session. Northamptonshire leading by 55 runs with all 10 wickets in hand. Had a tricky few overs to survive, 4 just before the lunch break. It'll be Ben Rain to start us off.
Driven away to the cover point boundary, and they'll come back for 2. And Ben Rain, another one who's choosing to stick with over the wicket. We saw them trial at the beginning of the first bowling innings and quickly changed to coming round. So I don't know what's changed in that time.
There was a little bit of swing, wasn't there, before lunch? Maybe that's in the thoughts. I'm sure they'll quickly revert back to around the wicket.
Yeah, next to no offerings of movement in the first innings. It's wide and slashed at. I think it's probably just about missed everything. It's quite a chaotic dot ball. Went for a bit of a walk at lunch. It is roasting out there.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's a lovely, lovely day. It's hot. There's a bit of a breeze, as we mentioned earlier, maybe helping aid a bit of movement through the air. It's really, really quite warm. For Vasconcelos, who's been under a helmet for a long period of this game, he must be feeling it a little bit. There's a bit more movement as well. Just after it pitched, and it was very full. After it went past Vasconcelos, it's moved a long way away. And it looks like Ricardo Vasconcelos is going to change his bat. Just 3 deliveries into this middle session. Just looking at the toe, which might have a little crack in it.
I bet it's a favourite. You won't want to give that one away. Make sure it's fixed if it is got cracks in it.
Just a hint of movement away from the left-hander. Be interesting to see if Ben Rain can get it moving in.
100%. I'd be the same. It's in his head. I'd have to change it.
So he's got 2 bats to choose from here. You'd imagine he would have them numbered and all know exactly which one he wants, and he does. Same stickers, same handle, a different piece of wood. Let's see if it will be the same results with the bat in hand. 187, career high score in first class cricket in the first innings. Just drifts a bit leg side. It's flicked away to Graham Clark.
Talked about superstitions and that a little bit yesterday. One thing I am really picky about is my bats, and the bats have got to look right. So one of my favourite bats ever, in the warm-up, one of the lads stood on it and there were spike marks in the bat, and I just couldn't use it. Just couldn't use it.
And the spike marks on the back or the front?
On the back. So literally when you're tapping and you're looking down, you can just see, oh, I could have cried.
Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Miller, who's forward in defending. And that's the end of the first over of this afternoon session. Northamptonshire 13 for no loss. Well, I asked you yesterday about your favourite bat, and you gave me a pretty roundabout answer of saying you didn't have one.
Yeah, well, as in brand.
A specific bat that you used.
Yeah, just any, like if I've got a bat and it's going, then I'll use that bat till it dies. But you'll find that with most batters, they'll really trust a bat and want to use that till it gives you no more.
Is that bat dying something that you just feel, or can you feel it gradually happening?
Sometimes you can, but it might be a split or a cut, or like you say, or just something visual for me that doesn't quite look right. It's Matthew Potts. Edged. Aldridge makes no mistake this time. And Vasconcelos has to go. And that will please everybody in Durham colours, especially Casey Aldridge. And Matthew Potts pick up the big wicket. Northants 13 for 1.
Potts worked really hard on day one for no reward. And he started absolutely fantastically.
See
today.
the smiles there.
Yeah, everyone's loving it. None more so than Casey Aldridge, who shared a bit of a chuckle with Ben McKinney after he dropped a couple last year. But he's now taken his 20th catch of the season. And it's the man who scored 187 in the first innings. He has to go for just 5.
Even that, he moved really late there. I don't know if that swung as it's hit the edge. I mean, only Casey will be able to answer that. But it was a real late reaction. Normally you see a much smoother operator in the slips. You can just see a little jerk with his hands and almost wrestled it in there with his big buckets. Calvin Harrison, the new batter.
And this is why the over the wicket angle is traditional against the left-hander. Because the ball's coming across your body, you're almost playing against or across the line of it slightly. And Vasconcelos in the first innings was very happy leaving those types of deliveries. It was slightly wider than he would have been happy at driving.
Yeah, hey, listen, he's scored 187, like I mentioned, was it 295 balls? He's then kept for the best part of 100 overs. So there's got to be a little bit of mental fatigue and physical fatigue there. So Durham will be very pleased to see the back even though, because he batted beautifully on day 1 and into day 2. Again, a little bit of swing away from the right-hander.
So again, we've got something that these Durham bowlers haven't had the joy of facing so far, which is 2 right-handers at the crease. Although Potts has looked pretty handy against the left-handers early on today. He's taking his guard a long way outside leg stump.
He tucks this away off his hip and we'll get off the mark with a single down to Graham Clark.
Take his guard on leg stump and then he's triggering. We'll have a look on this next
Probably
delivery
across
to
to middle, I think.
maybe middle.
Maybe, yeah.
Just having a look at his dismissal in the first innings. He was LBW, bowled Ben Rain, and he took his guard on maybe middle and leg and triggered across to middle and off. So I wonder if he's just trying to keep his pads out the way of a ball which is doing a little bit through the air.
Interesting. Deep backward square goes out. Oh, that's a good shout. Oh, is it a little bit high? Was my first thought. Umpire Goff unmoved.
Well, Harrison's plan to keep his pads out the way hasn't come to fruition immediately. I thought that was a pretty good shout. I thought maybe slightly high, maybe slightly leg side.
Yeah.
Just nip back a bit.
I
off
can
the
understand why
surface,
everybody's interested in that, but I can also understand why umpire Goff has given that nod out.
I don't think it is leg side. I think it's height.
Just started to shape nicely, didn't it? And that one is, for me, definitely going down the leg side. Be a leg by.
Well, we saw Gus Miller face one of the balls of the season so far. That was Matt Potts, very similar to that LBW shout where it was angled in at the pads and then it's just angled away, both in the air, well, predominantly in the air, and a little bit of help from the surface. So he's really getting this ball to talk. He's looking dangerous, Matt Potts.
He's a bowler that gets on a roll as well. Well, it's juggled by and caught. McKinney takes it, and that is another absolute beauty, and Harrison has to go. Durham have 2. Potts has 2 in the over. And I just mentioned this man can get on a roll. This is a danger period, this for Northamptonshire. Their lead is 60, and they're 2 down.
We've seen some good bowling performances. Ben Sanderson at the top of the order, and Harry Conway fighting back, breaking the big partnership with Stokes and Rhodes. But this spell now from Matthew Potts, I reckon, is as good as we've seen anything so far today.
Just that little bit of swing, isn't there, for Potts, who's just, if you can watch really closely, the release of the ball in the seam position is absolutely perfect to just shape away from the right-hander. And again, I was talking a little bit before lunch about the length and making sure he bowls the ball hard and not floating it up there. And that one's got to McKinney quickly. You have to stand pretty close here at the Banks Homes Riverside at slip. And he parried it up. You see Casey Aldridge, if you go back to the replay of that, was diving, thinking about trying to catch the rebound as well. But McKinney clings on, and Durham have 2.
It was a good catch because it was sort of in that awkward, it was rising, and it was in that awkward distance of, do you go fingers down or fingers up?
Yeah, got there quick too, didn't it?
And he went fingers down, but rose on him. He's done well. Rain to continue.
This just adds a different dynamic now to Miller's innings, doesn't it? He was last over, he was batting alongside Vasconcelos, and the world was all good, and now he's lost Vasconcelos and he's lost Harrison while watching from the non-striker's end.
Not in the 13-man squad, Gus Miller, but brought in as an injury replacement for Luke Proctor, who would have been opening the batting. And alongside Ricky Vasconcelos, they've got 191 for that first wicket. 15 for 2. It's a different story the second time round. Gus Miller into his 11th first-class innings. It's a pretty tough situation, facing a new ball which is moving, facing an international bowler from one end, facing a county championship journeyman with plenty of wickets behind him.
Oh,
Ben
yeah.
Rain. He scored 7 runs off his first 7 deliveries. It's now 7 from 15. 8 dot balls in a row. Scoring runs probably won't be his main objective at the minute, just staying put as wickets tumble around him. He's got Matt Potts in fine form from the other end to contend with as well. That's a really good area from Rain.
It's a tight leave, wasn't it? That's
2
hitting
tights.
a 4th stump.
Just a hint of movement towards into the batter as well. It's a good leave. Left on line. It's a good length as well. He's pitched it up. That's what he did just before lunch as well. So he wasn't afraid to pitch it up. Bring the batters forward onto the front foot. Except that maybe he would get driven to the ropes occasionally. But with the ball doing a bit, it's worth a risk. Nine dots in a row for Miller. Nathan McSweeney, the interim captain at the other end. He had a tough go of it in the first dig, where he was caught behind off Will Rhodes, with just 7, strangling one down the leg side. That's some way to get back on the runs. It's going to hold up just before the ropes. He'll come back for 2, but it was a good looking shot, Ash.
Yeah, it was good shape, wasn't it? Talked about that leave earlier. That shows good judgment. He'll probably had his heart in his mouth just for a moment. So that went through, because the noise levels have notably gone up from Durham as well, on the back of a couple of wickets. Remembering, how many overs was it till the first hit? Let's have a look at that scorecard. Probably talking the 50 over mark or somewhere around there for that first wicket.
Yeah.
50th over, yeah.
Bang on.
They've got 2 early here, and Matthew Potts is on a little bit of a roll. had a good LBW shout in the over as well. So bowling with some good rhythm, bowling some good deliveries that are challenging these Northamptonshire batters. Sweeney pulls and top edges in the air, and it will run away. 1 or 2 bounces down to third for 4. Not in control, but off the mark.
Yeah, I completely lost sight of that. And so did, is it Graham Clark at fine leg, who started running round towards it. Thought the catch might have been coming his way, but it's actually gone down to third man.
It's an interesting shot first ball.
Well, they've just put Colin Ackerman out deep square.
I might think if he wants to pull, let's give him a couple to think about. He doesn't pull, but he drives this beautifully down the ground. McSweeney, if there was some luck in the first one, there was 0 luck in the second. That was all skill and all class.
I'm slightly surprised Potts has gone to the short ball, because he's bowled so nicely just on that standard line and length. He looked unplayable for his first 2 overs. And McSweeney, having not faced the delivery prior to this over, I thought he would have just wanted to test him in that region. He's off the mark now, 2 boundaries in a row.
Clips this one away nicely into the leg side. I think of 2, but great fielding in the deep from Colin Ackerman. The man who shall not bowl. Might be an album title there somewhere.
What's your first track listing on that?
Oh, mate. Maybe something to do with the ECB. And this one's tucked away nicely. Very nicely in finding the gap. And he'll pick up a couple Gus Miller.
Sounds like that album might have one of those E symbols they've got on Spotify too.
Yeah, parental advisory. Explicit lyrics, yeah.
Strong opinions held.
Yeah. Why not? Let's shake it up.
I want to hear this song by the end of the day.
We'll definitely get the guys from the media company to hook up a music video for us. Oohs and ahs again. Another good lead from Gus Miller. And what a great opportunity for him. You know, that we've talked around all the noise around Stokes being withdrawn, but an injury, whether you agree with that rule or not, is again another matter, but an opportunity from nowhere for Gus Miller to come in and grab some runs and maybe cement his place in the side for the rest of the season. Oh my God! That has shaved the off stump. That goes along with my shaving kit that I was given this morning for Father's Day. That might be a hint as well. There's the lads enjoying the sunshine. Victor Main looks in holiday mode there. Just needs a cock or a mocktail. Ben Hall getting the feed out, earthing himself, and you've got Mark Patterson there on the end, who's
serious tan lines on show. Good sock lines.
Yeah, strong.
Yeah, great opportunity for Gus Miller, who's having to bat now at quite a testing time. 2 very experienced batters falling whilst he waits at the non-striker's end. Going to come back for 2. Interested to see Callum Parkinson with a run-out opportunity, because every time he's thrown it in during that first innings, he bowled it in. I'm not sure if that's an injury prevention thing or if he's maybe feeling something. It would be interesting to see if there was a run-out chance. I guess he'd let loose.
Maybe he just needs to do what the other left-handers do and chuck it in right-handed.
We were discussing this yesterday. I don't know if anyone watching on the stream has any ideas of how that comes about. Because you'd think you throw with your dominant hand.
Yeah.
So is it a bowling skill to bowl with a weak hand? Or are these people just ambidextrous? They're batting left-handed on the whole, which would suggest a dominant right hand. How does a right-handed player come to bowl left-handed? Short and wide, and McSweeney will help himself to one of those 4 runs.
What a start he's off to. 15 from 6, McSweeney.
Had a bit of everything, haven't we? He's had a short ball, he's had a half volley, he's had a wide one. Well, it clearly works for these guys. Jack Leach, Liam Dawson.
Yeah, we're
both
going through them, weren't we?
internationals.
Yeah. Mills, Samet Patel, Saif Zabe in this game.
Set off hard for the single, but there'll be no chance of coming back.
Oh.
He thought about... there we go, there's a throw from Callum Parkinson. He can do it.
If anybody's got other examples of left-arm bowlers and right-hand throwers, or the reverse. Can't think of any off the top of my head that bowl right arm and throw left, if I'm honest.
That just seems like all sorts are wrong.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I went through... oh, there's a... Will Rhodes has left it for Alex Lees. He wasn't necessarily expecting that.
It's a bit of untidy cricket, that, from Durham.
I went through a summer where I tried to get as good throwing with my left hand as possible. It's really confusing my brain. It's a difficult skill. I'll show you a video later. It's not sightly. Ben McKinney just moves a touch wider into a gully. You like the look of that for half a second. But Miller jammed the bat down, turned it away for a single, and it's the end of the over. 8 from it. Northampton 36 for 2.
Yeah, that lead up to 81 now. This partnership already blossoming. McSweeney off to a super aggressive start. 16 from 7.
But he hasn't necessarily played aggressive cricket.
Not being bad shots, apart from the first one I thought was a big shot first ball, a pull shot. He got a bit of luck and top edged that over the slips for 4, but then a beautiful drive and a beautiful punch off the back foot. Some nice clips off his legs into the pockets on this ground as well.
Look at the carry.
You're right there, Robinson taking that one head height.
Leapt off the surface. He's getting it down at a good pace as well. It's one of the best sights in cricket to see a fast bowler run in hard. With the wind in their sails, with a bit of momentum.
Apparently Trent Bolt is another one. I thought been sent a list by Paul Cook. Thanks, mate. Didn't realise he threw with his right hand.
Is that the first example we've got of a pace bowler? Were all the other spinners?
Mills.
Mills.
Solidly behind that. Looks in a
Dawson,
positive
Leach.
mood. But yeah, the majority,
Zabe.
you're right. Spin, yeah.
Wonder what footed these guys are, if that makes a difference.
The majority of them are right-hand batters as well, aren't they? Safe to say, being a left-hander, being
Leach
one of the
as well.
exceptions. Leach, yeah. Good channel and good leave. Geoffrey Boycott would be thrilled with that piece of cricket. Good cricket.
Are there any others on that list that we haven't mentioned?
Oh, I just sent me a screenshot. There was a couple of Indian guys there that, as well, that I hadn't heard of. But Mendes from Sri Lanka. Oh, he's amphibious. He can bowl left and right. The old ambidextrous. Yeah. Just keep people awake, mate. That's driven again, but won't beat Alex Lees this time at mid-off.
Has he ever changed mid-over from right arm to left arm?
There's definitely one of the Sri Lankan spinners has done it. I'm sure there's a guy from Glamorgan who's done it as well. Bowls both. Quieter over there, just the one from it. McSweeney's settling into his innings. He's 16 from 11. Miller's on 13. Northamptonshire 37 for 2, leading by 82 here in the afternoon session on a beautiful Father's Day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Thanks to everybody for tuning in to Durham Cricket Live. If you get the chance to get down here this afternoon, do so. It's been a beautiful day and a great days. Well, 3 days of cricket so far.
It was only a few overs ago that the second wicket fell, but even so, these two have done well. Just to calm things down a little bit, that McSweeney counter-attack over would have helped. But maybe the fire just going out a little bit. Kinney's been moved out of the cordon, just 2 slips now. He's been moved in there to catching mid-wicket. I saw a couple of wickets fall. Matt Potts got a nice juicy leg stump half volley, which he absolutely hammered to safe say, but mid-wicket. That's what McKinney's there for. If rain does just stray a bit straight. That's beautiful. Half a thought of playing it, but Miller's left the ball really well so far. Probably left the ball better than he anticipated at times. That's where we've seen most success on this surface throughout the 3 days. It's from players who have been happy and patient, leaving it outside off stump. And again, very happy to leave, even though by the time Ollie Robinson takes it, it's probably in line with about leg stump.
Yeah, it's good batsmanship, this. He's been quite strong off his legs when the ball's got too straight. And he's left really well of anything wide of off stump.
Here's what I found.
Oh, Siri strayed into me. Dangers of a smartwatch.
He's always listening. That one he did have to play. There's no gap there. His bat right next to his pad, playing it late under his eyes.
He's spot on there. He did play that really nice and late. Wasn't in total control, but the ball straight down off the face of the bat. You can see there this partnership flourishing here. Change of tactics, just the 2 slips now in place. McKinney catching mid-wicket.
That's a really nice shape he's made. He's played it so late. It sounded good off the bat.
It was a lovely forward defence, wasn't it?
When it sounds good off a forward defence, you know you're doing something right.
Yeah, and I think that's the foundation for every young cricketer watching. That's where you can start at playing that ball late, playing it right under your eyes. And then every shot in the book kind of moves on from there.
And again. Well, you had a nice mental cue that you... Words of wisdom you dropped us yesterday, which was play straighter for longer.
Yeah.
And I guess part of that comes with playing it late.
Absolutely. Saw the difference. Will Rhodes was a little bit early on a few, wasn't he? And just, I guess, handsy is probably the way I would describe it. Just almost flicking at the ball with his hands. For periods. He was very fluent in other periods. But you saw there, he's left well and played that really late to an excellent Ben Rain over. There was some good questions asked by Ben Rain, but nicely played by Gus Millett. Sees the little battle between Potts and McSweeney continue. McSweeney solidly in behind that one. The man who has taken over the captaincy for the rest of this game for Northamptonshire.
So, from a Northamptonshire point of view, the lead's already 82.
Yeah.
At this point, surely you're looking to win the game.
You would like to think so. You'd like to think they've talked about a few targets in mind. Maybe how many overs they feel that they need to bowl at Durham to bowl them out, and then kind of work out a reasonable run rate from there, and that would indicate what score you would need to be at. I think it's going to be tough. There's been a lot of time taken out of this game with both first innings going very deep.
I think we talked yesterday about the point system in the county championship and the incentive of winning versus drawing.
Oh, an attempted cut. That one doesn't bounce as much as McSweeney expects. Maybe a little bit lucky not to drag that on.
I think this is a really good example of it, with 2 sessions to play of day 3, the lead at 82. This game is winnable for Northants if they were to bat for the majority of the rest of the day at least. Give themselves a day and maybe 10 minutes to try and take 10 wickets, but that would mean they'd have to risk a little bit now and play a bit more aggressively. And they might decide that that risk just isn't worth it.
Yeah, and I guess if you look at the championship table as well, that might dictate that actually if both teams walk away from this game with a draw, it's not the end of the world. They both sit where they were. I think they both got 7 points, didn't they? 7 bonus points each, so literally it will be parity as they move forward. It looks like Middlesex have had a great revival against Kent, and they now have a first innings lead, and they're sitting in 3rd and 4th, so that's not going to close the gap either. Excellent lead by McSweeney. So you kind of look at the bigger picture and go, is a draw actually a really good result for us? Northamptonshire might have thought coming to Durham, Ben Stokes in the lineup. If we get away with here with a draw, losing the toss, being put into bat, they can walk away with their heads held high. A lot of cricket still to be played yet, though.
It's a funny old game and it can turn on a sixpence.
Tempted McSweeney there, but allows that through. So back-to-back maidens for Durham. Just got a little bit of control back after an excellent start to this partnership.
Look very comfortable playing out for the maiden and just waiting for the boundary ball, which no doubt will be on its way at some point. And Vasconcelos maybe looked a little agitated to score, but these two looking very comfortable just to leave anything they don't fancy playing.
In the back of their minds as well, they must think if we can get through this spell from rain and Potts, there's Casey Aldridge, there's Callum Parkinson, there's Will Rhodes. I'm not even going to mention one of the names who took a wicket in the first innings. But without Ben Stokes, there's kind of your fourth seamer. So Durham's balance now is totally out of whack as a team because they're missing one of their seamers. So can you get through this period? Can you get into Durham's first change bowlers? Can you get to the spinner, who they were very positive against in the first innings?
Beautifully tucked away off the pads, and Parkinson will chase, and it's going to be a tight one.
I'm back in the ball.
And money's on the ball. 4 runs. Beautiful shot from Miller. This is what we were just talking about. Very happy to leave anything outside off stump, but then when it does just stray a little bit straight, to be very confident off your pads. It looks like a really in control shot.
Yeah, beautifully described. Left really well outside the off stump, and anything straight he's managed to, even though Durham have some fielders strengthening that area, he's managed to pierce that field on a few occasions now. Really nice batting from Miller.
That's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, he jumped all over that, didn't he? Got some width. Climbed into it and hammered it through backward point for 4.
After 2 maidens in a row, here is the pressure release. And that one from Rain probably was a boundary ball. The one before is just really good batsmanship.
He looks really nice and relaxed out there as well, Miller. He's probably looking at this as a bonus. Expecting to carry the drinks for a week.
Well, as we said, if he can get through this spell, it's a good batting pitch. The overheads are favourable. It's a good opportunity for him, an unforeseen opportunity, to go out and score some runs and give the selectors a headache.
That Northamptonshire leader, somebody just down in front of us, is doing a terrible job of opening a packet of crisps or wrestling a biscuit. That leads to 90.
Another great sight down in front of us of dogs at the cricket.
I thought you were talking about Dale Benkenstein.
Well, I've had 2 glorious shots, and that one, it's a little bit more fortunate. Inside edge, past everyone into the ropes.
Yeah, a bit of fortune. That's what you need as an opening batter. Get a bit of luck on your side.
It's a very well-behaved dog at the cricket, which is somehow sitting on this lady's lap, upright.
We did have one that used to sit in the basket as well down in front of us. That was a bit weird.
It's like a dog that's very happy to be watching the cricket.
Little spaniel type by the look of it.
Forward and defending solidly after 12 had already been scored. Gus Miller moves on to 25. A very productive over for him. Northamptonshire just a run shy of 50. They're 49 for 2. Is Rooster ever at the cricket? Or
You come to club cricket on a weekend, yeah, absolutely. The pair of them. Love a run around and chase the ball. Not the cricket ball, but their ball, yeah. Had them out this morning. Slept in this morning, it was brilliant. About 7:30 I think I was on the road. Beautiful morning for a walk. Almost feel like you're ahead of the day. Sweeney plays that late, thinks of a single, decides against it.
massive superiority complex waking up early. Get ahead of the day.
Yeah, I think so.
Everyone else is still asleep.
I feel like you can just tick a little win for the day, can't you? Get one up, out and about.
Now here's a sight that we don't see often at the Banks Homes Riverside. It's a sunbrella.
What?
Umbrellas are going up, but there's no sight of rain. That is sun protection.
Good thinking. Nice areas from Potts. You can see kind of already the movement's gone.
Looked unplayable for 2 overs after the break. And you're right, just looks much more manageable now. The ball not helping him out as much as it has been.
Sweeney drives, doesn't get all of it, but has got enough, I think, to get all the way to the ropes. It's a chase that is futile from Alex Lees. More of a push down the ground from McSweeney, which brings up the 50 and the 100 lead. $103 now in front. I think one person clapped that.
We did see a hint of tail back in. It was too full from Potts. It's the second time now McSweeney's taken him down the ground.
Oh, Ollie Robinson. Bless you. Might have got one in the xylophone.
It's not bounced.
Definitely bounced just in front of him, unfortunately. Where did that get him? Oh, was it in the bicep maybe? Or was it in the ribs? Probably get to ask him later. Brilliant 84 from him this morning. Got Durham up to 405. Really nice judgment again from McSweeney.
Just when McSweeney was tapping his bat down as Potts was running in, you could hear how hard the surface
It's
was.
funny, I was thinking exactly the same thing, how hard that pitch must be. It's making an absolute crack of, almost like he's belting it on concrete. The kind of noise as if somebody was doing that at 6 o'clock in the morning, it'd be screaming out your window. You can hear him there as he thumps his bat into the ground. Plays nice and late. Off the last ball of the over, so 4 from that over. A lovely straight drive again from McSweeney. He's on 20. Miller's on 25. Northamptonshire 53 for 2, leading by 98.
And it looks like they've done exactly what you said they should do, and they've got through this opening partnership. Callum Parkinson's taken his jumper off, giving his hat to umpire Treadwell. He's coming into the attack for the first time this innings. Didn't quite go as well as he would have liked in the first innings.
Got 2 righties to bowl at rather than the 2 lefties from day one, which will please him. And a much newer ball as well. Man used to bowling with a new ball in T20 cricket.
He's probably riding a bit of a high still from his batting performance.
All-rounder status. Rocking the zinc now on the nose as well.
Saw Potsy with that as well. It's a strong look.
Yeah.
And probably necessary today as well. Parkinson from round the wicket, from the Lumley end. Good flight. Maybe a touch wide. Miller happy to follow it. It's the first time we get to see Miller against spin. Looked very comfortable with the pace on. Still a bit wide from Parkinson. I'm excited to see if there's going to be any turn. Calvin Harrison wasn't getting loads this morning.
It was a bit flat, that one, wasn't it?
Oh, shouts of catch it. I think it might have hit Matt Potts on the bounce. I'm not sure that did carry.
No, not quite. First one with a little bit of loop from Parkinson.
That one's tossed up as well. Graham Onions walking in front of us with a cup of something warm.
Yeah, it's probably water, you know. It's just cool to look like you've got a coffee cup.
It's floated up again and just pushed into the offside. Miller takes the single.
Disappointed with his boring choice of trainers today. Compared to his boldness yesterday.
I think you're making up for that.
Yeah. They are not the same pair of trainers before you ask.
One from the over so far. McSweeney to face the final delivery. He goes down early for a little paddle round the corner. And he gets one for his efforts. 2 from the over. Northamptonshire 55 for 2.
Yeah, that is the lead to 100 now. And they're the little milestones there. You can see Graham Onions still clutching onto his wallet. He knows exactly where that is. He's still got his first 5 at that man.
Just a sign there of McSweeney doing something a little bit inventive, just trying to not let Parkinson settle on a length.
Yeah, we're almost hoping for the same result as we saw this morning with Ben Rain's attempt at that. Potts is going to continue. This is where we kick the legs, a bit of effort late in the spell. McSweeney very patient, allowing that one through. Lots of eyes on this clash for various reasons. Top of the table clash between Durham and Northamptonshire. 2 very well matched sides. I don't think it's carried, has it? Just died in front of Casey Aldridge. A combination of really, really soft hands and just lack of carry on day 3. So Aldridge takes it nicely on the half volley, much to the frustration of Matthew Potts and to Durham.
Well, the one that went to McKinney
flew
early on absolutely flew to him.
McSweeney drives. Alex Lees knocks on at mid-off. Pick up a single. And I guess you could probably look at that dismissal back and have a look at the hand position of... It was Harrison, wasn't it, that nicked it?
Yep.
Versus the almost still hands of McSweeney. One pushing at the ball, one allowing the ball really to come all the way in. A serious delivery as well, the one to Harrison. Miller looks very comfortable on anything straight.
That wicket fell at 15 for 2. These 2 now put on. Plenty between them. My mental math isn't that good.
42.
42, thanks Ash.
You're welcome, mate.
They've really just quieted down this bowling attack. The energy not gone, still plenty of shouts and noise. You don't get the same sense that all the momentum's with the bowling attack.
Oh, another good leave.
It's a great leave
from McSweeney.
Look where Ollie Robinson is standing now on your screen. That's how much it's moved after it's passed the bat. Potts will just be hoping that he can get one to move a little earlier.
Careful, mate, you get sent off for that. See Miguel Amaron sent off last night for covering his mouth.
I did, yeah, he was the first one.
Yeah.
Who's been done for that? Is it a straight red?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Is that the rule now?
Yeah. McSweeney drives. A little bit more of an open face this time. Will Rhodes is the man patrolling out in the deep. Ends the over. 3 from it. 58 for 2, leading by 103.
Your boys having a bit of a rough outing against the hosts, losing 2-0 to the US.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't mind anybody beating anybody, but some of the chat around it was horrific. There's a guy called, I think it's Mike Greller from America. I think every Aussie wants to punch him right in the mouth. And unfortunately, our football didn't live up to anything biting back.
It's found a gap there, so they'll come back for 2. Yeah, domestic football in Australia hasn't taken off at all, but as soon as there's an international tournament, you guys get right behind it.
Yeah, there's a few guys that are playing in the A-League, they call it in Australia, that are playing in this World Cup. Probably the most. But yeah, it's not a massively strong league.
Again goes for that little paddle scoop. And they're going to come back for 2 this time. It's really good running. Will Rhodes maybe slightly lethargic attacking the ball. Sweeney sees his opening, comes back.
Will they just put a 45 in here? I think the skipper Alex Lees is going to do just that and push his deep square a little bit squarer. Just to take that paddle sweep off the table.
It does now mean, though, if he can get it past Alex Lees, then it's a boundary option.
There's a big gap at mid-wicket as well.
I've got to say, that umbrella in front of us is doing a heck of a job. Because it's white to reflect the sun. It's glaring right at me.
You might get a tan, Georgie.
Oh, I wouldn't hold out any hope for that. There was a bit of a sound of something there.
And this is the thing, so he's forced Lees to move and block off a comfortable shot, so he's had to try and score in a different area. Might just create an opportunity for Durham.
Goes forward and punches it to deep cover. A gesturing Ash.
Yeah,
shadow batting.
Great hands. Just manoeuvring that ball into the gap. Love that.
It's going to be a double change. Not a double change, it's the second over, but it will be a change.
Close enough.
From the Finkel end.
Close enough. Casey Aldridge into the attack, replacing Matthew Potts, who's got through 8 either side of lunch. Took 5 in the game last week against Derbyshire in that first innings. Really bust the game open. Allowed Durham to enforce the follow-on. And he starts off with a really tidy delivery.
Didn't quite have that same luck in the first innings. 14 overs through. The only bowler actually not to take a wicket. It's a good start. Hitting a testing line and length straight from the off. It seems like McSweeney's had all the strike of late.
It's a good start from Aldridge. Yeah, you're right. Nudging up to Miller, who's opened the batting. Faced 43 deliveries, now 37 for McSweeney.
Miller's only faced one of the previous 14 deliveries.
Yeah, I think you get an NV play, doesn't it? Gives you a little breakdown in the last 5 overs.
It's a good start from Casey. A couple just outside off stump. A third one angling into the pads. That's what you need from a change bowler, is not let up any pressure. Be on it right from the off.
Again, nice soft hands and just opening the face and allowing that one run into the vacant point area, picking up another single. Miller just saying, anything happening at that end? McSweeney's gone, nah.
Yeah, the movement's gone out of this ball pretty quickly. Only 18 overs old.
That's full and driven nicely to mid-on, and Ben Rain gets around well, tumbling away with his rusty floppy hat.
Beautiful.
Sweat encrusted. I bet it smells nice. That's a really nice start from Casey Aldridge, just the one from the over. 63. Was it 63? Is it 64?
64.
64. They got a single there. My scorecard just a couple of balls behind. That McSweeney single took us to 64. Lead of 109.
So of course Durham one bowling option reduced. Ben Stokes out midway through this game. Colin Ackerman not allowed to bowl. McSweeney down the ground. Looked like for half a second he was shaping up to paddle it round the corner. He's gone down the ground to David Beddingham, who underarms it back in. That brings up the 50 partnership. Gus Miller hit 20, now hit 21 of them. McSweeney hit 30. They've batted together nicely. It's been a good partnership. When McSweeney has attacked more, Miller's happy just to sit at the other end and go a bit slower, and running between the wickets has been really good as well. I reckon they've stolen a couple of runs through their proactivity. Driving into the offside, but there's Colin Ackerman sweeping. He will cut it out to just one. So yeah, Colin Ackerman can't bowl, which is the big news of this innings. So Durham a bowler light. Stokes 25 overs in that first innings, so they've got to find those from somewhere.
It's not as if he's a rubbish bowler either, is it? He's one of England's best.
Which means Casey Aldridge will bowl a few more from his 14. Will Rhodes bowled 9. He'll probably get a few more. Callum Parkinson will probably take some of this workload as well. It's a busy and productive over. 4 singles from it. Northamptonshire 68 for 2.
Guess the good news is that the over rate should be pretty crisp, shouldn't it? If Callum Parkinson's bowling a lot of overs. Durham don't want to get behind the over rate and lose any points.
It's hard to make out what that symbol is from here, but it looks like a -1 somehow.
That might be across the whole game. I can't see that from here either.
Casey Aldridge to continue after a really good first over, tight first over. Not a lot of movement, but hitting the right areas.
That's when he tucks this in the way to the leg, thinks about 2, touches and goes. Very good running. It's Miller, sorry, my apologies. Great running. Identified it. Wasn't going to carry down the fine leg. Umpire Goff, not for the first time, just having a look at the danger area. If the first innings is anything to go by, there'll be a quiet word or 2, or 3 or 4.
Or 5, I think we got up to.
Or 5 or 6 for Harry Conway. Oh, it's a good delivery, that from Aldridge. Talking about how late McSweeney been playing the ball. That was the one I was talking about a little bit earlier. Just let your hands get in front.
I said these two have been running well between the wickets. They did steal 2 on the first ball of the over. Looking at the field, The leg side is completely vacant. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. There's a lot of grass.
A good leave. Yeah, all the way round to mid-on.
It's a packed out offside field. Alex Lee's trusting his bowler to hit the right lines. And if he doesn't, there is cover out there. But the old drop and run worked a charm. Let's see if Gus Miller's walking across the stumps at all.
Oh, he doesn't have to. He gets fed a half volley on his legs and he whips it away, and whips it away well for 4.
Yeah, Alex Lees was pretty much trusting Casey Aldridge not to bowl that exact delivery. Because if he does bowl it, well, that's going to happen every time, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a captain killer, that one. You set that really dominant offside field. Everybody in the ground knows what the plan is. It's a no ball and it's edged away for 4. Plus a couple. That will bring up the 50 partnership, does it?
We've already had that.
Oh, we had it last over, didn't we? When they got to 65. Get a couple there. That's handy runs.
Just having a look at Miller's trigger to see what he's doing before the delivery is bowled. He's very still. Goes slightly back and across, but he gets into a set position really early.
Good delivery from Aldridge. It's the first time he's had a real little flirt at one outside off stump, Miller.
But I like that early small trigger and then set.
It's
I always
very
get a bit
back,
nervy
isn't he? Yeah.
seeing batters move late or a long way.
There's those hands out in front a little bit again. Expensive over. That one from Aldridge. He has none for 14 now off a couple. Northamptonshire. Almost cruising at the moment. 81 for 2. 126 in front. There we see the Callum Parkinson towel out there.
Hope it's not the same towel. For Gus Miller, he called for that right at the beginning of the over. And he has played the ball really late. And under his eyes for that last delivery. He did just get a little bit handsy and he was feeling for the ball a little bit. And therefore it went a little bit aerial through the covers. But no danger. What do you make of that, Ash? An Aussie using a kookaburra.
Yeah, love it. Love it. It'd be right at home as well, like I mentioned yesterday. I think the Kookaburra factory is in Northampton, so well, not far anyway.
Parkinson to the refreshed Gus Miller. Not a lot of bounce there. This line has been pretty resolutely on about 5th stump. That one's a touch straight and it's punched away from Miller. We'll just get a single as Ackerman covers round. And you're right, Ash, they are cruising. They don't look in any bother at all. Lead has crept up to 127. Big stride from McSweeney. Covers off all the angles before leaving it alone. Alex Lee's still in at the 45. We've seen him get a little bit inventive playing the paddle a couple of times. But now that's been cut off, I wonder how he'll react.
Interesting to have long off in place. Good energy from Ben Rain there. Feeling at backward point.
So would you have David Bedingham in the ring?
Yeah. It was a little tempter, wasn't it?
He certainly seemed tempted, but he did leave it in the end. One from the over. 82 for 2.
Nice over that from Parkinson. Right, we can put anything we want on the screen now.
The change in the director's hutch. Some refreshments as well.
Yep. Needed in there.
Monster energy drink.
Yeah, oh, vile. You an energy drink man?
No, don't believe in it.
Not something I'm keen on, if I'm honest.
Oh,
Excellent leave again from Miller.
sleeves are getting better every time.
The youngsters love a Monster, or what other equivalents obviously are available, but geez, you often see them with them big 600ml cans of filth.
Not for me. You're a coffee man.
Nah. Water.
Yeah.
Don't mind a full fat Coke, but water. Never really been a tea and coffee man.
I'm a big believer in water.
Yep.
Big believer.
Hydration. Maybe some amber carbonated fluid as well.
It's important to stay hydrated today. It's
Indeed.
absolutely roasting out there.
Oh, another play and miss. Indicating just a bit of shape away there, Miller.
You've got to, don't you? When you miss a ball, you've got to indicate there was
Yeah,
something
yeah.
going on.
It's got to be everybody else's fault. That was the little wonder I was talking about yesterday. Just have a couple of steps to square leg. Just reassess life. Little scratch of the guard. Next ball. Move on. Ben Stokes is quite a quirky one in between balls, and especially in between overs, where he kind of runs a semicircle around his bat into the crease and onto the return crease. Don't know if you've ever noticed that before, but
Can't say I have.
there was a few Ashes ago where David Warner must have picked up on it, and David Warner, being David Warner, literally just stood on the return crease and wouldn't let him do
really?
it. Yeah, so it was a bit of a Mexican standoff until Warner eventually moved, and then Stokes scraped his bat along the floor. And yeah, check it out. Check it out.
Is that
It's
in
better.
between overs or in between
I think it's
deliveries?
more in between overs, yeah.
Because from what I would have sensed and from what we heard from Will Rhodes in his interview, Stokes is quite a just get on with it cricketer. So I wouldn't have had him penned down.
I think
as
it's all
particularly
routine and
superstitious.
autopilot, isn't it? And that might just be a reset in between overs or whatever. But yeah, if you go back to the stream of him batting yesterday, I'm sure you'll pick up on it. Oh, and edged.
Is it just short? Let's have
It's
another
through.
look.
All the way for 4.
Short and wide.
Just wide of Bedingham. Miller picks up a boundary. Maybe softer hands there on that occasion. This partnership moving on nicely. Came together. McSweeney joining Miller at 15 for 2. Matthew Potts had picked up a couple of wickets in the over. Parkinson continuing.
Oh, I've just seen it.
It's different, isn't it?
The semicircle. Yeah, you're right. Finishes the over. Walks towards the stumps. Just draws a little semicircle in the turf. It was a strange old game, cricket.
Played by strange people.
Watched by even stranger people.
Oh, that's who's watching us.
Now I was talking about us.
Fair play. And touche.
Busy start to the over. 2 singles from the first 3 deliveries. Make that 3 from 4. Since I made that comment about McSweeney taking most of the strike, they've been really good at rotating it.
We talked about grabbing opportunities as well, didn't we? Miller's on 46 now, approaching 50.
Good hands from Graham Clark.
Fielded nicely there. Have you got a CB for Miller in your little stats archive there?
I do. It'll be his first 50, I'll tell you that. Punched away.
Right on cue.
All the way to the boundary, and that is a first class career 50 for Gus Miller. A really, really classy knock so far. And on a good deck with good overheads. Why not, Gus? Go on and convert it.
Big shout out to the Oxfordshire under 10s. Represent. That's a nice moment. Like I said, that sometimes you just get an opportunity that might just change or define what happens for you in the rest of your career. And this is obviously a good moment for him.
Well, it was a concussion for Steve Smith that brought Marnus Labuschagne into the team.
Yeah.
It's a broken finger which has brought Gus Miller into the team. That's what life is, just opportunities. You've got to be there to take it.
Yeah, right place, right time. So far, so good. For Gus Miller, 50 not out. McSweeney shapes into a pull shot. Down to Colin Ackerman, who throws it in. He must have been told he's not allowed to bowl it in, but he's thrown that in.
Mentioned yesterday a message that our Oxfordshire under-10s coach sent R.E. James Coles in the 100, so I'll ping him a message and see if he's got anything to say about Gus Miller.
He might be watching. Tucks it away nice into the leg side. Miller's thinking too. McSweeney's thinking, I'll stay on strike, please. See how dry that pitch there. Matthew Potts just digging out the footmark. It'll get repaired every evening by Vic Domain and his team. A few clouds just rolled in over. It's been the cloudiest it's been all day here. Still very pleasant conditions. Great batting conditions. That ball's still reasonably hard as well, into its 24th over, but without any of the movement it got early doors.
It's a long old walk for McSweeney. He's gone all the way to the carpeted strips, which are
It's about 3 pitches away.
3
isn't it?
over, yeah. He's got a long time to wait as Aldridge walks back to his mark. Now, I've been intrigued by this. Just in front of us, we've got a soft briefcase of balls,
Yeah.
which I thought was normally reserved for the match balls.
It's a full and outstretched hand. And kicked in good skills just off camera by Matthew Potts to keep that up.
Why has he just booted it away? So the briefcase is sort of a cultural icon of Test match cricket.
It's got little dividers in. It's just something that I think you can keep if you want to keep reasonably good balls separate from the kind of the dog balls for throwdowns. It's an expensive game, cricket, when you're looking at these cricket balls and going through them. That's a lovely punch off the back foot to Parkinson in the covers to end the over. This Dale Benkenstein down in front of us with the mentioned briefcase and one of his slingers.
What came first, the sidearm or the dog thrower?
I think the dog thrower.
I think the dog thrower too.
Yeah, I think cricket innovated from dog entertainment and exercise.
There we go, lovely pink number.
Yeah, the old sidearm there, and there's that lovely little briefcase, as you mentioned, which has probably got a dozen cricket balls in it.
I'll tell you what we've started using the sidearm for. It's been ingenious. Parkinson continues. Off the back foot, Rain with half a hand. He's going to have to do the rest of the chasing himself. As he slides again. And keeps it to 2. So we've used the sidearms for high catching.
Yeah, good idea.
And it works really well.
Yeah. I was talking about this the other day, actually.
Is that a well-used tactic in the
No. I literally, I've never seen it before. I was just talking about it. I was like, why can't... Because I use it for my dogs. I take like an Incredi out and I throw them for the dogs, and you can get a decent whip on it. And I thought, well, why don't you just throw some high catches with it?
We had a young lad doing it, and he got through loads without tiring at all. And it's much more consistent than using a bat.
That
It's higher.
Might depend on who's using the bat.
And the sidearm. But yeah, I thought that was a really nice innovation.
Yeah, nice. Seen them used quite a lot off the catch-it ramps as well.
Oh,
Slinging
underarm.
them off there, yeah.
Oh, right. I love those ramps. As soon as the ramps come out, it's a bit of fun.
I still remember the old school cradles as well.
Oh, the big wooden...
Yeah.
They're brilliant. Have you ever used an Incredi on the ramps?
Yeah.
That's good fun,
Yeah.
because they move a long way.
They do. So Cole Pearce, our wicket-keeping coach here at Durham, he uses them quite a lot out of the bowling machine, so a bowling machine without legs, and then they kind of just go at different angles, and then off the ramps as well. So yeah, lots of innovation. That's half the battle, isn't it? Trying to keep things fresh for people that have to train every day to get better, and you don't necessarily want them using cricket balls all the time in case they break fingers. So yeah, we've used the indoor cricket balls, like Australian indoor cricket balls, which is leather in a tennis ball on the inside rather than cork, so it still gives a bit of a slap but doesn't hurt as much, and probably won't break a finger or an arm. Full and straight and whipped away into the leg side and into that gap. There's a big gap between Callum Parkinson, who bowls it in. Colin Ackerman must have been jealous, as that brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire. And maybe 3 or 4 people clap that one. You can see it's coming good time at around 4 runs per over.
After a shaky start as well, 15 for 2. Matt Potts was on fire, but they've done really well to rebuild and restart this innings.
.145 the lead.
Must be exhausting as a bowler, as a fast bowler, running in, bowling fast, and when the batter just shoulders arms, a lot of effort going into nothing in the end.
Oh, and that one nearly gets through.
Coming a touch off the pitch.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe stayed down a little bit as well. Umpire Goff. Just the ball before again, having a look at the follow-through of Casey Aldridge. This is probably getting to the point where Northampton going, yeah, let it, mate. Hey, no, he's fine. He's not running. He's not running on the wicket at all. I don't know what you're seeing. Short and hammered in front of square. Ackerman has some work to do in the deep. Dives and does brilliantly. Excellent fielding from Ackerman. Miller picks up a couple more.
Going off sound alone, he didn't quite get all of it.
Maybe a bit high on the bat.
So we've got 11 overs until tea after the conclusion of this one. The lead's at 150 to round up. So say in the next 10 overs they can...
Yeah, look at current run rate, round 4. There's just over 40, so you whack 160 onto that. So you're going to be 300 plus in front by the end of the day's play. That's what I was saying earlier. How many overs do you think that you need to bowl Durham out on this pitch?
Well, you'd hope to leave yourself a day, wouldn't you?
Are you backing yourself to bowl them out is question 1.
And therein lies the beauty of long format cricket, is that in order to win, more often than not, you've got to risk losing. And if you set Durham 300 to win on the final day, it's not an easy chase, but it is chaseable.
This was that long Durham batting lineup on a pretty good surface. Although they do have 3 spin options, as we've mentioned, and maybe 3.5 with Bartlett.
There's no reason why they can't accelerate towards the end of the day and maybe push that lead towards 350. Maybe that puts them in a slightly safer position.
Or again, that question is, are you happy to walk away from here, visiting top of the table, taking the same amount of points from them, so they haven't increased their lead, and you take the same amount of points back to Northampton, and it's another game ticked off the list. Do you risk losing?
So with the absence of a 4th seamer, Parkinson continues from the Lumley end, and I wonder if we will see, or what the change will be when he does eventually come off. Will Ben Rain be coming back on? If not, your options really are limited to Will Rhodes, who got through 9 overs in that first innings. He did take the wicket of McSweeney, strangled down the leg side. Talk about accelerating the rate. Well, Miller's very happy just to plug along. And why not? It's been working for him so far. He's batted really nicely. Good communication as they turn down the single. He's batted patiently, and when it's been there to hit, he has. And they've run really nicely, really efficiently. Clipped away, he'll pick up a single. They've taken the 45 out for Miller, bringing it back in for McSweeney. Who's yet to get funky in any other way, apart from that paddle.
Just expect him to go and do a reverse there.
Well, he can get it fine of Ben Rain. Then it's going to run away to the ropes, but he doesn't. He gets forward and defends. It's the end of the over. Northamptonshire 104 for 2.
Yeah, that lead at 149 now. All the discussions in the change rooms are, you know, what's enough, how many overs. Let's see a change in the bowling here. Rhodes ball in hand.
That still leaves the question then of who's going to replace Parkinson, or if he's just going to go all the way through on a big old spell.
I think he'll bowl for as long as possible. They'll rotate the seamers from this end. More traditional ring field, mid-off cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. Sweepers on either side. Just the one slip in place and a backward point. Very defensive now from Durham. Oh, a bit of bounce there from Will Rhodes. As he starts off, Miller nudges that one out into the offside. He moves on to 60 now. He'll have thoughts of a maiden first-class 100 in his head. Probably already. Takes the lead up to 150. Just a replay of the ball before us. This one's punched off the back foot out to Clark.
Probably won't get many better opportunities this season to get his maiden first-class century, Gus Miller.
Well, it's one that he wasn't expecting, was it?
Not even in the squad. And called up as an injury replacement for the injured Luke Proctor. And he's got a good batting surface and all day to bat on it. Currently 60 not out.
He drives nicely. This one off the front foot out to Graham Clark. That's 3 singles off 3 balls of this Will Rhodes over.
Just one out to the sweeper, but it's a really good looking shot. Nice high front elbow. He was in control of it the whole way.
Shots of nice will.
Well, the prospects of a maiden first-class century not entertaining enough for some. I'll tell you who. It's the same guy who was asleep just before lunch.
Is he gone?
He's just drifted off again. He's moved
Love
a few rows back.
At least he's out of the sun.
He's out in the sun. Be interested to see what wakes him up. I reckon a wicket would wake him up.
Wait, how is he not waking up to the belting of McSweeney's bat on this concrete surface?
Tell you what, I reckon a straight 6 to long on might wake him
Yeah,
up.
that'll do the job. That is for sure. So 3 singles and then 3 dots to finish the over. 107 for 2, leading by 152. Miller's moved on to 61, McSweeney 36. And it's all very Sunday afternoony out there.
Well, talking of Sunday afternoon, we're back on Crowd Watch. And our dog, who is sitting on the lady's lap, the lady's now doing a crossword, so it's quite cramped down in the concourse.
Using the dog's back, is it?
The dog's not
As a
best pleased
support,
about
yeah.
that. It's a very forgiving little thing.
Very patient.
Parkinson to continue. And it's slapped by Miller. Straight to catching cover. And Matthew Potts dismisses a very frustrated Gus Miller. 107 for 3.
He's not awake. He's not awake, and Miller ran out of patience there. And credit to Parkinson for his patience picking up Miller. He goes for 61. It's a sharp catch by Potts at cover. And like I say, the game was just drifting and almost not too comfortable out there. And that's part of batting. Sometimes you've just got to realise the way the game's flowing. That'll be a disappointing moment for Miller. As he goes. Will he look at that as an opportunity gained by scoring 60 or an opportunity missed by not getting to 100? Just played really funnily across and almost like a hockey slap. Safe Zabe. So we're going to see another left-hander out in the middle.
I think you're right. It looked like he just ran out of patience. Previous overs, he would just be stroking that with a straight bat and taking a single to cover. And this time he just got a bit excited and tried to slap it down the ground, and he's just sliced it. And as soon as the catch was taken, he does actually shadow bat a nice cover drive, what he should have done. Instead, it was a more unsightly shot, and it's a sharp catch, as you said, Ash, by Matt Potts. And Parkinson was loving it as well, as he always does when he takes a wicket.
Really had a character for that innings from Miller, who looked in total control.
And for someone who's not played a lot of first-class cricket, he'd faced, at that point, a fair few deliveries. 86, that was his 86th delivery. He'd been out there for just shy of 2 hours on a hot day. All of those factors probably contributing to just a slight lapse of concentration.
Short leg for the left-hander. Parkinson will have some rough to bowl into.
So this is the same angle as Calvin Harrison bowling to the left-handers. He's going to look to pitch it outside the off-stump and bring it back in. And Zabe immediately on the sweep. Can't get it past Ben Rain. He lived a few lives in that first innings. It's a shaky start for Zabe, who was dropped twice before making his way into the 60s. And there, he's just taken a couple of steps down the track. So he buffs it to long on, where you're not best pleased, Ash, that David Beddingham's all the way on the ropes.
No, I'm not.
I
think you want to try and bowl at the new batter as much as possible. He's just got off the mark and off strike so easily there.
Sweeney back to a straight one. Turns it away for a single. Now we will get one more delivery. 2 more deliveries. At the new to the crease. Safe Zabe. Who had an absolutely ridiculous summer last year. He's sweeping again. This time he does beat Ben Rain. But he's not going to beat Colin Ackerman, who's covering round. His 2025 summer averaged 64 across 23 innings. High score of 196 not out versus Kent. 6 centuries.
It's a good effort.
It's not been quite as hot this summer. Still been pretty good, averaging 33. Over 300 runs for the year. That's the end of an over which brought a wicket, the wicket of Gus Miller, who slapped it to Matthew Potts for 61. That means Northamptonshire are now 111 for 3.
Old mate is still asleep. And I think that lady's cheating on the crossword. She's got a phone out. And writing an answer down as well. That's telltale signs. Criminal. McSweeney back on strike. Will Rhodes. This one's tucked away into the leg side. Ackerman, the man again, doing the fielding. 112 for 3. Oh, he strangled McSweeney down the leg side in the first innings, and a couple of oohs and ahs as that one was angled down safe Zabe's leg side. See another one. Talked about how people align themselves to the ball. Safe Zabe on or just outside off stump to Will Rhodes coming around the wicket.
Did he start this over the wicket, or did he start round the wicket?
He did, but it was to McSweeney.
Right.
Short and punched off the back foot. Nicely timed. Out to Colin Ackerman. Just the single.
Let's take a sweepstake, Ash. Do you think our friend just in front of us is going to wake up before tea or not?
Oh, what have we got? 7 overs after this. Yeah. Half an hour.
It's been a good kip so far.
What a great afternoon for just some lunch and some cricket. A little bit of sleep. McSweeney times that nicely. Out into the deep. Our man Graham Clark doing the fielding.
I'm also intrigued. We've got a friend in front of us with a red jumper around his neck, and every single ball he looks at through his binoculars
Oh, yeah?
and then takes them off in between deliveries. But must get a really tight view. It must be either looking at the ball or the batter all the way. But I don't think he'll be able to get the whole
Be a
wicket
seasoned pro by now.
in frame.
Three off the over. $114 for 3, leading by 159.
This is a great way to spend Father's Day. We've got a family affair. The two kids out with their parents. One's got a cricket ball tied around his neck, says the young lad. He's been playing just by the pitch on the concrete. He's got his bat with him as well. I reckon his dad's got a whole bag of tricks. And they've got a picnic basket under their chair as well. So
Outstanding.
No doubt, proper day out of the cricket.
Umbrella still in operation. Old mate still asleep.
And the binoculars are up. It's all going on.
Yeah, the umpires are just having a little chat here. Out in the middle.
Alex Lees has joined them. I wonder what this is about. Doesn't look like the friendliest of chat. It doesn't
No.
look hostile, but it's certainly one side against the other.
Something I've definitely missed there. Not sure what's caused the conversation. Umpire Goff looking very authoritarian. I wonder if we've missed something at the end of the over there, but
I'll tell you who won't have missed anything, is our friend with his binoculars. He's keeping a keen eye on this. And now Parkinson's doing some pointing with Treadwell.
there's a lot of dialogue here, isn't there?
Parkinson's definitely not happy about something. And Lees is still chatting with Goff. We'll continue. A little bit of turn for Parkinson. Maybe just holds its line a little bit. Again, he's starting that on quite a wide line. Just trying to tempt McSweeney into a swish outside off stump.
There's still chat between Goff and Lees.
That one's a bit straight and it's just turned leg side. McSweeney will pick up a single and move into the 40s. Lees is going up to umpire Goff and past him, but just has a little word. He's definitely a bit frustrated, isn't he?
I think both parties are by the look of it.
Sweep and a little top edge. And Ackerman's almost been done by the spin, but he does readjust. And there were shouts of catch.
Shouts of couch and shouts of spin.
Never in danger of being dismissed. Here we go. Still talking. We're just going off gestures here. It's difficult to make out what's going on. Just opens up the face, McSweeney, and runs it down to third man, where Ben Rain chases as his hat flies off. Keeps it to 2. Quite well says. Nobody else seems to be that interested. No one else on the Durham team, maybe apart from Parkinson, is getting too involved.
Yeah, well, it's captain and umpire, isn't it, I guess, which is the way that any dialogue should happen.
I like that. Good area from Parkinson. Gave it a bit of flight, gave it a chance to turn. At the end of the over, bringing news from the other side of the club. The Durham women are down in Nottingham, where they're taking on the Blaze in a T20, and they're 3/4 of the way through, having been sent into bat. And they're 119 for 3. Holly Armitage leading the charge on 59 not out. She's currently in with Emma Marlowe, who's on 23 not out.
Oh, happy Father's Day. We see Ben there with his daughter Mirabelle joining him.
Quite the outfit.
Yeah, it's solid, that, isn't it?
Really cool.
And I thought this might have been the case there. I was surprised that Will Rhodes stayed on for that second over. I know it was tidy. But Matthew Potts back into the attack to bowl at safe Zabe, who whips this away nicely into the leg side. Some work to do for Captain Alex Lees, who does well. Gets down low. Little stumble with the throw, but fires it back into Ollie Robinson.
It's a good day to be on the ground staff. Beautiful pitch prepared. Just taking a bit easy, lounging in the sun with the family. Oh, Potts has followed through and now walks back on the pitch.
Yeah, as long as he's outside that danger area.
Goff doesn't seem to mind.
No.
That discourse seems to have
He's on the
quieted
walkie-talkie
down.
there as well, Michael Goff. Debut for Charlotte Stubbs, I think, down there at Nottingham as well.
That's another uni girl.
Indeed, Durham Uni, yep. Just signed a contract the other day to make it eligible to play.
I've only seen her play a couple of times when I went down to watch the uni. Saw her play against the county actually last summer.
Mm-hmm.
She looked in
She's a
fine
nice player.
touch compared to the rest of the uni team. She looked levels above, so it's hardly surprising to see her making her first appearance for the county first team, where she carded in at 10.
I'm not sure she'll bat that low, but yeah. This one's tucked off the hip. The other Durham University girl that I was quite impressed with was Fran Lonsdale, who plays for Derbyshire. She looks like a nice player as well.
Yeah, she's part of the Yorkshire Academy growing up, and she was uni captain in her second year. Quite a quiet and unassuming character, but as soon as she's on the sports field, very, very competitive.
Yeah, we had a pre-season couple of nice games between us and them with our girls at Parkview. Petra, the captain. Oh, that's wide, but doesn't tempt McSweeney into a drive. Leads up to 166. Five overs after this one to tee.
She wasn't aware that she'd started playing for Derbyshire this year.
Yeah, she's doing well. Sure, she's got some runs.
Hit a ton.
Yeah.
103 not out.
This one, McSweeney tries to cut, but just angled back into the right-hander. Doesn't get the width that was initially on offer. Ends the over 121 for 3. That lead at 166. McSweeney edging closer to a half century on 42. Safe Zabe on 8.
I've just had a quick look at her cricket archive profile here, and it says bowling style, leg break and googly. You'd think googly is sort of just a subsection within leg break.
I'm with you.
Can someone be a googly bowler? Or is that just an off break who looks weird?
I don't know, maybe you've got somebody like Rashid Khan you would maybe class as a googly bowler who bowls the occasional leg spinner.
I should have a little look at what it says for Rashid
I'm
Khan.
sure he's leg break. I'll pretty much guarantee it.
Never seen that before. Listed as a googly bowler. No, he's leg breaking googly as well.
There
Maybe
you go.
this is just
Maybe that's
every
your
leg
category.
breaker. Ben Rain's back on. Back to pace on from both ends. Oh, that's a good start. Get safe save, playing and missing. Coming round the wicket, which is something we saw more prominently in the first innings. The paceman certainly started over the wicket, but maybe as the ball's just got a touch older and softer, they've chosen to aid themselves with the angle into the batters coming round the wicket. Well left, and you can see where Ollie Robinson is now. It's not quite where he's taken it, but it's moved a long way down the leg side after it's past the bat. Safe save. Looks like another one who's using a Keeley. Saw Gus Miller with one as well. Says runs in them today. It's a brand that seems to have taken off a little bit in recent years.
Yeah, he used to work down at Newbury, then started his own brand. I think they might be brothers actually.
Is Keeley the surname?
Yeah.
Nice Benji boy as the shouts from the outfield, and it has been a really good return. Safe save, leaving 3 in a row outside off stump. Got some nice shape on it from Rain. He's getting it to come in a touch. With the angle coming round the wicket. That one's a touch too straight, although he did like it for a second. Whipped off the pads, save for a single. You said you've used almost every bat under the sun, Ash. Have you had a go with the Keeleys?
I have used one, yeah. They're decent sticks. Not quite the... I like a bit of a spine on the bat, and they're quite rounded off in general, but...
Is
yeah.
that from an aesthetic point when you look down at it?
Yeah, I think it's just what I've always kind of been used to, yeah.
Or can you feel the difference between a spiny bat and a rounded bat?
Probably not. I think most of the pros nowadays are using the fuller profile to obviously give maybe a bigger sweet spot. I just have always liked to look down at the back of my bat and see that spine.
Cut away fine and really well stopped from Parkinson, whose trousers are now half down. Literally, not metaphorically, because he was on top there. And I've got news for you. With 3.5 overs to go till tea, our friend is awake.
Didn't think he'd make it.
And the dog's no longer on the lap. I don't know what's going on. If this man doesn't put his binoculars, oh, there we go. Up they go. Some things never
The world
change.
stops turning.
Well, bowled, well played. Good cricket. One from the over. Northamptonshire 122 for 3. And that lead is now 167.
Yeah, Tim and Nick Keeley, brothers, are the men behind the Keeley brand. Family affair.
So at this rate, Northamptonshire will be at 180 at tea. That'll be the lead. And then another 32 overs. We'd had another 128 to the score.
Straight and whipped into the leg side for another single. It's pretty much just slowed down, hasn't it, the last couple of overs as we approach tea, and I guess an opportunity to everybody just to assess where this game is at and rightly thinking ahead where this game could go.
So 300 by the end of the day is reasonable. But again, they could accelerate. But I think probably right, Ash. They'll be happy to come away with a draw and keep the points as they were. 8 points separating the two teams.
Oh, it's a good leave, not for the first time. McSweeney's shown excellent judgment outside the off stump. And again, probably not the first time. He's just heart skipped a little beat there as that one's gone through.
He was covering off the stumps with his pads. His toes probably on 4th stump by the time that ball passed him. Of course, if he wasn't offering a shot, there'd be no reason why he wouldn't be out LBW.
Drives and pots. Collects that in his left mitt. Quite nicely getting down in his follow through.
Well, we saw Ben Stokes with the mitt earlier. In the warm-up, he was throwing for the slip-catching warm-ups. I thought we may see him go through some paces at lunch. He's been stationed pretty firmly in the pavilion. Would, of course, be playing today if it weren't for the ECB taking him out on grounds that they haven't yet specified. There's been no word on why he's been taken out.
Because they can. He's their player. They pay his bills. Well, they pay his wages. They probably don't pay his bills. They might pay his bills. I don't know.
Indirectly pay his bills.
Yeah.
As well as whatever other companies and sponsors he's affiliated
There's a
with.
few there. It's guided away to backward point. Little quiet period here leading into tea.
He's with Red Bull as one of his title sponsors who've started making some really good cricket content. They've got quite a few athletes. And they've got obviously a big budget and they do these quite fun challenges.
I've seen he did one with, I think it was it Rahul Dravid or... No, not...
No.
KL Rahul.
KL Rahul.
Sorry.
The hitting the targets one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're right, yeah, they've got a serious budget. That one allowed through to the wicketkeeper. Just the one from that over. 35 overs left in the day. Again, getting confused. Looking at 34 and 35 on the board. Happened to us yesterday, didn't it?
What happened to me?
Well, we're a team, mate. We're a team.
You corrected me, so thank you. That video that we just mentioned, 18 million views on that.
Yeah, it's not going to be light, is it?
They've just done one a few weeks ago. 30 balls to score 60 on a spinning board, and that was with Suryavanshi. A word on him in a minute. Because do you remember what the number was? He's just hit a quick fire 50 for a India A.
Off 11 balls,
11
there was
deliveries.
one dot, five fours, 5 sixes. I think he got 90 odd in the end.
Just ridiculous hitting.
Oh, I love that. Great wholesome picture It's Matthew Potts' wife there as well on the grass.
Now that's a sun-safe hat.
Absolutely.
Slip, slap, slop. It took me a while to realise that slip, slap, slop aren't 3 different adjectives for how you might apply sun cream. It's actually, now correct me if I'm wrong, slip on a shirt, slip, slap, slop, slip on a shirt, slap on a hat, slop on the sun cream?
Something like that.
Anyway.
I'll give you that.
The bottom line, shirt, hat, sun cream.
I'll give you that.
To be
Yeah, back at school, we weren't allowed to go and play outside unless we had a hat.
Did you have those hats with the neck protectors on them?
Yeah, some of them, yeah. I went the old wide brim, even at school.
So classy. In the playground as a kid. Brilliant.
It's better than the old mud flap, isn't it? Surely.
Well,
On the back, yeah.
that's what they have to use. The ball kids at Wimbledon have to use those.
Yeah.
Which of course is coming up very soon. That's very exciting. I went for the first time last year. Courtesy of a very kind friend who took me along. It's a really good day out. Been to the Aussie Open as well. That's a different beast. Slight misfield, but no run. Yeah, the Aussie Open is a lot of fun. It's more like a festival atmosphere. There's lots of sun cream stations there. Oh, there we go. It's on the screen. A little chase.
Brilliant. That the chase is on. Bit of daddy-daughter time. Love that. Great work, lads, as well.
Oh,
Come and visit Daddy at work. Fantastic.
what a lovely way to spend Father's Day. Oh, that's an absolute jaffer. Bit of bounce and carry from rain as well. Yeah, the Aussie Open was almost like a football atmosphere. The crowd right up for it. Wimbledon much more reserved. Everyone in their finest. Only allowed in if you're
Who
wearing
would have
linen.
thought of that? London versus the wilds of, well, I was going to say Australia, but Melbourne.
You need to be wearing linen and have at least 4 buttons undone, otherwise you're not allowed in. Edged, and I think it might have dropped short of Casey
Yeah, you
Aldridge.
bang on.
Either way, it's really well bowled and it's a maiden over. 2 to go until tea. And Durham almost sneaky a wicket just before the break.
Yeah, not quite carrying to Casey Aldridge there. Durham women, 153 for 4. Oh, he's getting all artistic now up there, Ross.
There's Lumley Castle.
I tell you what, a man, we talked about Monster earlier, a man who loves a monster is Ross. And Rob Rush. I was distraught one day where he probably still claims to this day somebody stole his monster, but he must have misplaced it. That 100% wasn't me, not my thing. Sweeney tucks that away nicely into the leg side. Almost game in holding pattern as we approach tee. Where both sides kind of assess how they move forward.
Look at this umpire Treadwell coming across the screen at quite the lick.
Oh, go on, Treaders.
Oh,
Good bounce. It doesn't bounce as high as what Safe Saber's expecting, and they're the ones every now and then you just almost feel like the ball runs across the back of your neck.
were you ever hit hard?
Hardest hit was in the box, if I'm honest with you. Never really hit in the head. Had a few try and do it.
Were you
Understandably.
resolutely a helmet man, or were you
Oh, yeah.
even to the spinners?
Yeah, absolutely. Petrified. Although as a young pup I used to have the old helmets with just the earpieces in and no visor, as was kind of the way back then.
Did
Now-
visors exist and that was a
yeah,
choice?
Yeah, they did, yeah. It's just a vision thing. And now I'm petrified. I won't even play against spin or kids without a helmet. Always fearful of a top edge more than my own lack of judgment. Oh, that's a beauty. McSweeney left a lot of balls in that corridor, and he'd probably be just thinking exactly the same thing there for some reason. Just decided to play at that one. Nearly bought his undoing.
Well, I think I'm right in saying that centrally contracted England players are contractually obliged to wear a helmet in any match they play.
I think all first-class cricket in England, you have to wear a helmet now. I don't think you'll see any cricketers in professional cricket without a helmet on. I think that's the guidelines. And stem guards.
That's even if England players are playing outside of England because of the risk of a top edge.
Okay, so you'll often see play in the IPL, for example, when spin's on, they'll take their helmets off. Okay, that's
The
interesting.
insurance risk of a top edge going into the
Yeah, I
face
agree.
is not worth it.
I agree. Especially some of the shots, you're playing reverse sweeps and whatever else. It just takes a tiny misjudgment to top edge one into your melon. There's only one winner there, and that's 5.5 ounces of leather. One ball left in the over. And it's a dot. It's a 3 from that Potts over. That'll be his last before tea. With one over to go before the tea break. Northamptonshire 126 for 3, leading by 171.
So that'll be Ben Rain to bowl the last over before the break. McSweeney 44. The lead 171. So it looks maybe, unless they get a move on, like they'll be batting tomorrow morning as well. I think they'd want at least a buffer of 350.
Yeah, you normally try and get a crack with the second new ball as well. And that way you're looking at 85 overs, possibly. Durham scoring, you look at that, 4 and over. Looking at 340.
Northamptonshire, as it stands, don't seem overly keen to get on with it.
Yeah, they're right in the driving seat though, aren't they? They can really assess it and then feel they can power on or just manipulate the rest of the day's play how they see fit.
Yeah, I suppose if they are to get on with it, it's going to be after tea, not
Yeah,
in the overs that lead up to it.
100%. Only a couple of balls left now. What is it? 3 left, I think, in the over.
And it was the tea break that was the change of fortune for them yesterday. Ben Stokes and Will Rhodes put on a fantastic 153 run partnership. Looked very comfortable up until tea. Then straight after the break, Harry Conway came back with 2 quick wickets, which changed the nature of the game a little bit. Cut away, and it'll go all the way to the ropes, which brings McSweeney on to 48.
Watching that, I just felt that was almost off the toe of the bat. It's gone away for 4 and under the covers.
Probably should have mentioned a while ago. Probably should have mentioned this 45 runs ago. But Nathan McSweeney has now passed 4,000 first-class career runs.
Nice. Got a crack, didn't he, at test level? It didn't last long, but will there be another go for him?
Moves on to 49, which is where he'll stay going into the tea break. There's just one delivery to face. He's
So
had
yeah,
his-
just looking ahead, if we go 4 and over, they're going to be around the 300 in front at the close of play. Bat for a little bit tomorrow, get up to that 350 lead, and maybe declare. That's the brave option.
That is fended away, but even that is pretty riskless. 350 is a lot of runs to score in 2 and a bit sessions on a 4th-day pitch.
Agree. But I always say when I'm throwing these numbers out there, there is zero consequence for me if things go wrong or if they go right.
Indeed, yeah.
You mentioned no skin in the game. That's a phrase I use quite a lot as well. Yeah, I've got no skin in this.
There was a little bit of a noise. Maybe it clipped the pad or something on the way through. And it's 5 off. The final over before the break. Northamptonshire 131 for 3. That lead is 176. And we'll see how this final session plays out, whether the visitors go on the attack and try and build that lead and try and get a couple of wickets before the close of play, or more likely whether they just plug along as they are and go off the field with a lead of 300. We'll find out in about 20 minutes time when we'll rejoin you. And until then, we'll have a tea, a cake and a little rest.
Welcome back to the final session of day 3 here on Father's Day at the Banks Homes Riverside. Northamptonshire in control, 131 for 3, leading by 176. As you can see on the far left of your screen, the Durham players and the Northamptonshire not-out batters coming out onto the field. But Safe Zabe and Nathan McSweeney to resume their innings. The job for Durham is really to try and keep this as quiet as possible as Northamptonshire look to build a lead to somewhere where they feel that they can declare. So really in the driving seat on how the rest of this game goes, Northamptonshire. Reminder, this top of the table clash. Durham sitting top, Northamptonshire in second. And George, it's intriguingly set up. Let's hope we're in for an excellent session. We've had really great cricket over the last few days. I'm hoping and praying that this game doesn't drift into a bore draw.
And Northamptonshire will toe the line between how much they're willing to win and how much they're willing to risk. And we should get a pretty decent idea of the answer to that in the first few overs. Understandably slow going just before tea, not a time where you want to lose a wicket. But with McSweeney well set on 49 from his 84, and Safe Zabe after a swashbuckling 60 odd in the first innings. He's faced almost 30 deliveries. If they do want to go and just increase the rate beyond 3.5 that it's currently at and create a little buffer from which they can declare and try and pick up a few wickets, then this will be the time to go. And it'll be Matthew Potts to get proceedings underway for the final session from the Finkel end.
Yeah, Potts been impressive. McSweeney tucks this away, and what has been a feature of his innings so far has been his running between the wickets. And that brings up 50 for Nathan McSweeney. First ball after the break. 5 fours. Got off to an absolute flyer, didn't he? I think he'd hit 3 fours in kind of his first 5 balls.
Yeah, he had a bit of a mix of everything there. A top edge off a short ball, a lovely straight drive, and then a short wide one which he cut away.
He's been busy, hasn't he? Put on a good partnership with Gus Miller. After a little rocky start, 15 for 2 when he arrived at the crease. Northamptonshire in a pretty good place right now. Oh, how was that missed the stumps? Off the gloves. And incredibly close to being dragged on.
That partnership you alluded to, 92 between Miller and McSweeney, and as you said, a real hallmark of it was the running between the wickets. They turned dot balls into ones and ones into twos. And again, I was sitting outside during the break. When the cloud is covering the sky, it's a little bit chilly, but when the sun's out, it's an absolutely glorious day, and it's a good day for batting.
She's out now. Bright sunshine. This one is hammered away in front of square by Safe Zabe. Will Rhodes out in the deep. Didn't pick that up, but it wouldn't have made any difference as that raced away for 4.
The sound echoed around the riverside.
It's a great crack off the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Picked it up early onto the short ball very quickly and pulled it well in front of square. Almost in front of mid-wicket.
This one just takes the bottom hand off the bat. Safe to think of 2. Alex Lees gets in and prevents that from happening.
Well, the Durham women are in action as well in a T20 down in Nottingham. They batted first against the Blaze and set 167.
Picked up a wicket first ball, didn't they, of the innings?
Yeah, couldn't have got off to a better start. Trudy Johnson with an in-swinging Yorker to dismiss the captain, Kelly, first up.
Hasn't quite gone to plan after that, though, has it?
Well, no, not quite. 37 put on between Elwes and Beaumont. Just 3.5 overs. So a lot of defending still to do for the women. We're back in action in 2 days. They host Surrey here at the Riverside. The Banks Homes Riverside.
This one's a straight butt pull shot. Colin Ackerman doing the fielding. I'll have to find out what's behind this random shout out to him in the field.
What was said just then?
I don't know. There's some random. Every time he's picked up the ball at the moment, it's something shouted out to him. 138 for 3. McSweeney bringing up his 50 in that over. It's a healthy start, isn't it, to push the score along after tea? 7 off the over.
A couple of lovely shots in there as well. It'll be business as usual. Ben Rain to continue from the Lumley end. He's bowled 10 overs so far, 0 for 33. Couple of shouts in the outfield, trying to keep the energy up. No, Durham are going to win this game from here. It's a long, long way. They'll need to pick up a lot of wickets very quickly. It's not impossible.
No, not at all.
Forward and defending. There are a few things that are impossible in this game. And a mid-order collapse and a few quick wickets is certainly not one of them. Shouts of the grease man towards Rainey. Never short of a nickname, cricketers. Sacked off the pads, but no run. It's Ben McKinney. Almost, very almost, 4 overthrows. But Ollie Robinson have saved McKinney's bacon. Three dots to start this Ben Rain over in the sunshine, County Durham. Tucked away, and he's set off very quickly. McSweeney looking back to come back for 2, but he can't. The old adage: run the first one hard and then assess. Run the first one hard, but fielders under pressure, and maybe come back for 2. But not on that occasion. It's safe save on strike for the final delivery. No, 2 deliveries to go. I'm not very good at counting to 6. I'm very good up to 4, and then I struggle after that. Lees and Rain just discussing how to make best use of these final 2 deliveries. Comes down the track. Hits it straight to Matthew Potts at mid-on. Got to say, from this distance, where we are now, quite a long way away from the fielders at mid-on, mid-off, and especially if it's at the other end at fine leg and third man, makes a big difference having numbers on the back of the shirts.
Yeah.
And it's relatively new innovation.
Yeah, even the difference in the boldness of the numbers on the Northamptonshire shirts compared to the Durham shirts. I think the Durham ones are easier to pick up.
Must have been a lot more difficult for those commentating on the game beforehand. And I remember quite a lot of pushback when numbers were first introduced, as maybe a bit commercialised.
Yeah, I know people that stopped coming to cricket because
Really?
of names and numbers on the back, yeah. Or that against it.
I think overall it's been a good innovation, even if it makes cricket more appealing to the younger generation. If it makes one person buy a Jimmy Anderson shirt, then That can only be a good thing.
Why would somebody want to buy a Jimmy Anderson shirt?
Well, because when the numbers first came in, that was the argument. Whenever that was, 5 or 6 years ago maybe, Jimmy Anderson was leading the England attack.
Incredible bowler, still to this day.
But to put a more local, modern spin on it, I did see on my lap someone in a Colin Ackerman shirt. I'm not sure if that was a player-worn one, or whether he's... Can you go to the shop and get them printed?
I don't think there's a print in the shop. I guess by special request you could.
Unsure.
Not like a football shirt where
No.
it's pretty standard practice. I think all the shirts are blank with names and numbers, perspective on the back. Whoever's doing our T20 shirts next year, I would like a very large number and a clear number. We've got white numbers on a yellow shirt, which is very, very difficult to pick up. And luckily we watch them enough now that you can almost tell who the player is by one, fielding position, and two, the way that they move.
It's been pretty standard throughout.
Yeah. So you normally have
Fielding
Will
stuff.
Rhodes sweeping out in front of the members. You'll have Colin Ackerman on this side. McKinney there in the covers. And another horror throw into Ollie Robinson. Maybe he's doing it on purpose.
Oh, that reminds me that yesterday Hugh talked about being a little bit of a mischievous individual in the dressing room. Have you got any favourite pranks off the top of your head?
Oh, I didn't mind cutting shoelaces and things like that up the middle, so when people would go to tie their shoelaces, they came up, or maybe hiding an item, like one shoe, or I never touched anybody's cricket gear.
Oof.
Oh, as that one gets through, and nearly gets through Ollie Robinson as well. Yeah, nothing to do with their cricket gear. It would be shoes, or maybe a bit of deep heat in your spare underpants or something like that, or just just a bit of naughtiness, mate. Makes a long rainy day go a little bit happier.
General nuisance room. Was there an injury in the England dressing room a few years ago from a slider that had been glued onto the floor?
No, but I like it. That's my kind of style. See, nothing to do with a cricket bat or anybody's cricket equipment. That, to me, is sacred. And I would flip if somebody did it to me. Oh, that's a big shout, and he's given him. That was just coming back. It just brushed the pad, and McSweeney's left a lot of tight ones today. And this one is his undoing. He goes LBW to Potts for 52. And Northamptonshire 139 now for 4, leading by 184. George Gombert's finger was straight up there.
Yeah, it was up a few times, actually. I thought that looked pretty good. It came back a long way off the surface. Maybe height was the only consideration. I thought in terms of line, it was not a bad shout at all.
Not sure if he hit the back pad, actually, on the way through there.
No, front pad by the looks of the replay. That's out for my money. And
George has given it, and on replay, there you go.
if I'm agreeing with umpire Goff, that's normally a pretty good place to be.
Yeah.
But it was a hallmark of the Miller-McSweeney partnership was their tenacity in leaving the ball outside the off stump, and sometimes it probably was a bit closer than they anticipated, and I think that one's certainly come back a bit more than he would have anticipated, and he has to go for a well-made 52.
Sales is the new batter to the crease. I like this young fella. I think he offers plenty with both bat and ball.
He fell at the hands of Ben Rain in the first innings to a slight nip backer which went through him and clipped his off stump.
He must be son of, is he?
Let's have a little look at his Wikipedia page, shall we?
Why not? Go to.
James John Grimwood. Where is family history? David Sale's father.
There you go.
Formerly of Northamptonshire, England A and Wellington.
good striker of a cricket ball, David Sales. I'm sure he'll bring back a lot of fond memories for Northamptonshire fans over the years.
And it must run in the family because he's hit 2 centuries this year, James Sales, already.
So tall in defence.
In the first innings, he passed 500 runs for the season.
Wicket maiden to start for Potts. He has 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. Callum Parkinson, the other man, to pick up a wicket. And just like, we've had a lot of synergy in days, haven't we? The tea breakers bought a wicket very early again, breaking the partnership. Although just a partnership in its infancy, I guess, with regards to Zabe and McSweeney, compared to the one yesterday, which saw Ben Stokes dismissed after tea.
Yeah, tea brings wickets. That's flicked off the hips, and Rainey loved it.
Extra oars.
But you got to make the batter think it's closer than it was.
Create your own theatre, right?
James Sales not off the mark as of yet. Saw out that final delivery of the Matt Potts over. He's now on strike for the first time to Ben Rain, his nemesis from the first innings. He never really got going for his 13 runs. Another slip has been added in. David Beddingham comes back into the cordon. There's a heavy offside field. Well, it's almost just dribbled back onto his stumps. He played it with his hands a fair way away from his body. And he's going to pick it up, and then it looked like Ben McKinney told him no.
Don't touch our ball.
Don't want your sweaty batting gloves on our 40 over old ball. Want to keep it in as good nick as they can, see if they can get it reversing like Northants did. Left alone this time.
Here's our man Harry doing a
Here
lap
he
here.
is.
Look at him. He looks just a rogue human. I love it.
He looks pretty stiff, I reckon.
Vest on, shoes off, absolute Aussie. If you're going to stereotype, you got Sanderson there and his lovely sandals.
That's Luke Proctor, just on the right of your screen, who was just gesturing about his finger, which is why he's out the side. Forward and defending, big oohs and big ahs. Yeah, it's a proper haircut. Well, proper's a description.
Bit of tape on their left heel there as well. Just stretch the legs, a little casual lap for the fast bowling union.
And a wave to the crowd. A little bit of bounce there for Rain. Still a bit of life in this pitch. Into its 9th session. It's had a little bit of rain on it, although it's covered pretty quickly. And apart from that, it's been very dry over the 3 days. Today and yesterday especially. And a little bit of wind, a constant breeze will probably dry it out a bit further as well. Fuller this time. And look where Ollie Robinson has taken that. Long way down the leg side. 140 for 4. The lead is 185.
A nice little start for Durham after tea. 28 overs left in the day's play.
Do you hear that shout? I think he said you always get 9 when Parky gets the other one.
Oh, and this balloon's in the air but doesn't carry to backward point. Well, there is previous.
Well, that's referring to
I mean,
his-
always. I mean, it is a stretch. He does have a 9 foot. I think we talked about yesterday versus Lanks.
And it was Parky got the other one.
Indeed.
On this
At least
occasion,
the lads are in good spirits after tea anyway. Potts has got a big smile on his face.
it was Parky who got Gus Miller, and the other 3 have fallen at the hands of Potts.
Punched away off the back foot. Safe Zabe settles for 1.
It's a great bit of chat. You always get 9 when Parky gets the other one.
That's got to be rain. Shouting rubbish like that.
Can be a long time in the field to regurgitate the same chat, so it's nice
Yeah.
to change up occasionally, apart from just the old "come on lads, come on Potsy, come on Potter." The odd bit of ingenuity always goes down well.
Oh, Sale's just stuck on the crease there.
They're really up and about, the Durham side.
And do you know what? That'll please the coaching group up there watching. They'll know they've probably got one chance to really win this game, is to hit Northamptonshire hard after tea. And try and get into the lower order. Almost in this spell of Potts and rain. And you're right, the energy and the noise levels are right up here at the moment.
It's a lot of middle order to get through. It's a strong batting lineup
Yeah,
from
it
both
is indeed.
sides.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
But if they're going to do it, now's as good a time as any. Sale's new to the crease. Sabe hasn't really faced that many deliveries since tea.
Yeah, by the time this spell's done, that ball's going to be about 50 overs old as well. Solid in defence this time.
Well, 50 overs is round about the time, well, exactly the time when
It started to go.
Conway started to get it to talk the other way, and Rhodes and Stokes were dismissed. But by the time this ball's 50 overs old, the opening pair will be off, having a breather. It will be
If only they had somebody to come on first change that could
no
bowl reverse swing.
Not sure there's anyone contracted
Ackerman?
at Durham who can do that. No, Ackerman can't bowl,
Oh,
so you
my
know
bad, my
someone
bad.
who could have bowled maybe. Who
It's a bit like Frozen, isn't it? We need to let it go. I can't. I'm bitter. That ends the over from Potts. 141 for 4. Sale's yet to get off the mark. Safe saves on 18. 27 overs left in the day. That lead is 186.
And even if Durham did have someone who could bowl like that, it's not like he'd just be here watching with nothing else to do anyway. So. Rain to continue from the Lumley end. Robinson loves it. Loved it until he didn't. When Zabe just jammed his bat down. His hands are still on head.
Prolonged.
Just one flanking him to his left, Casey Aldridge, who took his 20th catch of the season. When Ricky Vasconcelos was dismissed by Potts for 5 in the midst of a really fiery opening spell.
Yeah, picked up a couple in the same over, didn't he?
Calvin Harrison falling to Ben McKinney, who took a couple more attempts to keep hold of it, but did juggle it well. Catch that flew fast and was rising. Took it around about the midriff to chest region. Good catch. Full and driven straight to Alex Lees for no run.
There's a bit of flair in that, wasn't
I
there?
was going to say his back foot just came off the ground a touch.
A little flamingo action. Old Kevin Peterson style.
We were talking just before the break about Red Bull and their YouTube videos. Kevin Peterson's another one who's
the
taken
old Switch is a creator now, isn't he?
getting good views as well. 1 million plus a video.
Maybe that's where we're going wrong, George. Well, we need to be interesting to start with, and then try and create something that people want to watch.
And that's created a wicket from Ben Rain, just catching the outside edge of safe save. And Durham is striking whilst the iron's hot. Another wicket down.
Yeah, just have a look on the replay here how wide he comes of the crease, Ben Rain. So even though the angle is from around the wicket, he's really used the crease nicely there. Front foot almost cutting the return crease, which is 100% legal. And good work from the warhorse of the Durham attack. Did he go wicketless first innings, or did he pick up a couple? I don't know why I'm thinking wicketless.
Picked up a couple.
He's wicketless so far in this innings. However, he's picked up his first. And this, and managing the game situation, that leads 186, now 5 down. If Northants were looking to attack and get amongst it and get a big lead, that thought's now looking at, right, how do we survive the next half an hour through this spell? And we mentioned earlier that Durham will have gone into tea thinking, right, we need to come out here and we need to take a couple of wickets if we've got any chance of winning this game. And they've done that so far.
Yeah, and all of a sudden there's just a little bit of interest in this game for Durham. We were talking before tea about how Northants could go and win it. And now conversation just turns to how Durham can go and win this. The lead 186. There's a full day's play tomorrow on a good batting pitch. So that was part of the reason when Durham won the toss. It was a bit of a 50-50 call. That's one of the reasons why they bowled first, is because they're comfortable chasing last on this pitch. It hasn't deteriorated much. It's still a good track.
They had a big chase earlier this year, didn't they? Was it Beddingham? And I think one of Beddingham's big scores, they knocked off a big total on the last day. You're the stats man. I'm just a man full of mashed memories. Sure, they knocked off something big really comfortably as well. I like this Ollie Robinson up to the stump straight away. So I don't know if that's a factor of George Bartlett maybe in the first innings batting out of his crease.
24th of April.
Talk to me.
Chestler Street, Banks Homes Riverside. Durham was set 336 to win in
Knock it off 2 down or something stupid.
the final innings against Lancashire, and they won by 8 wickets.
Yeah.
You're right. It was David Beddingham alongside Emilio Gay.
And they raced home as well. They didn't just knock it, they murdered it.
Run rate of 4.31. They chased it down in 78 overs, and that is the end of this over, which brought a wicket. Ben Rain catching the outside edge of safe save, leaving Northamptonshire with a lead of 187, 5 wickets down. Yeah, Emilio Gay 159 not out that day. David Beddingham 129 not out. Must have been a good deck.
Yeah, indeed. Apologies, Emilio, for... I mean, you're an England player now, so you've gone on to other things. You know you occupy my thoughts.
And we're talking about willing to win and willing to risk a loss. Well, Lancashire did declare that day 260, albeit for 9. That may have been Jimmy Anderson deciding he just didn't want to bat. And in the end, it looks like a few more runs wouldn't have mattered.
No, it was early as well. I don't think. Yeah, it was. This is going to be tough to knock off, and then all of a sudden they just peeled them off. Incredible. George Bartlett almost with the Marnus after the shot there, pointing the bat at the ball. Just needed the big no run.
Chasing 250 here, boys. It's a shout from Ben Rain. And get another few wickets quickly. That's certainly not out the question.
Oh, a little bit aerial, but safely out to Will Rhodes for a single.
Durham feeling like they're right in it, riding the wave at the minute. They're on top in this passage of play, and it is again tea, which has changed fortunes.
2 after tea.
2 after tea. Just another one of your great sayings.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, just playing away from his body, but timing it beautifully. Sales to get off the mark. Atlev just had the world interested for a moment. But goodness me, he's timed that beautifully.
Yeah, no thoughts of leaving outside off stump.
Trusted that for sure.
Definitely played it away from the body, but right out the middle of the bat.
Timing this one nicely as well off the back foot out to Will Rhodes. Important little phase this for Northampton. Need to build a partnership. Healthy lead. But they'll be aware of the chasing history on this ground as well, especially the last couple of years, and that game in particular that I mentioned. Probably adds another 20 or 30 onto what they think would be a safe total.
Worth noting that in the absence of Ben Stokes, not only did this side lose 25 overs, but they lose 95 runs. And whilst Colin Ackerman isn't allowed to bowl, I believe he's allowed to bat. It's very kind.
That's very generous of them, isn't it?
BCB to let him bat.
Thank you so much.
And he can bat. First class career average of 40. Across over 12,000 runs.
One hits the thigh pad hard. And yeah, it comes into the game on the back of a ton. You having a look at the scorecard earlier for the second team against the Saka last week, the Saka 11 at the racecourse ground. Hayden Mustard getting 100 as well. And I think, was it mentioned he got some club cricket runs yesterday for Darlington, got 90 odd. Man who loves to bat. I must admit I was surprised when I saw him he came out of the nets as we've mentioned before, I walked a couple of laps before the start of play and he was coming out and I was thinking, that's a bit strange of him being in first. I thought, because he's not playing, he'll get in first before all the lads rock up. And then on the next lap I bumped into the ground staff who said Stokes was out, and then the messages started to come through. What's McSweeney up to? He's walking a lap with a bat.
Still got his match shirt on, having not been dismissed too long ago. Trying to work out what he's got on his feet.
Some sliders with some socks on, is it? Might be the old Burks.
Left alone again. Well, initial thought was Burks, and I thought no. They look rubber. So second thought was sliders. But they're definitely closed toe.
Yeah.
There we go. Get a look at them on your far right. I don't quite know what they are. Shower shoes.
You might be right.
Stand-in captain in the absence of Luke Proctor. More waves to the crowd.
Yeah, it must be a couple of Northants fans behind us.
Oh, off the inside edge. Good work in the deep from Graham Clark. Can't prevent James Sales from coming back for 2. And that brings up 150 runs for Northamptonshire. It's come for the loss of 5 wickets. So it's been fairly tough going. And they've lost the most recent wickets in a cluster. And Durham will be hoping they can just add at least 1 more to that cluster. Cause a bit of panic in the away dressing room. At the minute, Northants won't be too displeased. The lead's still 195. But they are just teetering on the edge. And it could go one way or the other. And a chase, anything under 300, Durham would feel like they're very much in the game.
Do you know what it is? We have similar thought process. I was just about to ask you what you think Durham would be comfortable in chasing. I mean, we mentioned that Lancashire games. I mean, historically, chasing big scores in the 4th innings it is difficult. But this wicket tends to get better and better, a bit like the Oval. There's one where it's difficult to bowl the side out. New Zealand might beg to differ.
Maybe kept a little bit low. Hitting the toe of Sales' bat. David Beddingham, as you can see, just walking off screen there, being taken out of the slips cordon. Fast bowlers union coming back round again. Luke Proctor and Harry Conway. Now, Proctor does seem to be protecting his left hand still. Understandable with a broken finger. Oh, there's a play and a miss, and then, in hindsight, a leave, retrospectively.
Yeah,
From James Sales to
joined in the ooze there.
2 from it. In the over, which brought up 150, and now the lead at 195.
Proctor picked up one of the incredis that's normally left out for the kids for T20 days. Have little competitions of bowling at stumps, etc., etc. Harry Conway, shadow batting, of course he is. Seen lots of players lapping the last couple of years, more than I've ever seen before. And it was almost deemed a clubby thing to do. Oh no, we're too good to lap. We'll sit up and watch. Now I see it more and more. Especially the coaching staff love to have a lap.
Well, what I will say, it's a very lappable ground.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of space, isn't there?
A lot of grounds around the country won't have any grass in between the boundary rope and the stands, but this has grass all the way round. Maybe the most lappable ground in the land.
I think, is it Grace Road? I think is the only surface area that's bigger, I think, than the Riverside. Have you ever been to Grace Road?
Not actually, no.
It's quite wide. Square of the wicket. We've got the Durham group lapping the other way here by the look of it as well. Ryan Campbell now around having a chat to Victor Main and the ground staff.
Got 3 separate groups lapping at the minute.
Maybe it could be a bit like Anchorman, where the opposition comes together and kind of all hell breaks loose. Weapons appear out of nowhere, and that's one way to force a result. Oh, no control whatsoever. He must have thought that was going to be wider. Potts again, a little bit wider of the crease. So the 2 Durham bowlers using the crease well. Campo's actually sharing Vic's deck chair.
I reckon there are very few people at the club who Vic would let take temporary residence of his deck chair.
That's awesome. Graham Onions there in the background, just resting on it. Potts really attacking the stumps here. Good work. Kept out by Bartlett. I tell you who's had a good couple of days as well while I've been here is these blokes behind the magic curtain. The little gremlin in there who's normally eating his Chinese. Ross, or drinking a Monster. And Stevie the vegetarian upstairs with his artistic camera work. Absolutely fantastic. The guys from the media company bringing you all the pictures. Making our jobs much easier when it comes to describing things. Another lead from Bartlett. This is good from Potts. Bartlett will be identifying, can I just get through this over? How many more has Potts got left? How many more has Rain got left? Can I get through to the change bowlers?
I should think not many. Although at the minute, you'd have a tough task trying to take the ball out of their hands.
Yeah, he's such a competitive, Matthew Potts. Into his 16th over here in the first innings.
Out
He
of
bowled
46.
28 in the first innings, yeah, so a good workload. Oh, and this is run to the annoyance of Potts, who leans back and would like to share a word or two with the world, but manages to keep it all in. And that runs away for 4.
16 overs from the first 46. I think maybe what Durham should have thought about is maybe just adding in another seamer to take the workload
You're
off
a bad
Potts
man.
and Rain.
Now you're picking up for I left. I'm enjoying your bitterness.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just think Durham maybe should have added in another seamer. They're clearly a bit light on the bowling attack.
And not being a true, and this is not a slight against you, like being a Durham fan. Like, yeah, it's good bitterness. I like it.
And here is the AFL ball that was the topic of conversation on day one.
He must be English because the way he's tried to bounce that was absolutely horrific.
Well, and this is what I was saying to Ben, right? Is I think an AFL ball at the cricket has now become a slightly hipster thing to have.
Right, okay.
And I think if you're an English guy bringing that to a game, you're begging someone to ask you
It's
about
a
it.
thing. I would have thought maybe Conway or McSweeney, or Buff himself, big AFL fan.
Well, you said how much longer is Rain going to last? No longer. He's been changed at the Lumley end, and it's Callum Parkinson back on.
I tell you what, he might be being changed as well because he's off the field at the moment. Yeah.
James Minto, there we go. Yeah, backwards point. Parky's had a lot more control in this innings. In the first innings, he was used as the pressure release for the Northampton batters, and they went and attacked him. They've not really had the option to do that today. He picked up the wicket of Gus Miller, frustrating him, and eventually slashed one into the hands of Matt Potts at catching cover.
Good sharp catch.
And I'll make that 4 lapping groups simultaneously.
Yeah, this is where my Anchorman theory comes in. Little cameos from various famous actors if you haven't seen that scene.
Left alone. David Bedingham just having a little chat with Conway and co. at long off. That's the end of the over. Callum Parkinson back into the attack with a maiden. 154 for 5. The lead, 199.
Yeah, Potts is done. Going to see Casey Aldridge have a crack from the Finkel end. 5 overs, 1 for 18 in that spell. And you've got Dale Benkenstein, the Durham batting coach, who's just gone off camera there. I was talking to one of the Northants subs, but you've got young Mirabelle still here. Sophie, Ben Hall's wife, and Holly, Matthew Potts' wife, sitting on the floor.
Gotta say, it's phenomenal stamina from the little girl.
Oh, mate, they're so energetic, aren't
Been
they,
out there
kids?
for hours.
Yeah. As soon as the seatbelt goes on in the car, it'll be... and then wide awake again for the rest of the night, probably. It's when you're watching kids, you throw them a skittle or two, just when they go back to their parents, they're just a little bit wired. Oh, interested, but I think the bat brushes pad. My initial thoughts.
You could tell that wasn't out because Casey Aldridge only appealed after everyone else did.
Yeah, still looking at Goff with an inquisitive face. Goffy's like, nah, mate.
The bowler normally the first one to appeal. There's very much a second thought from an afterthought from Aldridge. You're talking about the white ball shirts that Durham are wearing this year. I'm a big fan of this white one, just with the stripes down the side.
That's a lovely punch off the back foot and a lovely crack off the bat. Out to Will Rhodes. Yeah, it's got the traditional club colours of navy, yellow and maroon. Trim, is it called?
Trim, yeah. It's not trying to do anything too much, but it's just enough. Just
yeah, subtle.
Little touch of something.
I think it's nice to break it up. Alex Lee's there, just off camera, as the long sleeve version. I think that trim goes all the way to the cuff of the long sleeve shirt.
Are there any woolly jumpers still doing the rounds? Are they not in circulation at the minute?
It's a good question. I know the England guys still have the old traditional woolly jumpers. There's a few clubs that actually do that because that is one thing that does bug me. You talked about the numbers earlier, and a lot of them struggle to get the numbers and names onto the woolly jumpers. So a lot of them are the synthetic fabrics with a bit of fleece lining. You can see there the cuffs of Alex Lee's on his long sleeves have those trims on as well.
Good work from Canterbury.
Actually got some nice stuff in the club shop there that I quite like. The T20 kit, it's got a big lion flashed across the kind of the hip and the bright yellow and blue. And you'll have a different 50 over kit for the Metro Bank. Some of the retro stuff they actually brought out was pretty cool as well.
Yeah, it's back in fashion, that. Retro leisure wear.
Good use of the bottom hand. Is there a run out chance? Sales is very quick. Minto backs up.
I've heard a few shouts of Gerald there for Graham Clark. Where does that come from?
I don't know.
Get it, Gerald? They seem in good spirits at least. The Durham Fielders.
They're actually a really good group of lads. Attempted short ball, just wide and through to the keeper. Ends the over, just a couple off the over. So the run rate just stalling a little bit here when you're looking at Northampton potentially pushing on. A couple of wickets have done that, hasn't it?
Well, that's past a club shop. I think I see some retro rugby shirt type things.
They've got, they're really nice actually. They're more maroony and navy, I think.
Those rugby shirt style shirts are definitely in fashion at the minute.
Get yourself across, mate. We'll organise a little discount for you.
Driven hard, but straight to Matthew Potts. Good hands. Great hands.
In fact, knowing the creature that runs the club shop, it'll be shut by now.
Turned away.
And hopefully he's home walking my dogs. My son runs the shop.
I think yesterday you were sporting a Durham shirt of sorts. You just got the shorts on today.
Yeah. Run out, to be honest.
All right.
On a hot day, the last thing I want to do is wear like the training acrylic shirts. Yeah, cotton man all the way.
They just rub a bit, do they, on a hot
I
day?
just think you end up stinking in them. What's a similar slap that, wasn't it, to the one that got rid of Miller earlier in the day?
Better connection on this one along the ground, but all the way to Graham Clark. Again, really good hands.
Very fast hands.
I feel there are some things that go underappreciated when you just watch cricket on the TV. And just general ground fielding. These balls are being hit really, really hard at them.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10 it's a clean pickup. And you watch club cricket around the country, and if Graham Clark was to stop that as he did here, he'd be really up and about, be very vocal about it. But it's just par for the course here at the elite level.
It's his job. Rides the bounce nicely. Does Bartlett, and he'll pick up a single. Yeah, you're right though, there is a serious difference that you see. At the end of the day, their bats are probably a little bit better, they're probably a little bit stronger, and they hit balls every day, so they're hitting them cleaner and harder and further. But then there's levels to that as well. As we saw in the T20 we had here the other night, Liam Livingston put on an absolute clinic, and there was balls that I thought he'd literally skied straight up in the air that ended up 20 metres over the boundary and in the LNER stand, and incredible striking.
Find with a lot of these short format players, it's the wrist speed is just phenomenal, and the wrist strength as well.
Oh, and that's lobbed in a gap. Looked like Sales was in all sorts of trouble as he almost leapt in the air as he's tried to flick it into the leg side. Got a leading edge. Every Durham fielder was expecting it to lob into the hands of Potts at cover.
I couldn't quite see it off the bat, but did Potts pick it up or it just didn't go near
It
him?
just went squarer.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Bartlett gets down on that one. Cuts it away. Out to Rhodes in the deep. He touches and comes back. And pick up a comfortable 2.
These two just settling in. 36 deliveries faced from Sales and now 16 from Bartlett. I've just halted the momentum a little bit, but
Yeah.
this Durham team definitely still believe.
I've took that lead to over 200 now as well. Nicely tucked away into the leg side.
Looks like there's just enough, just about still enough in it for this Durham side to still be excited.
I was just looking where that clapping was coming from there. There's a few Northants crew in the T20 dugout down and to our left. Just still on the outfield here. With format changing back to white ball from next week. Yeah, speaking of that, I'm just checking the girls' score, and the game has moved on. 140 for 2, needing 28 from 24 balls. The Blaze. The Women's County Cup, round 3.
I hate how synced up we are.
Were you just looking at that?
As soon as you said white ball cricket, I thought, oh, I wonder how the women are getting on.
Ends the over. 161 for 5. That leads at 206. 19 overs left in the day.
What a beautiful day on your screens there.
It's what we deserve for Father's Day, right? Nice day.
Well, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that you received a gift.
I did, yeah. Very lucky.
It's very kind.
Very lucky. Lovely card as well. Some very kind words from my son.
Quite right too.
It's a mixed day, isn't it? For some, you know, you've got, not to get too deep, but you've obviously got a lot of people who no longer have their fathers in their lives who have left us and stuff like that as well. So it is important to mark the date.
Oh, big appeal. I reckon it's hit him outside the line. And it's turned down by umpire Treadwell. Parkinson really liked the look of it, but I reckon it's clipped him just on full stump. I think Parkinson knows that too.
Tell you what, it's a good shout.
Oh, there's a play and a miss.
He's playing the ball. He's trying to play the ball late, but it's really getting himself into some awkward positions. He's really tied this end up, hasn't he, Parkinson?
Into his 12th over, 1 for 32. Lowest economy rate of the group.
Yet to go for a run in this spell.
Into his 3rd over. Just one more delivery to go for him to take 3 maidens in a row. This one's been his most threatening over so far. Not the most convincing forward defence from Bartlett, but he does keep it out. And there's 3 maidens in a row for Parkinson.
That's exactly what you want as a captain. When facts we're a bowler down, or a seam bowler down, so we need Parkinson to take control, and that's exactly what you want from your spinner on day 3 as well. There should be more in the game. He's just starting to show a little bit of threat there as well as his miserly start to his spell with 3 maidens in 3 overs. Casey Aldridge to continue. Ben Rain back on the field at mid-off. Unmistakable in that discoloured floppy. And the fact he's got his name and number on his shirt. It's gone a little bit quieter out there now, hasn't it? There was a lot of energy and a lot of noise from Durham after tea. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Managing to get through the spell of rain and pots was a mini win for this Northant side. Really threatening Matthew Potts. As you said about 15 overs ago, or maybe 10 overs ago, by the time those spells were done, the ball would be 50 overs old. And it is certainly doing a little bit less than it was when Matthew Potts and Ben Rain started their spell.
That's the important thing, I think, in these longer format games, just to identify moments. How can you win this moment? And it might not necessarily be going at 4 and 5 and over. It might be actually going at 2 and over and making sure that your partnership continues into the next spell of the bowlers. We've mentioned the workload of Potts already. Just going back to his figures of 16 overs in the second innings. What was it, 28 in the first, I think it was. Yeah, 28. So there's a lot of miles in those legs in the last 3 days. Ben Rain as well, 23 overs in the first innings. He's got through 14 so far. So there's going to be, you would think, a lot of reliance here on Callum Parkinson. Maybe a little bit from Will Rhodes as well to back up Casey Aldridge as the 3rd seamer.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Will Rhodes so far, just 2 overs. But you would think he'd have to bowl again. So we said 25 overs to make up. Callum Parkinson will make up a fair chunk of them. I'd be surprised if we don't see a bit more Will Rhodes. Maybe not today. 17 overs to go. I think it's quite likely that we will.
Will we see more rogue leg spin?
Well, if Northants aren't going to go on the attack at all, then why not? Give him a couple of overs.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, you've got to remember he's hot off his first ever
my
first-class
God.
wicket.
I saw him this morning. He had the biggest, just the biggest smile on his face as well. And I just said, "Don't talk to me." Dale Benkenstein there.
You've done a lot of work with
Down in front
McKinney,
of
have
us.
you?
I have.
Any bowling work?
No. No, none. But you know, in all seriousness, if he can improve his bowling, it's only going to add to him as a cricketer, and I'm absolutely all for it. But it's disgusting right now.
This is a question I posed when he first came on day one. Is how often does he bowl?
A lot.
Does he?
Now, yeah, he's just got the bug.
Because my thought process was that sidearms and coaches exist purely for the reason that opening batters don't have to bowl. But he's taken this on as a skill he wants to improve.
Absolutely.
Which leads to my follow-up question. So they punch this for a single. In that period of the game, would it have been McKinney going to Lees saying, "All right, Skip, give me a go"? Or
Mate,
would
that's
Lees
a
have said, "We need to steal a few overs here, Ben, can you do us a favour"?
I think you're going to have to ask Alex Lees that question, because I have no idea. It worked. And it might have just got to the point where he's thinking, right, I've gone around here, that nothing's really happening. Can I just break up their concentration with some filth?
Flicked away. Well, the answer was yes. Safe Sabe, gifted lives early on, eventually fell to a paddle scoop shot.
I tell you, it was a hell of a catch from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Robinson anticipated it and moved early and caught it down high down the leg side.
Yeah. That's the worst. It'll just go down as Court Robinson bowled McKinney.
Oh, and that's bowled Parkinson. James Sales off stump is on the ground and Parky's right up for it. Northants is 6 down.
I tell you what, great work again from the guys behind the scenes, capturing that celebration from Callum Parkinson, who was up and about. Knocked the stump out of the ground. Sales again just getting trapped on the crease. And Parkinson, the first time he'd gone for runs in this spell, has also bought a wicket. Northants just in a little bit of limbo here on how they keep going forward. 164 for 6. Still a healthy lead of 208. But now just a little bit pensive as that partnership went on. They've kind of just sat in there. Casey Aldridge has bowled tidily, which has added to the pressure. Justin Broad, the new batter, coming in at number 8.
I'll tell you what, Ash, my heart right now is just beating a little bit quicker because I just settled into a bit of a
You're in the
lull
game?
with the game.
That's just
And
Callum
suddenly-
Parkinson, isn't it?
Suddenly there's a
I tell you
massive
what,
bit of energy.
old mate is definitely awake there with Callum Parkinson running away and screaming. I mean, he hasn't moved, but he's awake.
Justin Broad lasted 14 deliveries in the first innings, contributing just 1 run. He fell at the hands of Matt Potts.
Yeah, that leave drag on, wasn't it?
The old leave drag on, which Harry Conway played so well just a few overs before. And there's a hat on the stumps, which I imagine umpire Goff is going to pick up. The hat of Casey Aldridge, who actually did this yesterday. He left the hat on top of the stumps for Goff to come and pick up, or for Treadwell to pick up.
Watch him knock the bail off.
Oh, very careful.
Yeah.
But by the time he got to the stumps, the hat was on the floor, so it looked like Casey Aldridge just chucked it for him. There you go, umpire, pick that up.
Nah, more respect for the game. Got to look after mother cricket. Oh, and that has just run the fingers down the ball there, and that's gone away from the bat and kept going after it passed the bat as well. Nice tumbling take from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Not an easy ground to keep on here. tend to take a lot of balls knee height and below. The odd one has carried through. Saw one from Potts earlier, didn't he? He took a head height.
What I love about this game, in general, long form cricket, is the way it ebbs and flows. And we were in a bit of an ebb, and now we've got a bit of a flow. The game has just picked up again.
It was just in a bit of a holding pattern, wasn't it? And every time it's got into that phase, almost when both sides have looked comfortable with the bat, the bowling teams managed to fight back and pick up kind of wickets in 2s and 3s. And then what normally follows is a partnership, but hopefully from a Durham point of view, they can burst through this lower order, which, as we know, and as we've seen, is a pretty strong one for Northamptonshire.
But make no mistake, Durham can well and truly win this game from here. 6 wickets down, the lead 209. Ben Range's shout of 250 seems a little optimistic, but certainly under 300 is possible.
Bartlett's solid in defence. Good areas and good questions and good pressure being built.
That wicket sort of came out of nowhere. It didn't do a lot from Parkinson.
Do you know what it is? I need to watch the replay of it because you're right, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Sales went back to a full-length ball and just missed it, really. It's not done a whole lot off the surface.
Oh, did that swing?
Definitely a touch.
Indication from Bartlett that it did, yeah.
And the first ball of the over swung an absolute mile after it passed the stumps, which is something we've seen quite a lot recently.
Maybe this ball's starting to reverse like Northampton got it to go in that Durham first innings.
That man spoke after day one about his frustration about not taking the chances that Durham had created.
Just starts that one a little bit straight. And Bartlett pick up a single, so just the one off that over.
But they've taken every chance they've created so far today.
You're going to have to earn them, aren't you? You're not going to get free wickets here.
4 catches, 2 in the slips, 1 in the covers. All 3 of those really good catches. The one to Aldridge, pretty rudimentary, but it went fast. The one to McKinney, even more difficult. And the one to Potts in the covers above his head was hit really hard. That was a good catch. So Durham making it stick in this Northamptonshire second innings.
2 for 34 for Parkinson.
He's gone 3 maidens in a row and then a wicket.
That celebration is a thing of beauty.
I expect nothing less.
Just starting to get a little bit of curl in there as well, a little bit of drift.
And we enter yet again another really interesting phase of this game. Nice areas from Parkinson. Bartlett so far for his 36 deliveries has looked very solid. Hit 30 in the first innings before nicking off to McKinney.
Long off still in place.
It's been the case all day, and I don't think you've been any more keen on it now than you were.
No, I just think you can be a little bit more, I don't know, less generous, I guess, is probably just an easy single. He's going to come up now to the new batter.
Justin Broad gets off the mark immediately. Quick single to Ben Rain at point. And Bellingham goes back out. He never really came that far in. He came to a sort of halfway house where there would have still been a single on offer. I'm not sure he looked quite sure where he was meant to be. But I agree, Ash. Northants aren't going for it. You bring it up and say if you want to go over the top, feel free.
Mate, imagine Darren Lehman now if one of these two was to get caught at mid-off trying to hit one over the top. Oh, the cap's on the floor. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Yeah.
Good boy, Matthew. I've taught you well.
Well, you said it's a good group.
Yeah, they're lovely lads. Really passionate about playing good cricket for Durham. Lots of different characters as well, which is, I think, what makes it a good group. It'd be boring if everyone was the same, wouldn't it? Casey Aldridge, new to the group, came up last year on loan during the T20. I'll tell you what's interesting straight away from Broad there is in his little trigger, he's jumping outside off stump.
Oh, we saw Matthew Potts get the wicket of Nathan McSweeney with the one that just came back in, which he ended up leaving alone. So Broad just trying to cover that off.
And that is the temptation, but the field's not really set for that bowling. You know, one slip and there's no fielder at mid-wicket, so I think if Casey Aldridge wants to target the stumps, they kind of need to change the field.
Just 2 out on the leg side. It's definitely set for the ball just in the channel outside off stump.
It's a lovely flow and punch off the back foot, out for a single.
So he's seen that space, his Broad, and he's just trying to open up the leg side. But as you say, Ash, Aldridge's eyes, must light up at the possibility of blowing his front pad off.
Aldridge trying to drag him a little bit wider.
Well, at times we've had players come so far across off stump that you can see all 3 stumps behind them at the point of release. It's not quite going to that extreme, but his toes, if you have a look, by the time he's hit the ball, are well outside off stump.
Yeah, that back foot, you're right. After his trigger is outside off stump. He might not realise he's going that far across. I think when he's just kind of shadowed that one there, he shadowed it as if his back foot and his back toe was just in line with off stump. And that could be just early innings, maybe a little bit of extra nervous energy. Real effort ball from Aldridge is a no ball.
He said, here you get a lot that carry through around shin height, and then you do get the odd one that takes off. That was one of the ones that took off. Past Broad around his shoulder. Well, maybe a bit lower shoulder of the bat, certainly.
Yeah. I think your real effort ball can go through, and I think, yeah, there might be the odd one that does vary and bounce late on day 3, which you would expect. Can't tempt him into a drive. As that ends the over, 171 for 6. Leading by 216.
So we're going to see more of Callum Parkinson. It's been a fantastic spell since he's come back on. 3 maidens followed by the wicket over. He's going to be bowling at George Bartlett again. So we see another father, Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, he's got a handful at the moment. About 2-year-old twins.
Driven powerfully out towards Ackerman.
I think he's got 3 in total, but yeah, two twins that are about the 2-year-old mark. Oh, God, that must be busy.
The troublesome twos. 2 meanings of the phrase. That's pushed wide of Ackerman, who does quite well to cover round. And reduce that to 2 runs. Ben Rain just going through some looseners. Maybe we'll be seeing him come back on shortly. And there's the little paddle from Justin Broad, which we saw from McSweeney. And it ended up being cut off through Alex Lees, who has put himself in at a 45. And that's the only time we've seen that shot be played.
It's a big period, this, up until stumps. If Durham can pick up another couple, I think that they're right in the driving seat here and probably haven't been in that position throughout the whole match.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's looking like we've got a cricket match on. 221 the lead. And until that number starts with a 3, I reckon Durham will think they're well within a chance, and that's played and missed, and it's hit the back pad. Justin Broad, and Parkinson's causing problems. Graham Clark doing the fielding.
Need to create some energy here in this last push, last 12 overs of the day. And what has been a beautiful Father's Day here in Chesley Street. Been blessed with sunshine throughout the day. 176 for 6, leading by 221. Can Durham pick up another couple before stumps? Graham Onions might be texting his missus and putting his tea order in for Father's Day. And as you called, Ben Rain was going through some kind of motion to come back into the attack. Can he be the man to pick up a wicket or 2 to put Durham in control of this match? How was that, Mr. Stumpson? What a fantastic bit of wicket keeping that is from Ollie Robinson. Initially thought that I hit the back pad.
And it would have been a tough one for George Bartlett, because it's really not got up as much as he would have thought it was going to. It's gone underneath his bat.
I think he's just done it for a little bit of pace as well. It probably wasn't expecting that one to zip through. Ben Rain can do that to you as well. Almost lulls you in. Again, tidy work from Ollie Robinson.
It's definitely a tough little period for these two to navigate.
It just offers such a different dynamic, that keeper standing up. We've talked about that a few times, haven't we, during this match?
Bartlett wasn't coming down the track at all. But even so, it's just something extra to think about. Something that's in your mind. Make sure you don't drag your back foot out the crease.
A little bit straight from Rain as this one's tickled down the fine leg for a single.
Just maybe makes you think about your technique more than you otherwise would be. And as soon as you start overthinking your batting, that's when problems can arise. The same with golf. When you're playing your best golf, you don't think about your swing. You think about what shot you're going to play and where the ball's going to go. And as soon as you start talking yourself through your swing, that's when you know you're in trouble.
This one's thick outside edge and down to third for 4. Much to the disappointment of Durham. But Northampton will greatly receive those 4 runs. Extending their lead on to 226 now. Takes Broad into double figures also. He's on 10, Bartlett on 17. And you feel the game is really on the line here in this last 40-45 minutes.
Yeah, 11 overs to go at the conclusion of this one. And we suggested that if Northants were going to continue the way they were going before tea, they'd end the day about 300 ahead. Which is looking unlikely at this stage. Effectively 226 for 6. And they'd be delighted if they can just get to stump 6 down, I reckon.
Drive off a thick inside edge. Ends the over. 5 from that over. 181 for 6, leading by 226. Broad 10, Bartlett 17. Yeah, I guess you can reference even the run rate. We were talking that run rate being around the 4 and over mark. That's dropped right down to 3.1 now. Some good tight bowling, George, and maybe a little bit more circumspect batting.
Well, it's become a game that they were thinking, how can we win? It's now a game thinking, how can we make sure we don't lose? You go back to moments in a game. Gus Miller just losing a bit of concentration and breaking that partnership. Though not to do any discredit to a man who came in at very late notice for the injured Luke Proctor. Opened the batting against the new ball and batted beautifully for his 60 odd. And then post tea, the quick wickets that fell. Another big moment in this game. McSweeney going well. Shouldering arms to one that jagged back in from Matthew Potts. Just clipped away off the inside edge. Into mid-wicket, and then it seems to be every pivotal moment of the game this happens, that our man ahead of us just falls asleep. But he's done so. He's done so with a cup of coffee in his hand.
Outstanding.
Forward and just playing slightly in front of his body. It still looks solid from George Bartlett. Two from the over so far. 2 from the over it stays. Northants net 228 for 6. Be Ben Rain to continue. We talk about waves and ebbing and flowing. Our friend here has exemplified that. Although almost in reverse, he's been asleep when the game's on the edge and he's been awake when it's in a slower period. Clearly the coffee not quite doing its job.
This one allowed through to the keeper.
And in other crowd news, the dog is still here, still on that lady's lap.
Has it finished its crossword yet? The dog?
Well, the dog gave it a go, but handed over responsibility to owner. And our man with the binoculars, well, we'll have to see if he's still in action. He's got them ready and poised, just in case.
Of course he's ready.
Let's see when they go up. Ben Rain's about to start his run up. Still not up. There we go. Binoculars engaged. Binoculars down. It's almost poetic.
It's just a shame we can't get the cameras on these guys that are literally right underneath us. But right in our vision, and unfortunately for you, not in yours.
Need to start talking about some people further
Yeah,
away.
that we can't see. That's the irony of it.
Well, luckily, Ash, we're doing such a great job of describing it. It feels like you can see them. Durham outfielders doing their best just to keep the energy levels up with a ball that's decreasing in age. That's wrong. What I meant to say was increasing in age and decreasing in
integrity or
Yeah,
hardness or something. Yeah, we'll just leave
that'll
it at that.
do. Wonder if we'll see Matthew Potts come back on at the end of this Ben Rain spell. Not to bang on about it too much, but genuinely speaking now, that the removal of Ben Stokes from this game has made this challenge a lot tougher for Durham.
And they've stood up well, haven't they? And this will really please the coaching staff. I guess that the question to be asked is, did Durham choose Ackerman knowing that he couldn't bowl, or was there another option? Could they go with Minto or Luke Robinson? Or I know none of them are really like for like, so... Oh, is there a feather? Everybody's interested apart from Ben Rain and Michael Goff. Ends the over. Another Ben Rain maiden over. He has one for 43. And just a little flutter for all our Northamptonshire fans.
Yeah, it looked like a knowing smile from Ben Rain. Although everyone else was pretty convinced. Ollie Robinson just having a little chat with umpire Goff.
I must admit, I didn't think he'd nicked it, but obviously we're such a long way away. It's kind of the people at the strikers end were convinced, and the people everywhere else were kind of wondering what all the fuss was about.
Parkinson into his 5th of the spell.
Good take from Robinson, though. Didn't stay down a little bit, that one.
I've been really impressed with Robinson's keeping in general throughout this match. I wonder where he ranks amongst the county game in terms of wicket keeping.
Very highly. It was nearly the England test keeper, wasn't he? It kind of...
Quick single. Completed.
came down to that choice almost between him and Smith, and I think that affected Ollie, if I'm totally honest with you. But you can't argue with the decision that the selectors have made. Jamie Smith's made a fine start to his test career, probably barring the winter tour to Australia.
Imagine it's Smith's batting ability more than his keeping ability, which is the driving force behind that decision. And probably Ollie Robinson's not batting ability, but I was going to say maybe tempo, but he's more than capable of accelerating the rate. But when you see Jamie Smith batting at his best, it's clear to see why they have made that decision. But Ollie Robinson been really, really solid behind the sticks.
And again, I don't think this is an easy ground to keep at. I think you get a much better ride somewhere like the Oval with that true bounce and the ball that's coming through kind of hip height all the time, rather than almost between knee and thigh here or lower. And that's just the conditions. That's just the two differences in the pitches. Makes neither a better pitch, but it's definitely easier. Like, for instance, keeping in Australia, you're miles back and the ball sails through and you're taking everything kind of waist high or above. Makes it much easier to keep. Token or 8 overs remain in the day, or 7.5 now. And what Northampton want is just this to drift towards stumps. What Durham will do is they'll want to just raise the energy and try and take one or two with them into stumps. Ball's 60 into its 62nd over now. So you almost in the morning get a burst before the new ball and then one after with the new ball.
You mentioned after a couple of quick wickets normally comes a partnership. This partnership's only 22 runs, but I think more importantly it's the time it's taken. And it's allowed Potts to finish his spell. See a bit of Casey Aldridge. Now we're circling back round to Ben Rain. But the longer Durham go without a wicket, the more the energy just starts to dip, and as you said, the more the game just starts to drift.
I think Durham will be thrilled with today.
Absolutely.
I think the character they've shown with obviously the setback that we've mentioned with the Stokes announcement, getting up to 400, and then to really, on a good batting pitch, have Northamptonshire, I'm not going to say in trouble, but almost putting themselves into a winning position is going to go a long way to how it defines their season. It's all good and well turning up and beating teams by an innings. That doesn't really define your character. That shows that you're a really good side. But what you want is the character to go along with the skills, and this is what Durham are showing here today. In my humble opinion.
Well, for long periods of this game, they've been on the back foot.
Yeah.
They've been behind, and it's now going into the end of day 3 feeling like they're a little bit on top. Definitely shows a lot of character. And just as we talk about the game starting to drift, our friend wakes up.
This might be the part of the game he really likes. Or he might be thinking, if I fall asleep, I might miss my bus home.
Well, I'm excited for these last 7 overs.
We're all on our feet. Only because my hips have stopped working. Right on the money from Ben Rain. Just the one from the first ball of that over. There are 7 overs left in the day. Northamptonshire are 232 for 6. Effectively.
I wonder if we'll just have a little burst of Matt Potts before the close. It's going to be Parkinson to continue from the Lumley end. Potts has mostly operated from the Finkel end. Is that 2 in the spell for Rain?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. Maybe a couple more for Rain and a couple for Potts. That's his 3rd, is it? Maybe 1 more for Rain and a few for Potts.
He's going through a few stretches there at short cover, Matthew Potts. So yeah, you might be right. Might even get 3 from Potts. Oh, our mate's leaving. He might be right about the bus.
Tried to turn away, and really good work from Casey Aldridge, who almost... Well, he does have a go at the run out. I'm not sure if Bartlett was back or not, but it was sharp work nonetheless.
If only he knew. You've been talking about him all day.
Off he goes. A good day's work watching the cricket.
Mate, he's had a great day.
Turned away slightly aerial for half a second.
He's playing across his pad there, wasn't he? That's what had the lads interested.
Playing against the spin. Again, just playing in front of his front pad. In front of his body.
It's the old solstice today as well, isn't it? People dancing around Stonehenge at some stage, I would have thought.
It is the summer solstice, of course. There's the paddle scoop. Really good work from Casey Aldridge. Yeah, I've managed to talk about the summer solstice for every day of this game, apart from the day itself. But today, the longest day of the year.
Your favourite. Or is there a tinge of sadness knowing that from tomorrow, It starts to get a little bit darker every day.
This is what I said on Friday. It's a slightly bittersweet feeling. Parkinson ends the over. It's another maiden. You've got to make use of the solstice. You've got to get outside late. Because I was thinking this last night. I looked outside about 10:30 and there was still a colour in the sky. And I thought, if this is winter, the sky's black from about 4:30 and it is miserable. It really is.
There you go, you called it. I could have done the commentator call there because I saw him stretch first, but you called it before that. So, but no, I agree with you. I mean, I think I am one of that suffers, is it SADS or whatever, that seasonal adjustment disorder syndrome or whatever it is, that where I just don't like the winter. It's cold, it's dark, it's wet. What's to like? Oh, an immediate movement off the seam and a good lead from Broad.
It's amazing to see just how much more upbeat people are when the sun comes out for the first time. Because you don't necessarily realise how bleak the winter is until you see the sun again.
I love it. You normally get that one day in maybe late March where everybody goes, oh my God, and you see the people out in their vests or people with tops off, shorts.
Amazing.
Normally the Lonsdales or something like that, and a couple of cans of Foster's walking around the streets. Rogue behaviour.
Oh.
Get back, don't pick it up. That's not yours. That's exactly what they'll be being told. Saw Ben Stokes, didn't he? He picked up the ball 3 or 4 times yesterday. I don't know whether it's an Aussie thing or what, but that's not your ball. Leave it alone. And then you're just leaving yourself open up to one idiot just going, how's that?
Let's leave it alone.
And just give it a little nudge towards you or whatever. There you go. But don't pick it up.
Oh.
Gorgeous cover drive. Justin Broad. That is one of the shots of the day. Over pitch from Potts, no doubt, but goodness me, that was punished. Elegant. Almost Michael Vaughan-like.
You read my mind, Ash. That's right up there for shot of the day.
Vince Vaughan. Beautiful shot, that.
Leant right into it. The crack off the bat was phenomenal.
That's not Vince Vaughn, the actor, either. That's James Vincent Michael Vaughan.
Have you ever seen him play cricket?
I wonder if Vince Vaughn can play that. That would be incredible. Seen him play dodgeball. Not cricket. You can really tell when Potts is on bowling because the level of noise and the expectation almost goes up from the Durham fielders. That must be a great feeling to know that everybody in the team's got your back and almost expects you to do great things. You're not looking up Vince Vaughn cricket, are you, please?
Well, no. Yes, I am. On his Wikipedia page, he described himself as unathletic.
Played 10 ODIs.
Although he does have English heritage, I'd be surprised if he's ever picked up a cricket bat.
Definitely a dodgeball.
Five overs remaining in the day.
And we're acting like it too.
Callum Parkinson's going to bowl a couple of them. Picked up 2 wickets today for 46 runs. Most recently, picked up James Sales, clean bowled. And before that, got Gus Miller caught in the covers. He's bowled a no ball here.
What? He's not happy.
Which he doesn't look pleased about. And umpire Treadwell has to come over and say, no, Callum, this is your foot mark.
Well, you mentioned the fast bowlers union yesterday. Obviously, there's no spinners union either. James Treadwell, former off spinner.
Inexcusable as a slow bowler to be overstepping. So the shout we heard earlier on when Potts was running into bowl. Potsy, when you get 9 when Parky gets the other. Well, that's not true today. There's the paddle again. This time a bit more meat on it. Still just runs away to Will Rhodes.
Aldridge again anticipating and running around trying to get to leg slip. Stopped one a couple of overs ago.
And now the 45 does come in.
Leaves mid-wicket open.
Oohs and ahs from Callum Parkinson. But no breakthrough. 3 legal deliveries bowled so far. 3 from it. He goes back. Punches it. Not too dissimilar to the shape that James Sales made. That one definitely slightly shorter. More tinkering of the field. Matthew Potts goes in to cover that mid-wicket region that you spotted is being open. Alex Lees comes into a leg slip.
Yeah, just going to change the line there. Really attack the stumps.
I'd love to speak to our man with the binoculars as the end of the over goes for 4.
Go on, get yourself down. Go on, I'll take the next couple of overs. You go on have a chat.
Every single delivery he has used the binoculars. I think it's just it's admirable persistence. Not one delivery's gone by when he thinks, no, I
Can
can't
you
be
not get a
bothered."
pair where you just like kind of wraps over your head a bit like a, you know, like the head torches and things that you can get? It just, yeah. I mean, it might look a bit weird,
But then what would you do in
like
between
night vision.
deliveries?
Like night vision. Potts wide of the crease again there.
I feel cheated. He didn't use them.
What?
He must have heard us.
He's like, nah, that's it, I'm going home.
First delivery of the day, he's not used the binoculars.
What's took him what? Where are we at? 4 overs to go.
It's normally something like that that brings a wicket. The one he missed. And they're ready and poised, don't you worry for the next delivery though.
I'm checking.
He did have them right
Oh,
there.
he's
we
ready.
go.
He's up. He's up and about. Straight down again though after the delivery. I wonder what his focus is on.
And you've arrived at the same thought that I had
Yeah.
about an hour ago.
What?
Because he can't have the whole...
No.
You can't have the bowler and batter in field of view at the same time.
Yeah, too good for me.
So I'll see if he tracks or if he just...
No, well, I just watched that one ball. He literally just, as soon as the ball was delivered, he just like immediately dropped.
Maybe that's why he doesn't have them attached to his head.
Good areas from Potts. Good challenging channel.
It's been a generous crowd today, which has enjoyed a good day of cricket in the sun. Still an intriguing 3.5 overs to go. Durham would love another wicket right now. That would put them right on top. The lead 240.
Guided down to third, much to the disgust of Potts. Not for the first time today. I don't think it's got the legs to go as Aldridge does well to keep that down to 2. Superb athleticism really late in the day from Casey Aldridge. Been easy just to jog after that one and allow a comfortable 3. sound off the bat. So that one finds Ben Rain at mid-off. Northamptonshire 240 in front.
Well, in the end, we've actually got through the overs quite quickly. Clock not yet ticked over to 6.
Thank you, Callum Parkinson. There's a beer in that for you. I tell you who it will please as well, the ground staff. Oh, that sounds like a broken bat. Right up. Ends the over. 3 left in the day. 197 for 6, leading by 242 on a glorious Sunday evening here in Chesley Street. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage from today between myself, Ash Thorpe, and George Gompertz. George will be with you tomorrow. Do you know who's with you tomorrow?
I think Ben's back.
Ben Fitzpatrick back in the house. It's been a fascinating weekend of cricket. It's not done yet. 3 overs still left in the day.
Callum Parkinson will bowl his final over of the day. Drifted leg side. David Beddingham again is sort of in that halfway house at mid-off. I reckon there's a single to him if they want it. Maybe still cutting off a straighter drive. Bowled superbly after the tea break, Callum Parkinson. Great work from Potts at mid-wicket.
It's what you want from one of your leaders of the team late in the day.
There's a bit of a slash from Justin Broad out to deep cover where Colin Ackerman is sweeping.
It was a real tempter, wasn't it, from Parkinson? Loopy and wide.
He was tempted through hands. That one a bit flatter and straighter.
Mixing up his pace nicely here, Parkinson.
Alex Lee is just taking out the paddle option as well. And that is the end of Callum Parkinson for the day. 2 from that over. He finishes on 3 for 58 from his... No, that's Potts. He finishes on 2 for 52 from his 20 overs.
He might have another one, mate. There's still 2 left.
Oh, you're right. I'm no good at counting these days.
No? Well, hey, you might know something that I don't. Maybe they go rogue for the last over of the day.
Bit of Ben McKinney.
No. No. Maybe. It'll definitely be Matthew Potts from the Finkel end. Will they just have a crack at a few bounces here?
Not seen a lot of that.
No, they haven't gone short ball. They've been very patient with their line and lengths, and that run rate is now dropped under 3 and over. Probably for the first time in the innings. Two slips still in place.
Ooh.
There is a very, very good bouncer first ball. And not given as one for the over either, which will please Matthew, which means he's still got 2 up his sleeve. I'll tell you what it does take to bowl at this time of the day. Energy and effort and heart. And Matthew Potts has that in abundance. That one will be one for the over, I think. Indeed it is, signalled by umpire Michael Goff.
Yeah, if there's someone who's not short of passion, energy and heart, it's that man on your screen.
28 overs in the first innings. Into his 19th here. Nicely played by Broad, and good areas from Potts. It's day 3 drifting towards a close as the clock strikes 6 p.m. Alex Lees and Michael Goff in a little bit more cordial discussion compared to earlier in the day.
Don't think we ever got to the bottom of that.
No, I need to find out. The inner demon in me needs it. Tell you what, the boys are ready. The ground staff are primed. One on the tractor, one's in the little all-terrain vehicle, and then there's a tractor.
What are we waiting for?
Not sure what's happened here.
1.3 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, come on, lads.
All the players are ready. The umpires are ready.
Maybe they're just trying to create something, a little bit of theatre.
The order's mind games. There is a lid. A helmet's coming on. Right.
We got there.
Graham Clark is going to go in. I imagine at short leg. And just get in the eye line. Get in the personal space of Justin Broad.
Just having a look at the forecast. There's potential few showers around tomorrow afternoon. Although this ground, we did get some rain on day 1, but this is one of the, if not one of the driest grounds in the country.
It is the driest ground in the
Yeah,
country.
incredibly
Fact.
so. Oh, good leave in the end. We've seen Potts dismiss McSweeney with a leave. Kicked one. Was it judged LBW? There's the boys.
That looks like a lot of fun, that bit.
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it?
As soon as the windscreen opens frontwards, you know it's got to be a bit of fun.
What do you reckon that's adapted for? Maybe a bit of hunting or something, or over in the.
I was originally thinking sand. Just like one of those sand buggies, I guess is what I was thinking of.
I was just thinking the windscreen specifically.
Oh, I see. Well, my mind immediately went, obviously the vehicle's not, but my mind immediately went to that's the old-fashioned scoreboards. Open frontwards. What did you say?
Bit of hunting, maybe.
Hunting.
Identify something out in the bush, and that might say more about my mindset than yours, to be honest.
Did you go out and shoot clays?
No.
No.
Oh, wow. What an interesting way to play the last ball from Matthew Potts of the day. Thought about ducking it and realised it was only at hip height. Another maiden over from Matthew Potts ends his day. 3 for 58. Superb effort from him. I tell you what, if anybody's watching, and Ben Stokes hopefully is still around, I'm sure he'll be relaying on the heart and the effort that Matthew Potts has put in back to the England hierarchy, because he's been superb, not just in this match, this season so far for Durham. But Ben probably got the chance to see it firsthand for quite a while.
Or maybe the ECB thought that he performed so well that they'd just give him more chance to showcase his stuff.
Last over of the day.
Graham Clark's in a really fun position there. Oh, it's almost gone straight to him. That will take a few adjectives to describe that fielding position. I'm going to go a straight short leg.
I'm with you, 100%.
Took a bit of thinking time over it, but I'm pretty happy that I've settled on that. Straight short leg.
Yep, agreed.
Alex Lee's leg slip. George Bartlett just has 3 more deliveries to see out. Before the close of play. Well, they go for the quick single. There's a run-out opportunity. Well, that caught me off guard. I think it maybe caught Justin Broad slightly off guard.
Yeah, he wasn't keen, was he? He was like, no, mate, you just faced it. Oh, sorry, I'm coming.
That brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire, but the number we're more interested in is 245. That's how many they lead by. And Durham most interested in the number 6. That's how many wickets they've got. Oh, a bit of extra bounce, a bit of turn.
Bit of drama laid on.
Parky thought he was in with a sniff.
Imagine the celebration if he takes a wicket right now.
Final ball of the day. He's kept out, and that will be stumps in the end of day 3 with Northamptonshire 6 down for a net score of 245.
Yeah, been a fascinating 3 days of cricket here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Game finally balanced. Durham will feel if they can pick up these last 4 wickets with that score, anything hovering around the 300 mark, they'll back themselves. We've seen history of them, and we talked about a little bit the Lancashire game earlier on in an attack which had the likes of Jimmy Anderson in it. I think they'll back themselves to try and chase anything down. Northants will now be thinking about how much time can they take out of the game with these last 4 wickets. So at tea, we were thinking, can Northants push the game on, and what did they think would be a good score to declare at? So now they're probably thinking, how do we get a draw out of this game? So game's brilliantly poised. Day 4 will be here with you tomorrow from 11. From George, myself, and the guys from the media company, thanks for joining us here on Father's Day. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. Have a great night.